Hey there, everyone. Welcome back to Utility Sports. And today we're coming at you with another NBA trade deadline live stream, except today is the day. We have the actual NBA trade deadline today. Of course, it is Thursday, February 10th, 8 a.m. Central Time, 9 a.m. Eastern, just like promised yesterday in yesterday's stream. Welcome, everyone who is back today. Atlanta Analyst, welcome back. Glad to have you in here again. Ronnie Woods, welcome back, says, hey, I loved the stream yesterday. Can't wait to see it again. And what's up? Glad to have you in here. And it's going to be a crazy day. It is going to be a crazy day. I am very, very high on the probability that James Harden gets traded. And it is indeed going to be a happy trade deadline with a ton going down. Who would have thought a month and a half ago that James Harden probably gets dealt today? That's pretty insane to me. And then ATG Rico, who's been in here the last couple days, wants to know, do I think the Pacers are going to be making any more moves today? I think they're going to be shopping around Miles Turner a little bit. I think they're still going to be listening. We'll see if anything goes down. I'm not exactly sure if something will go down, but I think they will at least try and see if they can get something done for him, which we'll talk more about the Kings specifically because they're one of the teams that makes a lot of sense for another team to be making a trade today. We'll talk a little bit more about them. And we'll talk about everything else going on today. Jason Kimball, good morning to you as well. Good morning to everyone in the stream. If you are new, make sure to leave a like and then also subscribe. That'd be extremely helpful. Atlanta Analyst says possibly moving TJ Warren. Very possible in a salary dump. That could make some sense. I think Goran Dragic's a hot name to watch today as well as a few other bigger salary guys that teams could use to absorb other contracts. That would be extremely good to know. Bulls, he wants to know about the Bulls here. Welcome to the stream, Jane, Jason, Fernandez. So for the Chicago Bulls, I think they're going to be looking for some depth. I could see them looking for another wing, giving Billy Donovan a little bit more to work with off that bench. That's really been the one concern I've had since they got this whole thing started. As I said, they need a little bit more bench depth. I think they have enough guards in the roster, but I think they need another forward or two. Could use another backup big as well. We'll see what they do today. There's definitely a lot to watch, and we have a ton going on currently as we speak because already this morning, James Harden stuff has started. Adrian Wojnarowski basically reporting that Harden wants out, but he's afraid to ask for it, which is kind of what makes sense because you look at a player who's already asked out once in the last 13 months. When he asked out of Houston, probably doesn't want to seem like he's forcing his way out of another situation. But essentially, that is what he's doing a little bit. Jason Kimball wants to know Clippers news or rumors. So up to this point, nothing specifically in terms of the news column. Rumors-wise, I think they're going to listen to offers on Serge Ibaka. He's on an expiring deal, and I think what they're going to do is try and find a way to turn his contract into a longer-term deal, kind of like what they did with Norm Powell, using Bledsoe's contract to bring in Norm Powell. I think they're going to try and do that again today, moving on from Serge Ibaka, using probably a second-round pick to try and find someone who's under contract for 2 years or so. They could be Kenrich Williams' landing spot. Could be a few other guys as well. ATG Rico says, Sabonis looked nice with the Kings last night. Yes, the Fox and the Ox era, like we talked about yesterday, started off with a kick last night against the Minnesota Timberwolves. I watched that game, and Sabonis, the Kings looked a little sloppy at the start. That's what you expect with brand new players in. They don't really know the sets, but they found their rhythm, and Sabonis looked really good. De'Aaron Fox punched that game away with a huge strip steal against Anthony Edwards and a run-out dunk, which was very impressive. So the Fox and the Ox era is off to a good start, and Sabonis did look really good in Sacramento, and that's the thing. I gave the Kings a B in that deal, and people were kind of confused as to why. Like, yeah, long term it doesn't look good, but right now Sabonis is just better than Tyrese Haliburton. Sabonis is an all-star level player, so that's why it's not a bad trade for Sacramento. It's just a little puzzling because I thought that Tyrese Haliburton was going to be a huge part of their future, but Sabonis is a really good player. He's young still as well. So definitely something to watch for. Atlanta Analyst, Clippers need to get under the luxury tax. You would think, but when their owner is Steve Ballmer and he literally prints money at home, I don't know if they're going to. I don't think that they're going to actually get under. In fact, I think they might even try and move in for more money, which is insane. I know most GMs wouldn't do that, but Steve Ballmer, he's got pockets deeper than the ocean, so he might. Tigers fan wants to know, when does the NBA trade deadline start? Technically right now. The NBA trade deadline is going on right now, because the moment we see something happen with James Harden, that's going to basically kick everything off here. It ends today at 3 o'clock Eastern time. So that'll be 2 o'clock Central, and then that would be at noon Pacific. So James Harden, 32 years old. Trade deadline time, just to make sure I have it right, it is 3 p.m. Eastern time today. So by 3 p.m. Eastern time, we'll know if James Harden's on the Philadelphia 76ers or the Brooklyn Nets. Christelle says Lakers update. So nothing explicitly yet on the Lakers, although there was a rumor that came out that they didn't want to attach their first round pick, the 2027 first round pick, with Russell Westbrook, which makes sense. I mean, if you're looking at a player who is supposed to be part of a big three coming into the season, you probably don't want to have to trade a first round pick to get off of him, but that's kind of how it goes. Dylan says Harden didn't travel with the Nets today for sure. Not sure if you know this. Yeah, so I know he's been dealing with injuries. That's part of the issue too. So like last night he's out. I'm like, oh, is he gonna get traded? But he's just out. You know what I mean? So I don't want to be super critical of him missing games and missing travel right now, because he currently is dealing with a hamstring injury. He's also been dealing with some hand tightness, which I know sounds a little silly, but it is actually a big deal when you can't really grip the basketball the way you normally can as an NBA player. So Harden not traveling with the Nets, there is a little bit of a flag of concern there, but it could just be precautionary with his injury as well. I'm trying not to read into every little thing, but at the same time, very, very possible that could be an actually really important part of the puzzle here, because maybe Harden is just available right now, and maybe he's going to find his way into Philadelphia sooner than later. The Atlanta analyst says Daryl Morey will try his best to make a move for him without giving up Maxey. Yes, and we actually do have some trades cooked up. I put some together before the stream. We will take a look at them here in just a little bit. I want to get through, welcome everyone to the stream. Hopefully you guys are doing well this morning. It's going to be a really good day for NBA trade deadline season. I think this is going to be one of the crazier trade deadlines we've had in quite some time, so it's going to be a good one. JC the Visualizer says, do you think the Hornets Heat trade for PJ will happen? I do. Actually, this is the potential trade I cooked up yesterday for it. I think it'll be PJ Washington, and then the Hornets receive a 2022 first-round pick from Miami, a 2026 second-round pick, and a salary cap filler. That salary cap filler would be someone like Omer Yurtseven. I know he's not actually a salary cap filler. He's actually a pretty solid player, but it's just my note there is just someone who makes the salary work, which would be, in this case, Omer Yurtseven. And I think it would be a really nice move. It could also be the other Martin twin. Maybe he goes back to Charlotte. We could see him in that deal as well. But that is what I think for a Hornets Heat trade. I do think that will happen today for sure. Thank you for following us on Twitter as well. We do have the link in the description. At any point today, we would love for you guys to tweet us your trade ideas. So go on to Fanspo or go on to ESPN Trade Machine. Take a screenshot of it and tweet it at us. You could also DM us. That would be perfectly fine. I'll take a look at it that way. If you don't want to put it on your actual Twitter, that's completely cool. But send us stuff, because I would love to see your guys' ideas for some trades. Arvin wants to know about the Lakers. Lakers today, they are going to be one of the key teams to watch, because they are for sure going to make a move. They have a ton of decent players that I think could fit pretty well into other trades. When you look at a guy like Taylor Horton-Tucker, Kendrick Nunn, I would be surprised and pretty much shocked if they included Malik Monk into something. And they have some minimum guys they can throw around as well. It's going to be tough for them to get an actual deal, because it's not like they have the most value going out. The 2027 first is really their ticket to something, and we'll see if it can net them anything. My guess is it brings in something like Terrence Ross, maybe Eric Gordon if they do well in the trade. And that's about it, because I just don't really see them having a lot of flexibility. There was like a big mock trade that went down yesterday that they're thinking that maybe they could get a whole bunch of stuff from the Magic. I don't know if I love that. I don't know if Orlando's lining up to really help LA like that, like what I saw in the mock trade. Ink Kong says, what's some realistic compensation for Jerami Grant and who gets him? So I've been talking about Jerami Grant for quite some time on the channel, about 4 or 5 weeks. And I have been telling people that they're going to ask for way too much. And then a report yesterday comes out that they want at least 2 firsts for him. which is, in my opinion, laughable. That's what they're going to ask for, so I don't think he gets traded. I'm going to be completely honest. I think Jerami Grant is going to stay in Detroit. But for a player like him, what I think is reasonable compensation, just considered what else is on the board this year and who else has gotten traded, like when we look at what CJ McCollum was able to net, I think he's worth a solid first-round pick, a decent young player, and salary cap filler. So an example of this could be like Brook Lopez, who he's a little bit better than salary cap filler, but he is dealing with a really serious back injury that I'm a little concerned what his long-term longevity is going to be in the league. And if Milwaukee wants to move off of him, Jerami Grant makes sense that they want to buy into more of the Giannis at center minutes. And then you throw in like a guy like Dante DiVincenzo and then a first-round pick. So that makes some sense to me for both sides because Jerami Grant could really help the Milwaukee Bucks, but he wouldn't be one of those focal points like he says, which is where everything gets a little messy here because if he really wants to be a focal point, it kind of throws things for a loop here because he's not going to be a focal point on a lot of the teams that want to trade for him. Like he comes into Chicago and he'd be at best their fourth scoring option. You go into a place like Milwaukee and he's probably their third or fourth scoring option. Go into a place like Dallas, he's at best the third scoring option. If he goes into Sacramento, he's probably the third scoring option behind Fox and Sabonis. He's just not going to be someone who is a lead candidate for being a high volume scorer on a good team. I just don't see that. Portland maybe will view him that way, which would give him a shot then to maybe be something. But for the most part, I just don't really see it. I don't think he's going to get dealt. I think the Pistons hold on to him, and I think Troy Weaver plays hardball in trade negotiations today. Slinksy YouTube says, I heard the Raptors are getting THT from the Lakers. Yeah, so there's a 3-team deal going around. Let me pull that up for you guys because it is something that is going around right now that is kind of a big deal. So I'm going to read it here. I've got it pulled up. Lakers get Cam Reddish and Alec Burks. Knicks get Goran Dragic and draft picks. Raptors get Talen Horton-Tucker and Nerlens Noel. There's also a chance Kendrick Nunn is added to the trade as talks continue. The reason that this makes some sense, one, Cam Reddish isn't getting any playing time with the Knicks. Alec Burks is someone who they would be willing to move for decent value. The Knicks get an expiring contract in Goran Dragic, which helps them come into this offseason with a little bit of money. And then you also get draft compensation. So that's where you're probably looking at a first this year from the Toronto Raptors. It's also where you're looking at a potential first from the Lakers there in that deal, the 2027 first. So you're getting potentially 2 first-round picks in a Cam Reddish-Alec Burks trade. So you're getting the first back essentially that you traded for Cam Reddish. And then you also get a first for Alec Burks, which turns out to be pretty solid compensation, I think, if I'm the Knicks. And then for the Raptors, you get Talen Horton-Tucker, who you really wanted last year in a Kyle Lowry trade. The Lakers were unwilling to deal him, and now you get him for basically a first-round pick in Goran Dragic. And then you also get Nerlens Noel, who would really fill in some of those center minutes as a rim protector, and I think would really help this defense long-term. But at the same time, I kind of like what Toronto has without a long-term center just because they have a lot of speed, athleticism, length, and width in terms of what they throw on the floor. I mean, Precious Achiuwa plays a little bit of like small ball center forward type. You also have a nice consistency from guys like Scotty Barnes, OG Anunoby, Pascal Siakam in your front court already. I don't necessarily know if they need a big time center, but a move for Nerlens Noel does make some sense to me. Atlanta analyst says, I think Harden will be a middle of the deadline trade. Yeah, so I think he'll be right down to the wire today. Again, I think they're going to play hardball with each other, so we'll see everything that goes on. I am trying to keep my my stuff up to date here. I'm trying to keep my eyes on everything. There is a ton going on. Of course, Adrian Wojnarowski earlier this morning reported Harden is hopeful that Morey secures trade for him today, but Morey and Sean Marks have yet to become engaged in serious dialogue on a deal. There's an expectation sides will talk today and possibility of deal remains. Both teams are left measuring the risk reward of a Harden deal right now. Atlanta analyst wants to know, what team do I think will strike first? I think the Kings are going to make a move first today. And did we win yesterday? Yes, we did. Big 35-point W. So that's awesome. Thank you for asking, Atlanta analyst. That's sweet of you to ask. And then for the Kings, I think the reason they're going to make a move, I watched their game last night. Chimizi Metu in their starting lineup, no Rashawn Holmes. So it kind of shows what they're planning on doing with Sabonis. They're planning on starting him as a true center, and he's going to be their 5, which I agree with. I think that's how it should be, which makes it tough, though, for them because you have this player in Rashawn Holmes who is a starting level center, and you're bringing him off the bench, which, yeah, sure, you have a nice backup center then, but you could probably turn that into a small forward or a shooting guard who could actually really help this team. And I think that's what they're going to look to do. So I would keep my eyes on that. Alien wants to know how much time left before it ends. I'm in Australia. So as of right now, we've got about 6 hours, 5 hours and 44 minutes. Okay. So set your clock for 5 hours, 40 minutes, and that's what you're going to be looking at for the NBA trade deadline. Amit Gaming wants to know Raptors trade ideas. So that's a great question here. We'll talk about the Toronto Raptors a bit. Looking at this team, at what the Raptors could use, there's a few guys that do make some sense. First of all, we're going to turn our eyes to Rashawn Holmes, who we were just talking about. Rashawn Holmes is a very good NBA center. He's someone who I would trust as a starter. He's really solid in the pick and roll game, can rebound fairly well, and overall has a decent athleticism to him. So I like him as a center. He's not going to be someone who, I think overall really changes something for you, but I think he could be a nice little pickup piece to add. I also think Terrence Ross coming off the bench would make a ton of sense out of Orlando. When you look at a player who's already been there in Toronto, Masai Ujiri knows him. He would probably like to bring back Terrence Ross. And I also think looking around the league, there's a few other options as well. Let's go ahead. I'm going to pull up some of the options here now on my phone just to make sure I've got every single player I want to talk about for Toronto. Eric Gordon could make some sense as a player. If they're willing to give up their first round pick, they could probably get him right now. Spencer Dinwiddie off the bench could make some sense for them. And then you also look around at some of the other options. A guy like Evan Fournier, if they're really interested in that. Buddy Hield could make some sense. I think, Buddy Hield defensively, sure, there's a little bit of questions there, but his shooting, I think, would be extremely valuable for them offensively. I think that Torrey Craig and TJ Warren could be a combination we see from Indiana as well, especially if TJ Warren's at all close to coming back. That could make some sense. For Toronto, I just think that they either need to add a starting center or a bunch of bench depth. And to be honest, I'd prefer for them to go with the bench depth route. If that answers your question, Amit, hopefully you are enjoying the stream. Welcome everyone to the live stream. If you are enjoying, make sure to leave a like. Also subscribe as well. ATG Rico wants to know, do you think Pacers could trade Buddy Hield for Cam Reddish and a draft pick? Not for Cam Reddish and a pick. If they were to trade Buddy Hield for Reddish, they'd probably have to throw in a couple second-round picks or maybe even a low-end protected pick in the future. But I think for the most part, it could be pretty solid. Zane, welcome back to the stream today, Zane. Glad to have you in here. He says, do you think Anthony Simon is going to be better than CJ? That man's a bucket. Better than CJ? I don't want to come across as critical or, doubting him, but CJ was really good. CJ McCollum is a really solid player, and I do think it would be challenging just to be better than him in general because I think he's someone who, despite not being an all-star in his career, is hovered around that top 35, 40 mark pretty much for last 5-6 years. So it's tough to see Simons becoming that good. But I think Simons is going to be in that ballpark. I think Simons at least is Jordan Clarkson level, which is extremely valuable. So I don't want to seem like I'm, hating on Anthony Simons. I just think he's more of a bench scoring type to me than a build around player like what CJ McCollum was. And I think there's nothing wrong with that. I think Simons is going to have a huge role going forward, and I think it's going to be really good for the Blazers. Ethan, welcome to the stream, says if Golden State gets decent center off the bench, someone like McGee or Hartenstein, it's pretty much over for everyone. Yeah, I just don't think they're going to make a move because I think what they envision is James Wiseman hopefully coming back into the fold a little bit, probably starting out with 5 to 10 minutes a night, and then using those spot minutes to earn more of a big role on this team. They're going to try and reintroduce him into the lineup, get him re-involved. I don't think that they have to make a move for McGee, who's going to be off the table because the Suns are not going to help the Warriors. And then Hartenstein, I don't know if the Clippers want to move on from him either. Emmett says if the Raptors end up getting THT, I would put him in the Raptors 905 to improve because it's the best developmental G League team. I agree. They did a great job with Chris Boucher, and they've developed a ton of other guys as well coming up to the NBA. They do a really good job there. Delano Banton is someone who they grabbed in the second round that I think is going to have actually a really good NBA career ahead of him. So we'll see what he ends up becoming. And I think if they did get THT, he could be benefited by some time over there, but I'm not sure exactly if they would put him there just because he has been playing a lot of minutes this year for the Lakers up in the NBA. So I think they would reduce his role in the NBA, and that might also be beneficial for his NBA career. Eddie F wants to know, is there any sense to the idea that the Jazz would move Clarkson to shed tax money and maybe want Burks or another cheap option? I understand the idea there. I just don't necessarily think that's going to happen because I think there's going to be a lot of interest for Utah to try and actually still improve. I know they brought in Nickeil Alexander-Walker. They got younger. They did shed some tax money there with Joe Ingles going out. So I don't necessarily know if I see them making other moves. For the most part, I think that they're going to just stand pat with what they've got currently on their roster, see what they can do in the playoffs, and if not, Danny Ainge is going to blow it up after that. Emmett says we've seen that with Freddie All-Star, Spicy P, and others. Yep, for sure. They do a great job developing there. Mary Ortiz says, hello. Has anything happened yet? Not yet this morning in terms of actual trades. Oh, well, we do have quite a bit of information. Portland is getting calls from multiple teams who are banking on Lillard eventually asking to be traded. So I guess Damian Lillard is getting called on right now. Not necessarily sure. I'm fairly sure he won't get traded today. I would be shocked if he got traded today. They'd have to have some crazy offer that blows them away. What I do think will happen is James Harden will get traded today. I do really believe that because I think that the Nets and Sixers are kind of staring down at each other right now. But I do ultimately think that the Nets are scared they will lose him in free agency. 1 second here, guys. I am trying to keep up on everything on Twitter that's going on. So bear with me for just a second here. I'm trying to keep up with everything. Let's go ahead here now. Emmett says, I'm okay with getting Nerlens Noel, I guess. Yeah, Noel would be solid. Nema Ashketa will be traded. No, I don't think so. What I think happens, and I love Keta. I love him. Of course, he's a really, really solid NBA big, someone who I think is going to have a really good, solid career ahead of him, probably as a backup center. Nothing wrong with that, though. I don't think he'll get traded. What I think's going to happen is I think Sacramento is going to trade Rashawn Holmes, who is now the backup center in front of him. And I think with Tristan Thompson off the roster, Keta slots in as that backup center there in Sacramento. He'll get a ton of minutes now and be the spell guy to Domantas Sabonis, which is pretty good because you behind Sabonis then have a ton of length, athleticism, and a really big center who can rim run, which I think gives them another little wrinkle that they can have for their lineups. Emmett says Tibbs doesn't like Cam. He asked the Knicks not to trade for him. Yeah, he hates Cam Reddish, which, I get it. Cam Reddish is, a player who still needs some development to be a good NBA player. But at the end of the day, he should be playing him. With where the Knicks are at record-wise, he should be getting some minutes. So I'm not exactly sure what Tibbs is playing hardball for, probably trying to keep his job. Hard to be me says, why is Philly too protective of Thibault? He's a good player, but it's an offensive league. I don't think he'll be a 3-and-D really soon. They should value Curry more. The reason why they're not valuing Curry, and this is a little confusing, but we'll talk about this more. Even though Curry's putting up 15 points a game this year and playing really, really well, the reason he's the player who's going to be in this trade is because him plus Simmons is enough to get the deal done salary cap wise. You need to be within 125% of the trade either way. And with Harden making 44 million and Simmons only making 33, you have to add about at least $6 more million, and Thibault only makes about 2.5. So you have to add someone like Curry who makes north of 6 million basically to get the deal done. And he will be involved in that trade just simply from a financial standpoint because he basically has to be. And because the Nets are also going to be saying, hey, we want another offensive option if we're going to take in Simmons from you, and you can't just hold on to Curry. So there's a few wrinkles as to why with that. Gagan wants to know Lakers. So for the Lakers, they're going to be shopping that package. Everyone knows it's going to be the 2027 first, Taylor Horton Tucker and Kendrick Nunn. And we'll see. Right now, there's some interest from them in Cam Reddish and Alec Burks. I think those would be two actually solid acquisitions for them that could help them. Here we do have another report. I'm told that James Harden wants a trade to the 76ers. He wants it to happen today prior to the trade deadline, but he has resisted formally requesting that trade with the Nets organization. So basically, some of the same information we got earlier this morning. Court Vision, welcome to the stream, says Hornets need to make a move. We're talking about the Charlotte Hornets. They've definitely started to stumble a little bit last night. I think I did have that game on for a bit, and they did lose, which is tough. They've lost 6 straight games now at this point, so and it's really coming at the worst time as well for them. The fact that they've lost 6 straight now puts them right at 500, and had they won 3 of those games, or even 2 of those games, they're right there and probably tied with the Brooklyn Nets for 8th in the Eastern Conference. The fact that they haven't won in the last 6 games puts them at 9th, which is really problematic. And the scary thing for them is they're only a game up of Atlanta, who is 10th, which means if Atlanta passes you and stays at 9th and you're 10th by the end of the regular season, you'd have to go into Atlanta for a play-in game, which obviously makes things a little bit tougher. Hornets last year didn't get the job done in the play-in. And this year would put a little bit more pressure on them as well. So I think they could definitely use some type of trade, but I think it might be PJ Washington going out the door. Ethan says, you're a Mavericks fan, right? Saw your glass. Yes, I am a Dallas Mavericks fan. I'm also rocking my Los Mavs t-shirt here. So I am a big Dallas Mavericks fan, but I don't think I come across as one of those who's a homer type who thinks that the Mavericks are the best team in the league, or that Reggie Bullock's the best 3-and-D wing or something crazy like that. Okay, hopefully I have a little bit more realism to my analysis and commentary than most fans do, because sometimes I've tuned into other streams, other YouTubers before, and it's a little painful sometimes. So hopefully I don't come across that way. Dylan says if the Nets get Simmons, Curry, Thibault, they're going to be lethal. Yes, that trio is really what they want. We're going to talk more about that. Zhao, welcome to the stream, says, bruh, Harden could have said, I lost my excitement with this team because of Kyrie in a situation. Everyone would understand. Not everyone would. I think Nets fans would not understand. And I think a lot of NBA media people would bash him. And the thing is, I understand what you're saying here, because it is a good point. Obviously, the Kyrie thing is, putting a toll onto Harden. It's put a toll onto Kevin Durant, and it's put a toll on the entire Nets organization. But the issue here with James Harden is he really in an ugly manner, forced his way out of Houston just, 13, 14 months ago, last season. And then you also look at his persona around the league already is not good, because a ton of fans hate him because of his willingness to draw fouls. I'll put it that way. His willingness to draw fouls. Fans do not like him. And a lot of media members don't like him because he complains about calls. And he's someone who they just, for some reason, don't like. He's one of the best players ever to play the game. And there's a huge, massive negative media narrative around him because, he shrivels in the playoffs because he lost to a team that won 73 games and then added Kevin Durant. Like, he lost to one of the best teams of all time. And I don't think anyone says that LeBron James fumbled the bag in the playoffs when the Cavs got obliterated by Kevin Durant and the Warriors. In fact, they're like, oh, well, what was he supposed to do? But then James Harden pushes that team to 7 games. And if Chris Paul doesn't pull his hamstring, maybe wins it. And they deem him as a bad playoff player. Here, I'm gonna do something real quick. Everyone stick with me, because I have a question to pose for you guys. I want you all to answer this question. I'm pulling it up here. I'm doing a little bit of research to make sure I get everything right. I'm going to have you rate this on a scale of 1 to 10. Okay, so on a scale of 1 to 10, let's see here if I can find it. That's that. I need to find this. 1 second here. Hopefully you guys are all having a really good day. because today is a great day. It's the NBA trade deadline. Super excited for everything going on here now. Okay, so here we go. This is what we're looking for here. I've got it pulled up. Give me 1 second. Okay. Rate this on a scale of 1 to 10. These are some statistics for the playoffs for a specific player. This is postseason numbers, his averages. In the playoffs, averages 23.3 points per game, 6 assists a game, 5.5 rebounds a game in his entire career, shooting 43% from the field and 33.3% from three. Give that a rating on a scale of 1 to 10. Let me know what your thoughts are on that. I would love to see what you guys think. On a scale of 1 to 10, what would you guys rate that? Because for me, seems like pretty good numbers. Let me know what you guys think. So Marco gives it a 7. Okay. We do have some other stuff going on. I want to know what your guys' thoughts on that stat line is, because that's James Harden's career playoff stats, which I think a ton of other players would absolutely kill to have. I'm seeing a lot of 8s, a couple 6.5, 7.5. Like right there is pretty good numbers. Someone said a 10, another 7. We got an 8. Pretty good numbers, and he gets labeled as a playoff choke. And remember, in his playoff career, there are some games there in Oklahoma City which really pull down his averages. Okay. Let's pull up his time in Houston with the Houston Rockets. With the Houston Rockets in 85 career playoff games, here's his stats. He is 28.5 points a game, 7.1 assists a game, 5.7 rebounds a game in 85 career playoff games for the Rockets. Those are great numbers, and everyone else would kill to have them. If I'm being honest, I don't think he's a choke by any means, but there's a narrative around him, and that's why he's a little concerned about it. Deadly Content says, "Why not trade for Isaac if you're Portland instead of all in on Grant?" Thank you. Jonathan Isaac's a phenomenal player, and I don't even think half the league knows he exists because he plays in Orlando. He is really, really good. One of the best defensive players in the league, if not the best defensive player in the league, which I know sounds like high praise. But before he got injured, he was a player averaging like 2 blocks a game and 2 steals a game, which is mental. That is insane level of production. And he was doing that guarding usually the best player on the floor. So for Orlando, he doesn't get a lot of credit, doesn't get a lot of attention, hasn't played for quite some time. But it would be perfect for Portland. You bring him in, rehab him, and hopefully have him going into next season. Here, Jason wants to know, how does Wall improve the Lakers this season? That's what you would call addition by subtraction, because they would be subtracting Russell Westbrook. He's a little bit better of a fit than Russell Westbrook. He's a little bit better of a jump shooter, and he's someone who would fit off the ball a little bit better. So that's why there's a little bit of optimism that Wall could improve the Lakers. All Good says, do the Bucks need to make any moves? I think they should be very exploratory with Brook Lopez, DiVincenzo, and a pick. I think that they should see what that can net them and seriously consider any move that they might be able to make. Simply because with Brook Lopez's injury, I know that there's a lot of people believing that he could be, a really, really good piece for them still. And I don't doubt that, but I do have concerns just about what his injury is. Because I know when he's healthy, he's going to be good. But if he's not healthy, it does really kill what he could be in the NBA. Emmett says, Davion was balling last night. I wish the Kings traded Fox instead of Halliburton, because imagine a Halliburton Mitchell backcourt in 5 years. See, that's how I had felt about it as well. Ask about Keita. Again, I don't think he'll get traded. And Emmett says, but Holmes is like 6'10". We need a 7-footer. Yeah, I know you want some more size, but at the same time, Holmes is a little bit more athletic, which fits better into Nick Nurse's system of, more mobility, more length, more speed on the floor, which I do think makes some sense. Ronnie wants to know, who did the Cavs get yesterday? Cleveland didn't actually make any moves yesterday, but what they did do is win a game. Karis LeVert went 4 for 11, which you'll see quite a bit of. That's 37.5% from the field. So not a great game from him. Had 2 assists, including one really nice lob to Jared Allen. So for him getting introduced into Cleveland, he had a pretty decent debut. Nothing great, but that's kind of the player he is. He'll have some off nights, and 4 for 11 is not terrible. So there it is. I'd like Dinwiddie to lead the bench, says Amit. Isn't there a restriction to after you get traded? Yeah, there is a little bit of a restriction. Dinwiddie at this point can get traded, though, so he is available. Hard to be me, says Harden probably hated all the drama in the Nets organization. He seems to be a guy who don't like too much media attention except for that forced trade he tried. Yeah, I think for the most part, he just wants to play basketball. He's one of the few players in the league that I think is really all about basketball. And I'm super excited, actually, because I'm going to get the Harden Volume 6s when they come out. They do drop this weekend. I believe it's Sunday, actually, that they come out. And I'm going to go make sure I get a pair because I am super excited about it. I am going to jump down here real quick. I'm going to go back up to the comments, but we do have a donation here in the chat. So thank you so much here to Acapulco. Trade rumors. Where are the Knicks right now? Staying put or anything heating up? I definitely don't think they stay put. So this is a great question. Again, thank you so much for the $5. He said he wants to know about the Knicks. So for New York, I do not think they stay put today. I think they're active. I think they make a couple moves. I would be surprised if Alec Burks is on the roster, and I would be surprised if Evan Fournier is at least not attempted to be traded. Now, it might be harder to trade him more than anything, but for the most part, I think at this point that they're going to really, really shop him. I think they're going to shop Fournier. I think they're going to shop Kemba. I think they might even listen to offers on Nerlens Noel and Mitchell Robinson. Pretty much anything's on the table right now. The only player they would have zero willingness to trade is RJ Barrett. Everyone else, they'll at least listen on, including Julius Randle, including Cam Reddish. We'll see if anything gets done, but as of right now, I don't see a Cam Reddish trade really materializing. What I do see is a Alec Burks and Evan Fournier trade materializing for sure. Let's go back up to where we were at here with ATG Rico says, do you think Halliburton's ceiling is as high as John Morant? If not, what's his ceiling? I don't think it's as high as John Morant. John Morant's taken a massive step in year 3, which is awesome. I'm really glad to see it because I was a big-time John Morant believer. But what I do think about Halliburton for his ceiling, I think it's like low-level all-star. Someone who, puts up 18 and 8. Which doesn't sound like a low-level all-star because that's what basically Chris Paul puts up, but I don't think the winning is going to necessarily come with that. Chris Paul is one of the most special players of all time when you can look at what he's been as an NBA player when it comes to his ability to, manipulate defenses and stuff. I think Tyrese Halliburton is still working on that aspect. Maybe he'll get there. Maybe he won't. We'll see. But for the most part, I think there is going to be a lot that goes really, really well in Tyrese Halliburton's career, and he's going to be someone that's going to be absolutely awesome. Right now, too, I am changing the message mode to subscribers only. So I am going to change that here. We are moving it to subscribers only. So make sure you guys subscribe. This is a great time to remind you guys to all hit that subscribe button right now. It would be absolutely awesome if you could be subscribed to Utility Sports. Here we go. Convertually says, I'm told that James Harden wants to trade to the Sixers. He wants it to happen today prior to the trade deadline, but has resisted formally requesting that trade with the Nets organization per Woj. Yep, exactly. That is 100% the truth. I saw that come through as well, which is interesting because he is nervous about that persona like we were talking about. XC Deep says Harden has lost a step and is less effective now. He doesn't get foul calls. Well, I'm going to push back on that a little bit. I don't think that this has anything to do with the rules, honestly. I think Harden is just fine with the rules. I don't think the rules have really prevented him from being a great player. For example, this year, he's shooting 8 free throws a game. Last year, he shot 7.3 free throws a game. I had talked about this in the offseason. I didn't think the foul rules were really going to change the game all that much. I knew there was going to be a little bit of a grace period there where there's a little bit of struggles, but the league's found a healthy medium that I think players and refs and fans can agree on, and Harden's still getting to the line. The issue with Harden right now is he is a step slower because of his hamstring. I don't think he's actually, for his whole career now, lost a step. I don't think he's a step slower. What I think is he's still dealing with hamstring tightness, and I think it's going to be a lingering hamstring issue, which might hinder his career, which is a scary thing for sure. But I don't think he's necessarily lost a full step. I mean, there's still games where if his hamstring's feeling right, he goes out and drops a 30-point triple-double. So that's kind of how I feel. Dominic Brooks says, why not put James Harden on the Lakers and take Russell Westbrook? Because Russell Westbrook is not as good as James Harden. Here we have a comment saying Simmons for Wiggins and wants Toscano Anderson. Sounds awesome. Harden is getting old. Embiid would dominate with Wiggins and JTA. I mean, the Warriors would have to attach more to that, though, I think, to get a deal done there. JTA is Juan Toscano Anderson. Convert that way you know. Zach says Jonathan Isaac's better than Jerami Grant. Better, I'm not sure about better. He can't do as much offensively, that's for sure. But defensively, he's insane. So they're in the same ballpark. I firmly do believe that. And a lot of people would think that's crazy to say. Here we have a comment saying LeBron to Rockets for Woodwall and Green. That would be absolutely nuts. Not sure exactly why that would happen. Welcome, everyone, though, to Utility Sports. If you are new, hit that subscribe button. Today is the trade deadline. Super excited. I would love for you all to hit that subscribe button. Let's see if we can hit 6,500 subscribers today in the live. NU says wins in the playoffs are more important than stats in the playoffs. You can average a triple-double in the playoffs and still get knocked out. Well, right, but we're acting for James Harden. I'm guessing this is what you're talking about. And this is a good point because there's criticism about him winning. He's gotten to the conference finals multiple times. He's somebody who helped the Thunder when he was younger get to the actual finals with a few really big shots. And he's also someone who, let's be honest, carried the Houston Rockets for the better part of a decade. He made the playoffs one year with Ryan Anderson and Eric Gordon being two of his better teammates. Okay, and he had Dwight Howard during the falling moon era of Dwight Howard, where he went from superstar to nothing, and that was his co-star in that time. Harden gets knocked for winning so much, but realistically hasn't had that much on his teams, especially when you look at Mike D'Antoni not really being that good of a head coach because, and I know I'm going to get some flack for this, but Mike D'Antoni never elevated James Harden. He helped James Harden's statistics by letting him have the ball more, but there was no schematic design that says, oh, this is going to be phenomenal for James Harden. This is going to make James Harden's life easier. No, running high ISO does not make it easy to score. You have to be a great scorer to do that. That's why you don't run high ISO for guys who aren't good scorers. What you do is you run high ISO for guys who are extremely talented because they're good enough to beat players one-on-one. And Harden is one of those players who's good enough to do that. Harden's one of the only players in the league that could literally go 1 year averaging 36 points a game to the next year leading the league in assists. That's extremely difficult to do. Honestly, I don't think he gets enough credit for that. Snipes Gaming says, I would rather have Chris Paul than James Harden. We saw the real MVP when Paul got hurt. That is just a bad take. There's been years of James Harden and Chris Paul's career where James Harden scores double the points with the same number of assists. So that's just not a good take. Now, do I think Chris Paul's a really great player? Yeah, but James Harden's just better than him. And that's why one of them has the MVP award sitting in his home, and that's why Chris Paul will never have an MVP award sitting in his home. The Atlanta analyst says, have Simmons, Thibault, Isaac, and Gobert on your team. No one is scoring on you. That's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying yesterday. Jonathan Isaac's a freak. Simmons, Thibault, and Gobert. Oh, my goodness. Talk about no one's going to score. It'd just be absolutely insane. XC Depth says, Harden is a ball-dominant guard that's lost his step, doesn't play defense, will be the reason Philly loses in the playoffs. I mean, they're going to lose without him. So they have to improve. And I think James Harden's an improvement. Yvonne says, any Heat moves that you think? Yes, I do have one here. I'm going to pull it up on stream for you guys. Let's get it up here. I have a projected trade here where I think forward PJ Washington from Charlotte gets traded to Miami for a 2022 first-round pick this year, a 2026 2026 second-rounder, and then also salary cap fillers, whether that's one of the Martin twins or if that's potentially Omer Yurtseven. That's exactly what I see going down. Let's go on to Vince Vargas. Thoughts on Harden? I think he's a really great player. And I think he's going to get traded to the Philadelphia 76ers today. Now, fit-wise, do I think he fits very well with Joel Embiid? To be honest, I don't. He likes to play with athletic rim-running centers. Joel Embiid is not that. Joel Embiid is someone who will short roll and will take the ball on the block as a post scorer. And I just don't think that's a phenomenal fit for James Harden offensively. And then defensively, James Harden loves to switch because he, let's be honest about it, doesn't like fighting through screens, especially throughout the regular season. And Joel Embiid's a drop big. So I think there's going to be a ton of points scored in the mid-range area against this team because there's going to be a ton of one dribble pull-ups, which is going to be problematic for sure. But I think they'll figure it out. I think Matisse Thybulle is going to have to really work his tail off defensively for this team to be good on that end of the floor, especially on the perimeter, which is why they're going to be very, very harsh with the Nets about not wanting to trade them Matisse Thybulle. Mark says the rest of the NBA needs to gear this fear the Raptors because we're coming to cause havoc. Yeah, I think the Raptors are really solid. I like what the Raptors have. I love their young pieces. I was really, really high on Scotty Barnes. I told everyone during the draft process, we have actually a Scotty Barnes draft video up on the channel because I know Raptors fans were a little concerned when they took him over Jalen Suggs. And I said that's a phenomenal pickup, and we've seen why. Size, length, athleticism, he does it all. He's someone who can handle the ball, play a little bit of point forward for you. And I think there's a hope that he actually develops into a point guard a little bit down the road. He needs to get a little bit better creating for himself and for others. I think he needs to tighten his handle up a little bit. But as of right now, I mean, he projects to be a great, great perennial all-star level player. You have a question here saying Portland already has too many injured players to rehab a player that hasn't played in years. They're trying to lose games. They have zero concerns about this season. In fact, bringing in another injured player would be good for them because they would want to lose more games. If they could trade Nurkic and a couple second-round picks or something to get Jonathan Isaac, I think that's well worth doing. You get younger, you get more athletic, you get lengthier, and you get someone who's just better defensively, which I think would be huge for them. Jersey's Own says, what do you think the Knicks should do? And if you think they will end up doing anything? Yeah, I do think they'll do something for sure. What I do think they'll end up doing is I think they'll end up making a trade centered around Alec Burks, and they'll either try and attach Evan Fournier in there or potentially Kemba Walker. But I think Evan Fournier is the one who makes more sense to me. And with Fournier, the reason why they're going to trade him is because he just hasn't worked out. And Alec Burks is their ticket to get off of him at this point, I think. Convert Truly says Harden is already showing he wants to come to the Sixers today and does not want to wait till the summer. True, but he will go in the summer if he has to wait. Haha says Harden to the Bulls for Patrick Williams and Kobe White. That does not work money-wise. Welcome to the stream, everyone. We got 600 of you lovely people in here. Make sure to go ahead and hit that subscribe button. If you are new to Utility Sports, it'd be absolutely awesome. And I really do appreciate everyone who is in here. I'm going to go ahead and fly down here. We have a comment here about the Dame 8s. They look crazy. I haven't seen them yet. I need to give them a look. There's a few Dames. I was looking at the Dame Gnosis the other day, and they look really nice. So I kind of want to pick up a pair of those. Mike Waller says, so Harden is worse than nothing. Dumb. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like the Sixers will be better with James Harden because right now they have nothing basically instead of him. Harden was the one that pushed to go to Brooklyn. He was, right, which is why he's a little hesitant to push his way out of Brooklyn right now. XE Dep says Harden couldn't make it work with Westbrook, Paul, Durant. What makes you think it will with Embiid? Well, you're being way too critical of a young player who was coming off the bench early in his career because, first of all, like you look at what Scott Brooks was doing with that Thunder team. James Harden should have been a starter. And you look at what Sam Presti decided to do. They decided to trade a guy that he got to see every single day in practice. He chose Serge Ibaka over him. And by not making it work with Westbrook and Durant, if by that you mean getting to the NBA Finals when they're all young, that's pretty good. Okay. And in terms of not making it work with Chris Paul, he was one game away from the finals. And if Chris Paul doesn't pull his hamstring, they probably make the finals. Just like right now, when Kawhi Leonard went down, no one expected the Clippers and Paul George to make the finals. You can't say that the Rockets should have beaten Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green without Chris Paul. Like, that's just unrealistic. And the fact that they even were in a position to upset them had Chris Paul not gotten hurt in the back end of Game 5 in that series shows how good James Harden and Chris Paul were playing that season. Serge Ibaka to the Bulls. That makes a lot of sense, actually. That does make a ton of sense. MG says, don't trade Mitch to the Knicks. Of course, Mitchell Robinson's had a few really good games this season that make him really hard to give up. I definitely understand why you would want to not move on from him. Snipes Gaming says the best for the Knicks to do is dump salaries. Yeah, for sure. So dumping salary does make sense here. That's what I'm talking about with Fournier. That's what I'm talking about with Alec Burks. This offseason, I was critical about some of their moves. I said, they didn't move the needle enough. Knicks fans got mad at me about that. But here we are now. They're out of the play-in spot in the East. They need to make moves. Tom Thibodeau's kind of having the same track he had in Minnesota his first year there, where first and second year there, where first year everything's going great. They're singing Kumbaya. They make the playoffs, overachieve. Everyone's like, wow, Tom Thibodeau's this great coach. And then year two, it all falls apart again. And Julius Randle basically wants out of New York like Jimmy Butler wanted out of Minnesota. I mean, it's not a surprise with this guy. He's a good defensive-minded coach, but clearly something he does in the locker room and with the team just doesn't resemble what players like and what players want down the road. Sam here says, how about Westbrook? Will be traded tonight? I don't think Westbrook gets traded. I think ultimately he's going to stay in LA with the Lakers. I would be surprised if they move on from him. S. Antonio wants to say Harden works well with bigs, not other guards. See, that's for the most part what I feel, but I do think he works well with some guards. It just depends on kind of their style. They have to be willing to play off the ball, and I think Tyrese Maxey would probably work well with him. Here, a Bulls fan says Bulls need to get Jerami Grant. So that's interesting. I don't think the Bulls need Jerami Grant. I think that they would be pretty well off just getting a little bit of forward depth off the bench. That's what I would do if I was running the Bulls. I wouldn't want to give up Patrick Williams in a deal for Jerami Grant. I would be patient with it myself. Braden wants to know, if I think Julius Randle will get traded? Again, welcome everyone to the stream. Absolutely love that you guys are all in here. Does really mean a lot. Make sure you hit that subscribe button right now if you are new to Utility Sports. Do I think that Julius Randle gets traded? No, I don't. I think that there was a market for him, and that market was Sacramento. And I thought that's if they decided they want to stick with Halliburton and Mitchell as their backcourt of the future, it would be De'Aaron Fox and De'Aaron Fox for Julius Randle and a couple of like second round picks or maybe Cam Reddish or something, which would have made sense for both sides to me because the Knicks get their point guard, the Kings move on, figure out their backcourt of the future. They opted for Sabonis, though, and then the Fox and the Ox era last night had a phenomenal start in which Domantas Sabonis had a really, really nice game there. And actually, I'm pretty high now after watching them on Domantas Sabonis working with some of those players there. I think they do need a little bit more shooting there in Sacramento, which is why I think that they reroute Richaun Holmes today and try and get a little bit more wing help. Convert truly says Durant's not a center. Yeah, I agree. Haha says Harold the Golden State. That's interesting. I don't necessarily see it though, but very interesting. Convert truly says Joel can dominate in the paint while James Harden can dominate outside. Yeah, it's a little bit more complicated than that though. So that's just my thoughts on that. Mike Waller says it doesn't matter. Harden can re-sign with the Sixers and they can trade for even more than Simmons. There is no team that Harden would go to that could afford him in free agency. Yeah, but there's always ways to get off of salary. So, I mean, the Nets would risk losing him for nothing, Mike, which is why there is a little bit of actual, negotiation going on here. The Gold Eagle, thank you for $10. I'm skipping down to this one, so I make sure I get to it. You think the Nets should trade for Kemba Walker or Dennis Schroeder? Maybe Goran Dragic in the buyout market? That's a great question here. So for the Nets, it all depends on what happens with Harden here, because if they have to attach Patty Mills in the deal, excuse me, I dropped my phone. I'm trying to keep everything up to date on Twitter for what's going on in this deal. I think that they should probably try and hold on to Patty Mills. If they can keep Patty Mills, they don't necessarily need to make a move like this. I think Schroeder does make some sense for them, though. And Goran Dragic in the buyout market is going to be awesome for whatever team gets him. My guess is going to be the Dallas Mavericks. I'm a Mavs fan, and I know how close Luka Doncic is with Goran Dragic. I think that's going to be a massive pull for him when he hits free agency after getting bought out. But I think the Nets, if they called, I think he would really consider that because of where they're at with their roster. They're still good enough to win a championship. Even if they get Ben Simmons, I still think they can make enough noise to win one out east. It'll be tough for them, but I do think they will be really good. My Holy King says, good morning. Go Brooklyn. Go Brooklyn. Welcome, my Holy King. Hopefully you are having a good day. We'll see if today's a huge day or not for your Brooklyn Nets. Of course, there's a lot on the line here. Again, welcome everyone to the live stream. Hopefully you guys are enjoying because it's going to be an absolutely awesome NBA trade deadline season at this point. There's been a ton to go down in terms of news. It's been a pretty active trade deadline as well when you look at some of the bigger trades that have gone down. Let's take a look at them right now. I am trying to get to everyone's comments, but you guys are absolutely killing it. There's so many. I'm going to try and get to them all. All right. So here's some of the big deals already done. Sabonis, Holiday, Lamb to Sacramento. We got to see Sabonis, Holiday, and Lamb make their debut for Sacramento last night. Halliburton, Hield, and Thompson to Indiana. And the nice thing is tomorrow night, Friday, is the Pacers game. They're going to have Halliburton debut in that one, I would guess. Also, we saw CJ McCollum, Larry Nance, and Tony Snell get traded to the Pelicans for Josh Hart, Nickeil Alexander-Walker, Satoransky, Didi Luzada, and a 2022 first-round pick. And then also we saw Karis LeVert get traded to Cleveland for Ricky Rubio, a 2022 first and a 2022 second. So pretty good deal overall. Zane says here, you think Shaedon Sharpe goes to draft or stays in Kentucky? So that's a great question. And that's one right now that I am struggling to answer a little bit because he is a really solid player and someone who I think is ready for the NBA. But the issue is his stock might be a little bit lower because he's not going to play college basketball this season. So very possible here that he just stays at Kentucky. But I would opt for him coming out and just hoping that he impresses during the combine and individual workout phase. Because once NBA teams see this kid just jump, that might be his whole individual workout. He just goes there and jumps one time, and they might be like, yeah, we kind of like this kid. We might take him in the top 10 because that's how athletic he is. Hans says, and don't forget to hit the like button. Thank you, Hans, for saying that. Welcome back to the stream today. Yes, please, please, please make sure you hit the like button. That would be absolutely awesome if you guys could do that for me. Let's go here now to the next comment. Paivo says, greetings from the Basque Country. Do you think Miles Turner will move out of Indiana? Toronto, maybe? That's a great question. Let's talk about the very intriguing center here, and that is, of course, Miles Turner for Indiana. I think he stays in Indiana. I would be pretty surprised if he gets dealt because what I think there is the Pacers GM Chad Buchanan probably is looking at Tyrese Halliburton and Miles Turner as a very intriguing duo in the pick and roll game, which is something Miles Turner has historically expressed his interest in being a pick and roll big, someone who is a little bit more involved in the offense rather than just a floor spacer. And I think it's very possible with Halliburton there now that we see Miles Turner's production jump from about 12, 13 points a game all the way up to 15, 16, maybe even 17 points a game. I think that's how important Tyrese Halliburton will be to getting Miles Turner involved. You still have Malcolm Brogdon there as well. The Pacers can still be really good right now. And by really good, I don't mean they're going to be a playoff team, but like they'll be competitive. They'll stay in games. They'll be intriguing to watch. And I think Tyrese Halliburton was a phenomenal addition to them. And because of that, I think Miles Turner is a phenomenal player to hold on to at this point. I think they'd have to get blown away by a deal to make something happen. Brandon Lee says, Raps trade for Miles Turner or Rashawn Holmes or Nurk. What are my thoughts on that? So the Raptors, for me, I don't like Nurkic in Toronto. I just don't think he's athletic enough to play the center position there for what Nick Nurse is going to want from him. He doesn't protect the rim well enough. Rashawn Holmes is someone who's interesting. He doesn't protect the rim super great either, but he's a little bit more athletic and kind of fits what they're looking for as a pick and roll big who can work with Scotty Barnes and Fred Van Vliet, I think Rashawn Holmes is the player that makes the most sense because he's now coming off the bench in Sacramento, but he's clearly a starting level center. So for me, if I'm Sacramento, I'm on the phone with Toronto right now trying to move Rashawn Holmes there and get some decent value back. Yeah, says Lakers, Westbrook, THT, Reeves, 2023 second round pick, two of them, 2025 first, Blazers, Lillard, Nurkic, and McLemore. No, that will not happen. I promise you that. JJ, welcome to the stream, says, dude, have you seen the pick and roll play of Fox and Sabonis? Looks nice. I wish they can win more. Yeah, so the pick and roll play between them's nice. I also really like Sabonis working out of the high post. Him and Chimezie Metu showed really early signs of something that I think is going to be phenomenal chemistry. Threw a really nice lob to him from near half court. Also had a few really nice baseline cuts where Sabonis gets the ball at the high post, throws a little nice dump underneath pass, and Metu cleans it up from there. So I do think that very, very good day for Sabonis last night. He had a very good night in his debut with the Kings, and I think there's going to be a lot of excitement there in Sacramento. That's the loudest I've ever heard that arena watching that game last night against the Wolves. They beat a team that's in the playoffs right now, and they did it fairly convincingly down the stretch, so a lot of kudos to them. PM says, good day. Any update on the Raptors? Trust Masai Ujiri. Masai Ujiri is a phenomenal executive, one of the smartest guys in all of basketball. And for updates on them, I think they're going to be listening for backup players, guys like Kenrich Williams, Terrence Ross. A reunion there in Toronto makes sense to me. And then you also look at this team probably looking at the center market. We just talked about Richaun Holmes a little bit, looked at Miles Turner and Yusuf Nurkic. I think Richaun Holmes is the most realistic out of those, and I think he would be a phenomenal addition for sure. Gabriel says, you think Miami needs to make a move? Yeah, I think they're going to go back for a backup big, and one that stands out to me here is PJ Washington. A deal like this that I've got on the screen right now, to answer your question there, Gabe. I think that's what makes the most sense for Miami. You get a solid player here who could really help move the needle for you in the short term, and also someone who fits a long-term window around what Tyler Hero, Duncan Robinson, and Bam Adebayo, that kind of group could be. I think that makes sense. Elijah wants to know, how would you feel about Dennis Schroeder to the Cavs? That's the one I think is going to happen yet today. I think it's going to happen for a second-round pick, and I do really like that for Cleveland, and I like it for Boston as well for a couple reasons. I like it for Boston because specifically for them, they're a team that needs to get out of the luxury tax. I don't think Dennis Schroeder is really changing their life right now. And I think that Cleveland, with the injuries they've sustained, of course, they had to get off Ricky Rubio for LeVert to get another ball handler. But they also had to get off. They're also dealing with the Colin Sexton injury. And I think he's a player there that Schroeder could come in and emulate a little bit off the bench, which he's not going to give you everything that Sexton does, especially not the efficiencies as a scorer. But what I do think is he's going to handle the ball down the stretch of games and really help clean up the minutes that Darius Garland is not in the game. Moving on here to my Holy King. He says, hit that like button. Yes, please do hit the like button. Also subscribe if you are new to Utility Sports. That would be absolutely awesome. One Round Left says, so you believe Harden is the same level of playmaker as Paul? Not necessarily the same level of playmaker. I mean, playmakers, there's like tiers to things. James Harden is just as good of a pick and roll playmaker. Now, is he as good of an open floor playmaker? I don't think so. But what I do think he does is I think he puts more pressure on defenses as a scorer, which makes playmaking easier for him. So when you get downhill, you drive and kick a little bit easier, and he just draws more attention to him. I think eyes are on him more often than they're on Chris Paul. Chris Paul is one of the best passers of all time. So saying James Harden's not quite as good of a playmaker to him isn't really something. I don't think I'm hating on James Harden by saying that. What I think I'm saying is James Harden is one of the best playmakers of all time, and that's his secondary skill, which is what makes him so special. B. Foster says, still beat the Lakers. Yes, the Blazers, their G League team, basically. A whole bunch of backups went out and beat the Lakers. Of course, no Russell Westbrook in that game, and there's a lot of drama right now in Titletown. And by Titletown, I mean Los Angeles, which hasn't been Titletown now for, again, a couple of seasons, and before that for quite some time. JJ says, news said Dallas is trying to move THJ, that's Tim Hardaway Jr. Which team do you think needs his services? A lot of teams could use him. He's a good player. I think it would be a mistake if Dallas trades Tim Hardaway Jr. simply because he is that type of guy. He's someone who can come off the bench and give you buckets, can fit into a starting lineup and score the basketball efficiently. I really like what he is for sure. And he's someone that I, as a Mavericks fan, do not want to see them give up. I know he's having a down year right now. He's just not shooting the basketball well. He's getting solid looks. He's still playing his game. Just shots aren't falling. This is one of those where you have to look at some progression to the mean. And what I mean by that is the mean is his average, how well he usually shoots. I think there's going to be a little bit of corrective nature in his shooting percentages, his shooting splits, where he just gets back to being as good as he was as a shooter. It's not like he got worse all of a sudden over the offseason. Part of it is there's a new basketball they're using this year. So I think he maybe had some time adjusting to that. And the whole Mavericks team is just not shooting well. Maybe they got maybe they have to go get the arena rims checked out there in the American Airlines Center. King Kane, welcome to the stream, says, I wish the Sixers would pass on Harden and go after Murray and White from the Spurs. Interesting. I don't think DeJounte Murray's really available, though. I do understand why you would want that combo from San Antonio. It's a really good young duo. And I think they have a better long-term outlook in terms of what they'll be 5, 6, 7 years from now than compared to what James Harden will be, obviously. But I think at the same time as well, Harden is more ready to win right now than DeJounte and Derek White are, if that makes sense. Burke says, wow, I wasn't aware of this channel. You got me in 2 minutes with those comments. I got subscribed up. Awesome. Well, glad to have you a part of the crew here, Burke. Absolutely awesome. Hopefully you guys are enjoying. I try my best. Of course, a lot of this off the top of my head, you guys asking about all these different teams, all 30 of them. And I think that's really what sets us apart here from an ESPN or some of those other platforms, because all they talk about are the Lakers, Nets, and some of the other big teams like the Knicks. Here we talk about all 30 teams. Just talked about the Pacers a bit, and we'll talk about the Pacers a little bit more here as Itachi asks, will the Pacers move Buddy Hield? That's a great question. Yes, I think that there's going to be an offer they ultimately take for Buddy Hield. Now, there's a few options here. It could be Talen Horton-Tucker, and then you also get Kendrick Nunn in that, and the 2027 first-round pick from the Lakers. Or you could go in another route and attach him in a 5-team trade. We're going to take a look at some trades here in just a second when we get there. Let's go down here to 1 round left. I was a little confused at what he was saying about Harden putting up the same amount of assists as Paul. Maybe he's making the point that Harden is elite scorer while having above average playmaking. Right, exactly. That's what I mean. Right. Hopefully I was trying to be clear on that. I'm not saying that he's a better playmaker than a guy like Chris Paul or like LeBron James. I think Luka Doncic is a better playmaker than James Harden. But what I do think is for his secondary skill to be one of the guys who he's still someone who is capable of leading the league in assists. Not that he's the best passer, but he's capable of doing that. He's done it multiple times. That's tough to do. It's tough to lead the entire league in assists. And he does that. He's done that before in his career. And he's someone who, if you want him to play a certain way, you can make him your point guard. You can make him a shooting guard. You can make him your scoring threat. The one thing you can't do is really make him your defensive stopper. He will not do that. So, but other than that, I mean, offensively, he's extremely versatile. Amber, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you in here. Awesome seeing her in here. My Holy King says, why would KD want Kemba Walker on the Nets? Right, I don't think that's going to happen. Jay Thack says, give us a trade that you think could happen today that no one is talking about. Let's talk about it then. Let's go to a trade that I think no one is talking about that could go down. And I'm going to pull up this here because I think the team to watch with this is going to be the Minnesota Timberwolves or the Memphis Grizzlies. Those are the two teams that I think are flying under the radar right now. The Grizzlies have 3 first-round picks this year, assuming the Lakers pick does convey, because there's potential that it doesn't, because they're not playing the best basketball right now. But assuming it does, they have 3 first-round picks, and they've got some nice players that they could use to make a move. I think it could be something like a first-round pick in Kyle Anderson, and maybe like DeAnthony Melton. You throw that together to get an upgrade at small forward for the long term. That could be something you look at. I don't necessarily know if they're going to make a move, though, with how they've been playing. But then for Minnesota, I think Malik Beasley's on the table. I could see Montrezl Harrell getting traded to the Minnesota Timberwolves. I don't think anyone's really talked about that too much. Harrell to the Wolves makes a lot of sense to me for a backup big there that could add a little bit of scoring punch off the bench. I do really like that. And just considering what the Wolves need, I think that Harrell could be a really good fit there in a reunion with Patrick Beverley. Let's go on here now to another comment. We're going to talk here now about skirmish. So since James Harden is hopeful for a trade to the 76ers, what do you think a trade could look like? And that is a great question. So here I'm going to actually share my screen, and I'm going to show you guys exactly the trades I have cooked up here. I've got a bunch of them. So we will talk it through here, and I will share my thoughts on what's happening. Okay, this is the wrong one. I do not want to share that screen with you guys quite yet. Let me stop that and let me share again. I want to share a different tab. I wasn't sure exactly which order the tabs would be in, so I have to start from the bottom, not the top here. Give me 1 second. All right, here we go. Let's hit share here now. So this is going to be the progression of how things go down for, and this is the wrong one again. Nice, lovely. Excuse me, guys. I am having a little bit of technical difficulties. Bear with me just for a second because I do have some awesome trades cooked up that I am excited to share with you guys, but it will just take a second here to get to that point. Let me go ahead here. Welcome everyone to the stream. If you guys are new to Utility Sports, make sure to hit that subscribe button. It would be absolutely awesome to have your support. Hopefully you are enjoying everything on the channel. So this one here is that one from the Nets. All right, let's go to this one. I think that's the one that I don't want. Might be this one here. I think this is what I'm going to start with. Okay, here we go. So you guys should be able to see my screen now. And what you're seeing here is what I think the 76ers starting offer is. This is where I think the 76ers start discussions. They say, we'll get James Harden, and you guys take Seth Curry and Ben Simmons. And you'll also get our first round pick this year. That is where the discussions start. Now, I don't think that this is the actual deal that gets accepted. Okay. I'm going through the progression of what, negotiations are going to look like here. And this is under the assumption that both sides are playing by the rules and saying no Tyrese Maxey, because I don't think that the Nets are going to be able to land Tyrese Maxey in this process. So if that's the initial offer, we're going to go and take a look at what the Nets would counter with, which is going to be something along these lines here, where I think they're going to ask for something like this, where here they're like, no, you got to at least give us Matisse Thybulle in that. We need Thybulle in this deal. We want Seth Curry. We want Ben Simmons, and you're going to give us a first-round pick. And maybe they even ask for a second first-round pick in this initial counter. Okay, so this is what I'm thinking their initial counter would look like, based off of the idea that Tyrese Maxey is not going to be involved and that they're going to try and make a move centered around Simmons and Curry in terms of what the actual financial picture looks like. Now, if we continue forward, I think that the Nets, or the 76ers rather, are going to say, well, I don't know if we want to give up Matisse Thybulle. So what we're going to do here is we're going to counter offer something like this. We're going to up our original offer a bit, and we're going to give you a 2027 unprotected first round pick. Oh, and by the way, we're kind of old, so we don't know what our team's going to be like. Kyrie Irving probably won't be playing basketball at that point. Kevin Durant might not be playing basketball by 2027. That could be a really good pick for you guys. And then we'll also take Seth Curry and Ben Simmons in this deal, and we'll give you James Harden, and that's kumbaya. So that's where the Nets would say maybe. The Nets would really consider this. What I think is a real possibility, though. So we're going to go ahead here and stop that one. I think there is one final possibility here, and we're going to take a really good look at it, and it's a big multi-team trade, which is why I think it's taking as long as it has so far to really get discussions and negotiations going, because I think there is a lot going on. And we're going to do this live here. We're going to look at what a live trade could be like. So notice the four teams I've gotten here: the Sixers, Nets, Pacers, Thunder. So the way that this is going to start is obviously Ben Simmons to Brooklyn. We're going to trade him to the Nets. What we're going to do is we're going to send Seth Curry to the Nets. Those guys clearly going to Brooklyn, and James Harden clearly going to the 76ers. That is the starting point for basically every single deal. If you're seeing any mock trades and it's not starting like this, it's probably not correct. Look at the money here: 41 million coming in, 44 going out. That's the 125% rule. That's how it's got to work. That's why Seth Curry's got to be involved. Then from here is when you get into some of the fun extra stuff. There is a ton of different things that could happen here. For example, we could see Buddy Hield get traded to the 76ers because they're going to say, we want more shooting. If we have to give up Seth Curry, we'll take Buddy Hield in. I know it's a little bit of a downgrade for them, in my opinion, because he's more expensive, but they're going to try and do that because I think with James Harden, they'll put the ball in his hands and they want someone who can pace and space off of him, and that'll be Buddy Hield, who is not shy about getting shots up. To create the cap space for Buddy Hield, they will trade Tobias Harris to the Thunder. And in turn here, again, they're still going to send that 2022 first to the Brooklyn Nets. They're going to send a 2024 first to the, actually, they cannot trade the 2024 first. They're going to trade the 2027 first to the Thunder in that deal. So Sam Presti gets an asset for taking in someone like Tobias Harris. Here you see they would go under the cap space. So what's going to happen is, to incentivize Brooklyn, they're going to send them Kenrich Williams, if I can find him, who is actually a very nice player and someone who has a very nice role right now in the league. And I think someone who's going to be very valuable around the league. And they're also going to send Mike Muscala out the door to the Brooklyn Nets. So now at this point, the Brooklyn Nets are taking in 46.7 and sending out 44. The 76ers are sending out 77, taking in 67. So they'll open up about a $10 million tax exception. And for the Pacers to be giving up Buddy Hield, what they'll get is a few second round picks from Philly, that go to the Pacers here. You can see like a 2022 second and a 2024 second. And then on top of that, you'll probably see something along the lines of maybe a younger guy. Someone like Isaiah Joe maybe goes into Indiana. He's a pretty good shooter type as well. It has a little bit of a role this year on Philadelphia, but assuming they get Buddy Hield, James Harden, Isaiah Joe's role probably diminishes quite a bit anyway. So you see them move on from him. And then additionally in this deal, I think there's a few other things that we could see go down. So hopefully you guys are still sticking with me here. We'll talk a little bit more about what this could look like. So I do want to make sure I'm getting everything. I did kind of prep this a little bit ahead of time. This is my idea, though, up to this point about what we could see. See enough cap space here, enough coming in and outgoing there that this would work. This also helps the Pacers open up a $22 million trade exception, which is huge. It would help them with flexibility, bringing in a really good player this offseason if they wanted to do that via trade, or someone who makes at least a lot of money, or they could use it to bring in other assets. And still at this point, we could see a guy like TJ Warren maybe go out the door, which could be valuable as well. We could see him, for example, go to the 76ers, where if they want to bring in a forward, it gives them a little bit of flexibility going into the future. That could make some sense as well at this point. But we would see a deal like this. I think, maybe there's a couple picks I need to add in here, but we can go ahead, hit try trade, and you'll see that this does indeed work. Of course, they're saying the recently traded rule, but that right now does not actually apply to Buddy Hield. So don't take that into account because he hasn't, played for them yet. So he is still trade eligible. They can just wrap a third team in and get something that would work like that. So this is what a trade would look like potentially. Let me know your thoughts on this in the comment section. Of course, there is a ton going on here. So definitely a huge move. Matt Campbell says, just saw you pop up in my recommended about 25 minutes ago. And man, your analysis is phenomenal. Can't wait to tune into the future. Glad you're enjoying. I really, really do love talking about NBA basketball. It is like my favorite thing basically on the planet. I love NBA basketball. It's my favorite thing to do. It's my favorite thing to talk about. And I'm glad that you guys are enjoying. I'm glad you're enjoying as well, Matt. Let's go ahead here, continue going forward. Mason says Wall for Westbrook. Definitely a possibility. I don't think it's going to happen, though. Rahul, welcome back to the stream. Glad to have you in here again today. Says, do you think the Raptors can get THT based on the rumors? For sure. I think that there's a possibility they land Talen Horton-Tucker. And I think Talen Horton-Tucker would be phenomenal in Toronto. If there's any type of player that fits the exact archetype of what Toronto likes, it is Talen Horton-Tucker, someone who maybe isn't the tallest, but he has a pretty good strength to him, and his arms go on for days. He has a 7-foot wingspan, and I know how much Toronto loves their length. Zane says, how exactly you think the Harden trade going to go down? I'm thinking Sixers receive Harden and Sharp. Nets get 2 first-round picks. Second-round pick, Curry, Simmons, Drummond, Thibault. That's a possibility as well. That's not a bad idea. I think something like this is a possibility here. There's a ton of moving pieces, which is why maybe the trade would be taking this long. But I do think that they are fairly deep into discussions, despite some reports that they aren't. I do think that they are, at this point, going to be pretty deep in discussions. And I agree with Mazzone here that Sixers are not going to get rid of Thibault. I think they're going to value him too much alongside James Harden. I think to hide some of James Harden's defensive incapabilities, Thibault is going to be huge for them. Ons Rabe says, Patty is going to win the 3-point contest for Joe. Hopefully, that would be awesome to see. Alex Sanders wants to know how long I'm streaming for. I will be streaming through the entire trade deadline. I will be streaming until 3:30 Eastern time today, which is half an hour after the trade deadline, so that sometimes the deals that linger a little bit don't come out right on time. I'll still get to them too. So this is the place you're going to want to be all day long here. Hopefully you are enjoying so far, Alex. I'm having a lot of fun talking about NBA basketball. Claudel wants to know, who do the Celtics get, and is the winning streak a fluke? No, it's not a fluke. I think the biggest thing for Boston is you look at when you have a first-year head coach in Ime Udoka. Beginning of the season is always going to be a little shaky, a little rough. And kind of like the Mavericks, I think the Celtics are the Mavericks of the East, and the Mavericks are the Celtics of the West. Those two teams, both new head coaches there. Of course, Jason Kidd has head coaching experience in the past. Ime Udoka does not. But they had to figure out what they had on their roster. So you saw them playing a little bit deeper lineups to start, a little bit further rotations. And then they kind of tighten everything up, see who they got, see who they like, and then roll with it from there. Gold Eagle, thank you again for the donation earlier. Really do appreciate that. He says, if I'm the Nets, I'm definitely trying to get Schroeder from Boston. He could really help that team. I do agree. Jason Kimball says, don't forget about the Powell Covington trade to Clips for Bledsoe. Yep, I do. I did have that on the second thing. I'm sorry for not including that when I talked about the trades. Brian Cruz, the trade deadline is at 3 p.m. Eastern time today. Ben Price said, please, can Dallas get Rashawn Holmes? Your opinion at Utility Sports, just sub since you're a Mavs fan. Well, I'm glad that you're subbed. Glad that I could bring some fellow Mavs fans with me here to Utility Sports. That's awesome to see. I'm a big-time Dallas Mavericks fan. Let's go Mavs. Hashtag MFFL. But for the Mavericks, I don't know if Rashawn Holmes is in the cards. I would love for them to. If they attach maybe Dwight Powell and then they give up a few second-round picks potentially, but I just don't necessarily know if that's going to work itself out. Sonny, we got the win yesterday by 35 points. My players played pretty good, so I'm pretty proud of the youngins for that. Hopefully, they keep up that performance moving forward. We've been playing well this season, so I'm not going to toot my horn too much, but I think it's the coaching. Tyler Gannon says, do you think the Mavericks have the assets to trade for a mid-tier star? Does a Kleber or Powell plus Dorian Finney-Smith and a possible pick the deal done? That's really where they would start discussions for a guy who is like John Collins or maybe Jerami Grant. That's who I'm kind of assuming you're thinking about as those mid-tier stars. I don't necessarily know if a deal will get done for Dallas today for a mid-tier star. I think if anything, it's going to be Rashawn Holmes or potentially Goran Dragic, but I don't really see the Dragic thing happening because of his salary number. I think that would come through the buyout market. So for me, I think realistically, Dallas probably stands pat today. Maybe looks for one shooting type player. A guy like Terrence Ross could make some sense. I know he's a little streaky as a shooter, but that's when he has a ton of pressure on him as a creator. I think if he just got to catch and shoot a little bit more, his numbers would rise a bit. Convert Truly says, what trade deal do you think the Sixers and Nets could do surrounding Simmons and Harden? That's the one I got up on the screen right now. I'm going to go down here. I'm not trying to skip any comments, but Learning PH says, with James Wiseman trade? I don't think so. I think Wiseman is going to be staying in Golden State. Zane says, when do you think the first trades go down? I think probably around noon today. So about 2 or 3 hours from now, I think there's probably going to be the first deal. And I think it's going to start a flurry of deals right after that. Here, Gatz says, if Lakers will waive DeAndre Jordan and Bazemore, who are the available free agents that they can sign? Best case scenario, they get like a guy like Goran Dragic, who I think could actually help them off the bench a bit. There's not a ton out there, though, which is why they're free agents currently. So we'll have to monitor the buyout market. Really, the buyout market will open up by March 1st. So that's kind of when we'll have the best idea of what's going to be available and what players can help other teams. Deshaun Dotson says, should the Hornets try to get Nurkic this offseason if they can't get Miles Turner? To me, no. I think that Nurkic is a good player. For some of these young teams, I like the idea of having athletic bigs who can protect the rim a little bit more efficiently and more often than a guy like Nurkic can. And I think that I'm a big believer in Kai Jones, the guy they drafted in the first round last year. I also really like James Bouknight. I think Mitch Kupchak's a phenomenal GM. And I would trust, if I'm him and I'm in his shoes, I would trust my own process about who I'm drafting and just work on developing and building in the center spot if I can't get Miles Turner. We have a question here from Venkata about a Clippers trade. Clippers, I think, are going to be quiet the rest of the trade deadline just because they already made their move, got Norman Powell, and also got Robert Covington. I don't think that there's anything else for them to really, explore and try and get done. Brandon Lee says, maybe Raptors go back and trade for our man Serge. Should be decently cheap. He wouldn't be bad to bring in. I just don't necessarily know if he moves the needle at all. Which, if you're in their shoes, you're looking for someone who can move the needle. I think at the center spot. So for a depth under purpose, potentially, but I don't exactly know if I see anything. Make sure you guys are not spamming in the chat as well. Ballcap Sports says, great stream. Do you think Washington could still trade Beal after the injury news? No, I do not think so. I think Beal will be staying in Washington past the trade deadline. Main YT says, I'm speculating that this trade will happen. Ben Simmons for Damian Lillard. Interesting. Not something I would predict, but it is possible. Ballcap Sports says, yo, I like to do like jumps on my channel. Okay. Let's go ahead and make sure you guys hit the like button for sure. J-Thack says, what surprise trade do you see happening today that I was talking about? I think I did answer that. So hopefully you were able to hear that. I know, guys, I am quite behind on the comments, but that's because you're putting so many awesome comments in there. So just be patient. Put your comment in. I'm going to get to it, okay? So be patient with me, please. Thank you. Steel City says Harden's a pure scorer. Yeah, but he's a really good facilitator as well on top of that. Jason Kimball says, what's up? Ballcap Sports, is lockout over? LAFK says, do you think Celtics make a move? Yes, I think that Dennis Schroeder ultimately gets traded. Looking here now, Frank says Warriors trade. No, I don't think so. I don't think Harrell's going to get traded to Golden State, and I don't think that the Warriors are going to make a move. Main YT is saying, I'm speculating that this trade will happen. Ben Simmons for Harden. Interesting. Get them likes up. Yes, please, guys, go ahead. Smash the like button on the stream right now. I'm going to give you guys 1 minute to do it. Hit the like button. It would mean a lot to have your guys' support. If you could go ahead and hit that like button, that would be absolutely huge for us at Utility Sports. And we're getting closer to 6.5K subscribers. So please, please, please hit that subscribe button. That would mean so much to me if you guys could go ahead and do that right now. I would greatly appreciate that. Let's carry on now here with more NBA trade deadline discussion. Let's keep going. Ballcap Sports says, dude, you're killing it right now. Keep it up. Thank you. Justin Anderson, welcome back to the stream today. Yes, we did win by 35 points yesterday. So a good coaching W for me. Glad to have gotten the win after a nice long day of streaming. And then glad to be back streaming again today. Hopefully you guys are enjoying. Alexander says, what other moves do you think will be made for the Clippers? I don't think really anything. I don't really think there's a lot for them to do yet at this point. I think they're pretty content with what their roster is going to be not only this year, but going into next year. Here, the Atlanta analyst says, seeing reports the Mavs are aggressively shopping Tim Hardaway Jr. and Pacers and Clippers are interested. Interesting. So I haven't seen the Clippers interest there. That surprises me now that they have Norman Powell, that they would also be interested in Tim Hardaway Jr. My thought there for them is that if they feel like they could get Hardaway Jr. for Kennard and a little bit of something, that would make sense for them. But then also for the Pacers, I mean, that makes a ton of sense because Rick Carlisle notably loves Tim Hardaway Jr. Of course, coached him in Dallas, and I think would be extremely interested in bringing him in. Main YT says Josh Richardson and a first-round pick for Buddy. I don't think you have to give up that much to get Buddy Hield. Probably, I think what would be interesting here is like a 3-team deal in which Josh Richardson goes to the Lakers, Talen Horton-Tucker goes to the Pacers, and then Buddy Hield goes to the Celtics along with a first-round pick. I think that's what would be interesting in that deal. The first-round pick, of course, coming from the Lakers, the 2027 one. NBA MX says, I don't know if Jerami Grant fits long-term with Cunningham. Think Detroit should try to move him. I think so for sure. I just don't think they're actually going to move him. Randy, what do you think about moving Russell from the T-Wolves? D'Lo's not going anywhere. He had a really good game last night against the Kings. Put up over 30 points again last night. He's been a huge part of that team. I don't think he's going to get traded. Plus, he's really good friends with Karl Anthony Towns. Goran M says, chances Raptors decide to surprise us and move one of their starters? No, very little chance there. I think they really like what they have on that roster. I would be shocked if they make any big-time moves like that. Randy wants to know about the Hawks. So about Atlanta, I think that they're probably going to just roll through the trade deadline here. Maybe a little bit of a small end move for a guy who could make some sense coming off the bench at that point guard spot, or maybe for a defensive-minded wing. But at the end of the day, I don't see anything massive. I definitely don't see a John Collins trade anymore. Just given where they're currently at, they've been playing better since they traded Cam Reddish. I think they're in a pretty good situation, and I think that they're not going to do anything super drastic. Chester says, should Warriors make a trade because they need big man who can rebound and defend the rim? Their weakness showed up in the game against the Jazz. You're right. They do need those things, and luckily for them, they have James Wiseman who fills all of those things because he can rebound and he can protect the rim. So they just need him to get healthy and back into the swing of things. Lois says, new here, awesome topic. Do you think Tyrese Maxey could be traded? That's a great question. Glad you're enjoying it, Lois. Glad to have you part of the stream here. You guys are all so awesome and do really appreciate everything that you guys are doing. All the comments you're putting in here as well. That's absolutely awesome. For Tyrese Maxey, no, I do not think he'll get traded. Trigga says, what moves could the Hawks make? Again, it's just for a backup point guard or something along those lines. Dion here says almost 900 in the chat. Yes, which means we should have about 700 more subscribers than we do. Please go ahead, hit that subscribe button. I'm going to refresh right now in just 1 minute here. I'm going to give you 1 minute to hit that subscribe button, and then I'm going to refresh. 24K Bliss says, W YouTube channel. Thank you. Glad that you are enjoying. Hopefully, you guys are enjoying the collaboration. I know I'm way behind. I'm trying my best to get in here. Emma Gaming says, I've been in the stream since like 10 people. Yes, you have. You're absolutely awesome. Thank you for being in here. Batman says Nets will trade for me. Everyone spam Batman in the chat. That is awesome. Spam Batman right now in the chat. And go ahead and hit that subscribe button too. I'm going to refresh right now. Like I said, let's see how many we're up to now. See what number we are at. It is refreshing here for me, and we will see. Nice. Awesome, guys. You are absolutely awesome. Thank you so much for hitting the subscribe button. Colin, welcome to the stream. He says, go 76ers. Dominic says, will you be talking about trades accepted in real time? Yes. The moment a trade happens, I'm going to be watching my Twitter, and we will discuss the trade as it happens. So, yes, we will be discussing trades in real time. Goran says, Harden going to get traded for 100 honey buns. Well, that's unfortunate because Harden probably only wants to go to Philadelphia for the Philly cheesesteaks and the honey buns. So I don't know what he's going to do if the honey buns are going back to Brooklyn. That'll be kind of difficult for him. Main YT says, do you have any ideas who Celtics are going to trade for, if trade at all? I don't think they're going to trade for any players. I think they're going to trade to get off of Dennis Schroeder specifically. That's what I think happens today. Mike says, my Suns need to go after Eric Gordon. Him coming off the bench would be nice. He would be a phenomenal addition. Off the bench is another guy who can get his own shot and handle the ball. Batman himself says Nets need Eric Gordon. Eric Gordon could help a bunch of teams right now, so we'll see where he gets traded today. I would be shocked, absolutely mind blown, if he does not get traded. Franco says no pressure for Sixers as they can wait for Harden. Exactly. There isn't pressure on them. There is a ton of pressure right now on Brooklyn, in my opinion. And then Gold Eagle says whatever the Nets do, they need to get Andre Drummond from the 76ers. That could make some sense as well. Help them rebounding for sure. Ed Heller, who are the best fits and most likely traded to the Bulls? I think best fit right now would be Kenrich Williams, who plays for the Thunder. I think you could get him for a couple second-round picks. He could be extremely valuable and a really nice addition onto that bench. And I think he's someone who, without an ego to him, just comes in, plays the game the right way, and would really fit in with that cast. Day says James Harden will not be traded, so don't believe the hype. I think he's going to be honest. I think he'll get traded. Mike says here, they need Dr. J to come back, talk about the Nets. That's awesome. Convert Truly says, so who are the Pacers getting? In that deal, the one on the screen, they're getting Isaiah Joe. Oh, okay, so you saw it. There we go. Gary here says, I don't think Philly will include Curry in the deal. Maybe Danny Green. See, that's a possibility. They'll probably discuss that as well. Convert says, I thought the Pacers were just going to get ripped off. No, they're they're getting a couple of second-round picks and an okay young player out of Arkansas who can shoot the basketball pretty well. Let's go ahead. Make sure you guys are not spamming the same comment because I am getting to all of them, all right? So just please be patient with me. I'm trying my best to get through it. You guys are absolutely killing it, though, with all these comments. Kenny Dorsey says, can they trade Westbrook for James Harden? No, not going to happen. Hans the Bass says, Katie liked to tweet from the score that Harden wants out to Philly. Okay, so there is quite a bit of drama going on. Matt Campbell with the hands up emoji. Just a reminder to hit that like button. Go ahead, smash it right now. That would be absolutely awesome. Dylan Deming says, could you see a Pistons Grizz trade with Grant heading to Memphis? No, I don't think so. I don't see it just because even though he'd be a good fit, I just don't see Memphis being a team to really make the massive move to try and upgrade the roster because they're playing so well right now and they're a young team. Babana says, love from the Philippines. Stay grinding, man. Currently 11:30 p.m. Really do appreciate that. Hopefully you can stick with us for quite some time. Sherper says, do you think the Hornets will make a trade for a center? They're going to try to. They'll be around the Rashawn Holmes news. They'll be around the Miles Turner situation right now. I just don't necessarily know if I see anything officially getting done or not for them. I do have my phone set up now in a spot so I can hopefully see it without having to look too much. Degenerate Fish says LeBron trades himself to the Sixers and wins a ring. He might try it. You never really know with LeBron. Mazone says, much love for the comment reading. Of course, no problem. Hopefully you guys are enjoying. I'm trying my best to get to all the comments. So again, hopefully you guys are enjoying. Smash that like button if you are. That would be I'd be really appreciative of that. Let's go on and continue here to Gary's comment. Harden and Cam Thomas for Simmons and Danny Green works. It does work financially. I just don't know if the Nets would be willing to give up Cam Thomas in any deal where they already feel like they're giving up the best player. I just don't think that's going to happen. At this point, too, I want to urge you guys to hit that subscribe button. We are so close to 6,400 subscribers. See here, Hans says, I want a 3-team trade with Westbrook, Simmons, and Harden. That would be hilarious. I don't see it, but it would be funny. Jonah, welcome back to the stream again today. Glad to have you in here again, Jonah. Says Hornets trade for Ayton. I don't think the Suns will make any big trade like that, but he would be a really good fit there. He might be a guy to watch for in free agency if the Hornets try and find a way to open up a little bit of money. They might try and give him a good contract. Sean says Simmons, Drummond, Thibault for Bruce Brown, Harden, and Mills is the best offer yet. Yeah, that's pretty good. You probably would want to attach like Seth Curry or Danny Green in there for money as well to make it work. But I do understand the reasoning there. Anthony said, who on the Knicks is going to get in the deal? So for the Knicks, I think that they're going to trade a bunch of their players. I think they're going to trade at least 2 or 3 guys today. And I think specifically Alec Burks is going to be out. I think they're going to maximize his value this year. And I also think they're going to trade Evan Fournier. Potentially Derrick Rose out, but I would be surprised. Jay says, shoot, I'm getting my popcorn ready. LOL, that's funny. Let's keep going here. Ed Heller says Rashawn Holmes to the Bulls. He would be a good fit. I just don't know if I necessarily see it happening. Edwin says if Cavs trade Dennis from Boston, will be a huge blockbuster. Not sure if it's a blockbuster, but I do think it would be a good addition for them for sure. Convert Truly said the deadline is at 3 o'clock Eastern and 12 Pacific. Exactly right. Those are the times to watch for. Joan, welcome to the stream. Joan says Westbrook. So Westbrook, I don't think that there's going to be a trade for him today. I would be pretty surprised if he does. Chris wants to know if Marcus Smart could be a trade item, if he could be a trade candidate. To me, I think they're going to be shopping him. I ultimately don't see him getting dealt, though. I think a team like Dallas would have interest in him. And I think a team like Minnesota, the Wolves, would maybe be interested in him. But for the most part, I don't see it getting done. Rest here says, will John Collins be staying put? Yes, he will stay in Atlanta. I do not see a big trade for him. Outside of Harden, who do the Sixers target? To me, it's going to be Buddy Hield as well. They're going to target Buddy Hield just like I have in that trade on screen right now. I think that's what they go for. Metal Mike says, do you think the Phoenix Suns need to make any moves? No, I don't think they need to. I think they could use Eric Gordon. I think Eric Gordon would for sure help them. Don't get me wrong. But I don't know if needs a strong word, if that makes sense. I don't know if they need to do it because their team is really good right now. Chris Paul makes everyone around him much better. And for the most part, I think that they'd be really well set, even if they don't make a move. Colin Griffin says, go Bucks trades. Well, hopefully the Bucks make a move for you. I think that they should explore a trade for Brook Lopez, but we'll see if they actually get anything done. Gary Bankston says Rashawn Holmes for Christian Wood. Interesting. Christian Wood would be a better fit next to Domantas Sabonis, so I could see some value in that for both sides. And I think Rashawn Holmes is probably a better fit on the Rockets, just given where they're at currently and what they need at that actual center position. But I don't necessarily know if I see anything getting done there. Here, Jethro wants to know about the Dallas Mavericks, my Dallas Mavericks, if there's any move that is going to happen for Los Mavs. For the Mavs, I think they're going to be looking at some shooting and they're going to be looking at a little bit of playmaking. Ultimately, I think Goran Dragic's on this team after the buyout market, and that's essentially it. Metal Mike says like button has been Hulk smashed. Absolutely awesome. Make sure you guys copy Metal Mike there and go ahead and do it. Joni Ramirez says Heat looking to trade Duncan Robinson. I don't think so. I think they should hold on to Duncan Robinson. Playoff basketball, he's going to be huge for them just in terms of spacing the floor. and giving them another guy who can shoot from the perimeter. June here says, I'm listening to you from France. Very interesting analysis. Thanks. Unfortunately, I don't know French. Otherwise, I would speak a little bit of French. See, I do speak a little bit of Portuguese, and I do speak Spanish. No French quite yet, but maybe I'll learn it in the future, June. Tyler Gannon says, off topic, but what's your finals prediction? We'll talk about that real quick. Right now, I think it would be Golden State versus Milwaukee. That's what I see right now. I think Milwaukee's the safest bet in the East. Chicago's really good, though. Philly's pretty good. If they get James Harden, it kind of mixes things up a little. Brooklyn's really talented as well. But for the most part, I think if I had to actually put money on it, I would bet on Golden State. Phoenix is really good, too. I don't want to discredit Phoenix, but I like Golden State's depth a little bit more. That's where I think, that would be a bloodbath series, though. It's not like Phoenix is, getting swept in that or anything. That's like a 7-game series, and Curry and Clay just go off a couple games and win you 2 or 3 games by themselves. And then you have, a Jordan Poole game in there or something that kind of, really locks everything up. That'd be a great series, though. It's tough. I think Phoenix and Golden State should be the favorites coming out of the West. And I think Milwaukee should be the favorite coming out of the East. Cybert wants to know, what do you think the Raptors should target? I think they should target some winged bench depth. Right now, when you look at their team, their starters are playing a ton of minutes. OG Anunoby plays a ton. Gary Trent plays a ton. And I mean, not even just a ton, a lot. I mean, literally league-leading type numbers. Fred VanVleet, Siakam. I mean, their better players play literally the whole game. So they need a little bit more depth there for Nick Nurse. Ryan wants to know about a Knicks trade. For the Knicks right now, I don't think that there is anything specific that's going to. I don't think there's anything specific that's at this point a lock to get traded, and anything that's being specifically reported on right now. But what I do think is I think that for the most part, they're going to look to trade Evan Fournier. Here, Dominic says Lakers trying to get Cam Reddish. Yeah, I do think that they will be interested in that. Here, JX Pineda says, hey, bro, the Bulls need help with the backup power forward. Any ideas on what they can get in a trade? So Thaddeus Young could be an interesting guy for them to bring back in from San Antonio. You could also look at Kenrich Williams, who plays, more small forward, but I think could fit the bill if need be. You could also look at someone like Marvin Bagley, maybe being a little bit of a fit there. Montrezl Harrell could work pretty well in Chicago. There's a few other options out there. Christian Wood could make some sense, but for the most part, I think they're going to be relatively quiet and bring in one move at the forward spot, like you're saying. Timothy here says, do you think Orlando will move one of their guards? No, not yet. I think they're going to wait and really try and get a little bit more security on it and really know who they want to hold on to at this point. Because right now I think it's kind of up in the air between the cast of guards they have. Martin says, what do you think about the Suns getting Thad Young for Dario Saric and Jalen Smith? That could help them. I think Thad Young to Phoenix would help them for sure. And that's a move where it makes sense because you're really not giving up anything crazy. Jalen Smith's an okay young player, not worth where he was drafted, that's for sure. But definitely could help this team out getting Thaddeus Young at that point. Kyle says, do you think the Blazers are moving Ben McLemore and Yusuf Nurkic? They'd be open to giving up McLemore. I don't think Yusuf Nurkic is going to get traded. Chris Gomez, Clippers are expected to move possibly Zubats or Serge. For me, I would like to see them move Serge, but if they don't, that's, it's not the end of the world to me. Blazers fan Eric wants to know any move for the Blazers. At this point, nothing. They don't really have a ton to trade. They have Nurkic and Dame really at this point, and Ben McLemore, I guess. But I don't think that there's really anything out there that's going to be game changing for them, if that makes sense. Thomas here says Knicks might trade Robinson and Kemba. And then I hope they don't trade Reddish. Much prefer Fournier to be gone. Yeah, I agree. Fournier should be traded ASAP. And Mitchell Robinson, if they trade him, he'll be a good player to watch for. I think Detroit would maybe be interested in Mitchell Robinson. Gary says, what do you think Thaddeus Young goes? I think Chicago is a potential landing spot for him. I also think that, which is weird because he just got traded to the Spurs this offseason from Chicago. I also think that Phoenix makes a lot of sense. And I also think a team like the Warriors would make sense if they made a move, but I don't necessarily think they do. Thomas Love says, do you think that there will be a bigger trade than Indiana-Sacramento one? Yes, because I think James Harden gets traded today. So that would be naturally a bigger trade because you're trading a former MVP. But other than that, no. I think that's really the only one that we have to watch that's going to be bigger than a Tyrese Halliburton, Domantas Sabonis flip. Molly says, hello from the Bahamas. Welcome to the stream from the Bahamas. Awesome to see you in here. And you also say, I hope Ben Simmons gets traded. I hope so too. It would be awesome to see him play again. Jonah says, Lakers trying to get Cam Reddish. Yep, they are. They are indeed trying to. Tay-Dog wants to talk about the Lakers a little bit. So I think they're going to be interested in getting a collection of players, whether that's Terrence Ross, or you look at Evan Fournier, Alec Burks, Cam Reddish, a combination of those guys, Kemba Walker even. They're going to be interested in pretty much anyone that they can get their hands on because it's better than what they currently have on their roster. So do I think the Lakers will do a trade today? Yes, I really do. I would be shocked if they don't, to be honest, and that would be basically a sign of them waving the white flag this year if they don't make a trade. John Hamilton says, what happens with Marvin Bagley and Sacktown now with Sabonis? Seems redundant. It is redundant, and that's why they are going to trade Marvin Bagley, I would guess. If they don't, though, it's not the end of the world. I think Richaun Holmes needs to get traded as well. Here, Keon James says, Chicago Bulls need to make a trade for a power forward. Yeah, I agree. I think they need another forward in the deal. Daryl, welcome to the stream, says, what's the latest deal right now? So as of right now, there's not anything absolutely going on with, an actual pinpoint deal, but we're, I think, all keeping our eyes on James Harden when he gets traded, what's going on with that and everything. We're getting some of those Batman streams. Awesome. Glad to see Batman, comments. That's absolutely awesome. JJ here says, stream is now on 811 people watching. Congrats, dude. Thank you so much. Thomas says, new sub, love the content. Absolutely awesome. Again, I'm just going to remind you guys to hit that subscribe button if you are enjoying the content. OM Ragey says, I need to suit up for the Raps. Their starters averaging like 38 minutes a game. That's what I'm saying. They're playing so much. I mean, like, they just literally don't even get to breathe. Like, they could literally use anything right now. And it would help them so much if they could get a little bit more help on that roster. CEO KV says, I'm still here. Thanks for coming back again today, CEO. Appreciate that. And here we have a comment. Welcome to the channel. Hopefully you are enjoying the content. He says, any more Kings trades? Yes, I see Richaun Holmes and Marvin Bagley being dealt today. Maybe not Bagley because his is a little bit more complicated about landing spots. Richaun Holmes has some legitimate interest around the league. That's going to be Dallas. It's going to be Toronto. It's going to be Charlotte. It might be even Miami, which is a team I think going under the radar right now. So I think there's some legitimate interest on Richaun Holmes. Eric Gordon to the Heat. Now that's an interesting one. It's weird because they already have Tyler Hero kind of in that bench scoring role. So I don't necessarily know if I see that, but it would be one that would be interesting to watch, June. Cali Dude says, your thoughts on the Bulls and what players you think they'll trade for today? We've talked about them a little bit. I hope they don't trade for Jerami Grant. I really hope the Bulls do not screw up their future, trade Patrick Williams for Jerami Grant. I just think that would be a mistake. The only way it's not is if they win a title this year, which does getting Jerami Grant really make you the favorite? I don't know. So for me, I would like to see them go out, maybe get a guy like Montrezl Harrell. You can give up a second-round pick for maybe a guy like Christian Wood where you give up a couple seconds, or you could possibly give up that Portland first for him. Kenrich Williams, you give up a couple seconds. Deals like that, I think, are the ones that make sense. Thaddeus Young coming back would make some sense as well for me. Kenny Dorsey says, can I trade Westbrook for James Harden? Lakers wish. Probably not going to happen. Zach K says, since the Nets need defense, do you think there could be a Thibault Simmons for Harden? Yeah, we talked a little bit about that. What I do think here, I'm going to pull up my 4-team trade again here that I think makes quite a bit of sense, is I think Harden, TJ Warren, Buddy Hield to the Sixers. And I think then at that point, you also get here the Nets land Muscala, Seth Curry, Ben Simmons, Kenrich Williams, and a 2022 first-round pick. The Pacers get Isaiah Joe, 2 second-round picks for Buddy Hield, and the Thunder get Tobias Harris and a 2027 first, completely unprotected from Philadelphia. That's something I could see. Thibault, I just feel like the Nets would not be willing to or the Sixers rather would not be willing to give up Matisse Thybulle. And the thing about defense is Simmons is one of the best defenders in the world. So you get Ben Simmons, your defense instantly improves going from James Harden to Ben Simmons. Here we have a comment again from Rex saying, are there any decent wings, scoring twos, or backup point guards that would make sense for Gallinari trade in Atlanta? Yeah, I think 1-1. It would have to be some type of 3-team deal, which I'm not sure exactly who would be interested in Gallinari in this. But you'd have to try and rope a third team in that wants Gallinari, but you try and maybe get like a guy like Terrence Ross who could be a scoring 2 for you, or you get a move for someone like, at best, like Josh Richardson could make some sense there. So I don't know. Atlanta's going to be looking for something like that, but I don't know if something actually goes down. Lex says Celtics get Johnson from the Spurs, so Keldon Johnson, get Aaron Nesmith and 2 second-round picks. No. Keldon Johnson's worth at least a first and a little bit more than Aaron Nesmith as well. Daniel Kidd says, what about a Damian Lillard trade? I love your profile picture there, Rick and Morty. So that's pretty awesome. Rick Sanchez. And for a Dame Lillard trade, no, I don't see anything going down there. William Seal says, what do you think of the 3-team trade between LA, Knicks, and the Raptors? So between those 3 teams there, like I think you're talking about the specifics that Michael Scotto, I think, reported today. Let me go ahead and pull that up. So said that there is discussions on a 3-team deal where the Lakers would get Cam Reddish and Alec Burks. Knicks get Goran Dragic and draft picks. My guess on those draft picks would be Toronto's pick this year and also the Lakers 2027 first, completely unprotected. And then Raptors get Talon Horton-Tucker and Nerlens Noel. I think that makes sense for all sides. Knicks get 2 pretty decent assets there. A first this year from the Raptors, which gives them some flexibility. And then you also get that 2027 first from the Lakers, which could be really, really good down the road. So I think that makes sense. Here we have a prediction from Matthew Gonzalez saying Harden staying with the Nets, and then they're going all the way. It's a possibility. Very possible that in the final hours they say, you know what, we're not doing it. We're going to wait. We're going to call Brooklyn's bluff we're going to call Philadelphia's bluff that they can't open up cap space for James Harden, and he's going to stay with the Brooklyn Nets. Post Baloney says, Pacers are going to be scary in 2 to 3 years with Duarte, Halliburton, lottery pick, preferably Ivy and Turner. So very interesting. If they got Jaden Ivey, oh my goodness, that backcourt, holy cow. You'd have to play kind of Chris Duarte at the 3. But you have some decent size there with Duarte and Halliburton together. Jaden Ivey is so electric. I love Jaden Ivey so much. Reminds me of a young John Morant that we saw at Murray State. I think John Morant was a little bit better in the pick and roll than what Ivey is, but I think Ivey is really developing. So he would be really great there in Indiana. Jaden, thoughts on a Westbrook trade? Not happening. He will not get traded. Love the 76ers. How realistic is a trade? Very realistic. I think it is very, very possible that we see James Harden playing in Philadelphia by Saturday. Whenever he makes his debut, I think that's very possible. Convertually says that's why Katie's nickname is the Snake. Yeah, so I think that's talking about the like tweet on Twitter that we talked about earlier. J-Rock says, what move do you think the Miami Heat should make? Let's go Heat. I have a deal right here actually cooked up that I think makes some sense, and that would be the Heat trading for power forward PJ Washington, and the Hornets receive a 2022 first from Miami, a 2026 second rounder, and a salary cap filler like Omer Yurtseven or the Martin twin that they have. Going on, Tim here. Are the Cavs going to get Schroeder or Gordon or wait for a buyout? I think they're going to get, I think you meant Goran for Goran Dragic, probably autocorrect there. For Dennis Schroeder, I think they'll get Schroeder. My guess is Dennis Schroeder makes the most sense there. Tabish says, please tell about Dallas trade. So let's talk about the Dallas Mavericks here. Of course, big time Dallas Mavericks fan myself. And for Dallas, what I think makes the most sense is to try and find a shooter. The issue is this year, we don't have a ton of shooting out on the market, realistically. Like Eric Gordon makes sense for the Mavericks. He's streaky. I don't know if I love it, but he makes sense in terms of what they need. So do we see an Eric Gordon to the Mavericks trade? Maybe. Kind of makes me want to throw open my mouth a little bit. But I don't know. We'll see. Kyle here says, do you think Blazers are moving Nurkic? No, I don't think so. Matt says 76ers are wishing should have never disrespected Simmons. Exactly. That is facts. I went on a rant yesterday about that, and I might as well today as well. Let's talk about it. From the standpoint where Ben Simmons' boss said that he is, basically a terrible player and says, I don't know if I can win a championship with him. That was the moment that the relationship fractured. There should be very little blame on Ben Simmons. Do I think he should probably be playing? Yes. But at the end of the day, I understand why he isn't. And I would not want to play for an organization that disrespected me the way that the 76ers have consistently and repeatedly disrespected him. And it's not just Doc Rivers, who has a track record of this, by the way. Doc Rivers is one of the worst coaches in the league when it comes to managing players and, not like turning on them. He did this with Rajon Rondo and Ray Allen in Boston. He did this with Paul George in LA. And he also did it with Chris Paul in LA. And then he has now done it with Ben Simmons in Philly. So this is, a repeated thing for him. He has issues with this. And then also you have to look at your leader on the team, Joel Embiid. You can't sit in front of a Philadelphia fan and say, we have to be there for our brother Ben Simmons on opening night, when 3 months earlier you were dissing him for, passing the ball one time too many in a playoff game. Like, sure, was that a big part of the game? Yeah. But you don't publicly come out and say that. Okay. So that's part of the issue. Anthony says, what can the Spurs do to figure out their direction for the future at the deadline? What they can do is trade Jakob Poeltl. He makes a lot of sense for Toronto. And then I also think that they can move on from Derek White, and I think get some assets for them and try and reconstruct what this thing's going to look like for the next couple of years. Humphrey Megiddo says, this is way more entertaining than hearing NFL props, my guy. Thunder up. Also, people need to stop Tobias Harris to OKC talk. We don't want that contract. That's true, but glad you're enjoying it. The reason I think it's a possibility is because you'd get this first round pick with him. And then the idea is that he plays pretty well, scores quite a few points for you guys. And then maybe you actually build up his trade value when you're a little bit later in that contract. I know it says he has 3 years left there, but really what that means is going into this next season, there's 2. And then maybe you can trade him at that point if he plays pretty well for you down the stretch of the season. Bavana here says, do you think Sexton will be moved and to what team? No, I don't think so. I think the Cavaliers are going to hold on to him. I think they're going to view his restricted rights as actually very important for their franchise moving forward. Zach K says, so do you think the Nets need defense? Thibault, Simmons for Harden? The Nets do, but that's what Ben Simmons brings. So Ben Simmons is going to help them defensively. I think they could use Drummond as well, someone who can help clean up the glass a little bit. I think that'll help them defensively. Edwin says, do you think Cavs trade for backup point guard Dennis Schroeder or Eric Gordon? I don't see Eric Gordon anymore because they got Karis LeVert, but I do see Dennis Schroeder for a second round pick. That's what I see. Cali Dude says either Bagley or Holmes to the Bulls. Yeah, I could see that. I could see Sacramento and Chicago having discussions. Anthony says, anything about PJ Washington or Eric Gordon to the Heat? I feel very strongly about PJ Washington landing in Miami. Converge says, yo, Katie, liking that post is real. He want Harden out. Just another reason to get Harden to leave. Definitely interesting for sure. I could pull that up on stream real quick too. Let me go ahead and do that. Very, very interesting. Let's go ahead here and go to Harden or Kevin Durant, actually, excuse me. KD, we're going to go to likes. And I think he might have unliked it actually now. So maybe I'm getting trolled too. You never know with chat. B. Dot says, you can tell most of y'all in these comments don't watch a lot of hoops besides your favorite team. Yeah, sometimes the trades are a little questionable that get sent in, but sometimes there's some good thoughts in here as well. Perhaps, trade value is one of those things that it's kind of subjective, even for GMs. Like when you think about Norman Powell, I didn't think him and Robert Covington would get traded together for Keon Johnson, Bledsoe, and a second-round pick. But that is ultimately what happened. So here we have a question about the Lakers. And a lot of people, the other thing about this too is, people just like watching their favorite team because that's the team, they grew up watching or the team that they just enjoy. So there's nothing wrong with this, just watching your team. I watch all 30 teams. I just love the NBA in general. I am a big Mavericks fan. I've watched pretty much every Mavericks game. But at the same time, I last night watched the Wolves Kings game. because I was like, this seems like a really fun matchup right now because Sabonis is there. And, I've watched a ton of Kings games this year, and I've watched a bunch of Wolves games. Like, I just watch all these random games. So that's what I do. Real Lozada says, who's Lakers going to get before trade deadline from the Philippines? So the Lakers are probably going to try and get a guy like Terrence Ross, but ultimately if I had to guess, I think they're going to land Alec Burks, and I think they're going to probably get Evan Fournier. That's who I think ends up on their roster. Gold Eagle says Evan Fournier is actually a good player. A lot of teams could use him. The Knicks don't know how to. Right, and that's the issue. Fournier is solid in a reserved role where he, not a reserve role, not coming off the bench, but like a reserved conservative role where he plays off the ball a little bit more and not so much with like Julius Randle iso ball around him. I think LeBron James could definitely help him out a bit. Tabish, please do not spam in the chat. I have a few comments here of you saying the same thing back to back. I'm getting to them, okay? I'm trying my best. There's so many comments here. You guys are absolutely killing it. Hopefully you are enjoying. Let's go ahead down here to what's the latest trade. Nothing quite yet. And then JJ Rem says, dude, you should have like a countdown time for the end of the trade deadline. Yeah, I could add that. Let me get that going in here. Let's do a timer for trade deadline. Let's see if there's anything out there right now. Let's see. Okay. So right now it's 11, so 4 hours. We are about 4 hours away. 4 hours and, well, yeah, basic 3 hours and 59 minutes. Let's go ahead and start this timer. Okay, we've got a timer now. We're going to go ahead and get it up on stream for you guys. That's a good idea. I actually like that. Let me go ahead and I'm going to stop my screen share of that. And let's go ahead and get this other one shared up on there. So here we go. Get that shared. There we go. Now you should have a timer on screen for the trade deadline. Let me go ahead and flip this around. Let's do something like this. There we go. There is our timer for the trade deadline. We'll occasionally pull that off, but I'll keep it up there for the most part. We are 3 hours, 58 minutes, and 22 seconds away. Drew Dong says, what's the latest trade again? Nothing quite yet today that's gone down. We are waiting, and I think the entire league is probably waiting for a James Harden deal. Kai wants to know where Thaddeus Young's going. If I had to guess, I would guess the Phoenix Suns. I think he lands in Phoenix alongside Chris Paul, Devin Booker, helps them fill out their front court a little bit. My guess would be for Dario Saric and maybe Jalen Smith. Metal Mike says, I completely agree with you. Great assessment. Glad that you do. Hopefully, you guys think I'm not just pulling stuff out of nowhere. So I try my best to be accurate. I do my research for everything before streams and everything. So hopefully, you guys are enjoying. Bear with me a little bit. My voice is betraying me a little bit now at this point. I've been streaming here for over 2 hours today. I streamed for 7 hours yesterday and then also 2 hours the day before. So we're looking at about 11 hours of streaming, and I've got 4 more hours to go. So we'll see. But please do hit that subscribe button. We are right by 6,500 subs. It would be absolutely awesome if you guys could go ahead and hit that subscribe button for me. JJ Rem says, you have a countdown for the end of the trade deadline. That would be awesome. Yep, got it on there now. Glad to help. And Usham Gurung says, today is NBA All-Star Draft. Yes, it is, and it'll be extremely exciting to watch. I'm excited to see who goes and who doesn't. Here we have a question from William. Welcome to the stream, William. First time I've seen your name. Says, Harden to Philly. Yes, I think so. I think it happens today. We'll see. I hope it does. I just want to see Ben Simmons play basketball. That's really my biggest thing. I would love to see him actually on the court playing. That would be like a dream come true for me, just because we haven't gotten to see him play for like any time at all. So it would be huge if it would be huge if we could get to watch him play basketball again. June says, no problem if you don't speak French. Glad. Thank you for bearing with me in my English for now. Raymond says, any thoughts about the Mavs missing on CJ McCollum? It's not the end of the world. I don't think it's going to be one of those things that like makes or breaks the Mavs. McCollum is good, but defensively has his limitations. And I think right now with Dallas, how well they're playing defensively, he doesn't necessarily fit the cards for what we needed. The Gold Eagle says, I see a Bucks versus Suns repeat. Definitely a possibility. Raymond Guevara says, how about the Jazz? So for Utah, when you look at what the Jazz need, I think Jerami Grant is what they need. The issue is they used their Joe Ingles card already. So I don't see them having a way to really get Jerami Grant. I just don't see it getting done. And unfortunately, I think that this team is, for the most part, kind of set up as is. Nickeil Alexander-Walker, I think, was a pretty good acquisition for them. But I don't really see any further moves, unfortunately. Here, Jake says, liked and subbed, unbelievable pace and quality. Good luck the rest of the trade deadline. Go Sixers. Well, glad to have some Sixers fans in here. We'll see. James Harden's really the player to watch today. Him and Ben Simmons, those are the two key guys. Pat Bev calls out Russ. Wow. That's funny. Beverly calls out Russ. Here, I'm going to read the Bleacher Report notification. Wolves guard fires off tweet on trade deadline day to troll Russ amid his recent struggles. What he tweeted was, I remember when somebody said, all I do is run around and I trick y'all. Well, my boy is the real magician this year. Oh my God. I love Patrick Beverly. I'm just going to say that. Like, he is a savage. He just does the most crazy things. That's absolutely insane. Like, of course he'd be saving that for this season when Russ is having like his worst season ever. And of course he would be trolling a former MVP of the league. That's so awesome to me. So Harden and Mills to the 76ers, Simmons and Thibault to the Nets. I think finals are Suns versus Bucks repeat. Definitely a possibility there. We do have a donation, so I'm going to go down to that real quick. I'm going to try and hop back up to where we were, though. Tyler Gates says, per Shams, the Knicks, Bucks, and Heat are talking about a Randall trade. I did not see that. Let me pull that up. I'm going to go to Shams' Twitter, and we will see. Maybe I missed something. Shams is having a tough time of things here. Has not tweeted for a day. So Shams is a little bit behind on some of the information right now. I did not see that. Thank you for the donation. I do really appreciate that. But unfortunately, I do not see that information right now. Again, thank you everyone who is in here. What I'm going to ask you to do right now, something I haven't asked too much yet, I don't think, is leave a like on the stream. Of course, today is a huge day for the NBA trade deadline. And also, real quickly, I'm going to shout out Manscaped because they're an absolutely awesome company. If you use code utility20 here, our own discount code on the channel, you can save yourself 20% and free shipping for any item there at manscaped.com. So please write that down if you are interested in using it. Again, no pressure to use it, but it would be a really good way to support us as well as to help yourself save some money. So make sure to go do that. And again, leave a like on the live stream today. Let's go ahead and get back into the comments here. So many great ones. I'm going back up to where I was. I don't want to miss too many comments. I might miss a couple in here, but I'm going to try my best. JJ Rem says, thanks, dude. You're awesome. Keep the likes and subs coming. Yes, please do that. AV says we need to trade Steve Nash. Talking about the Nets. Yes, that is hilarious. Jace King says this GOAT deserves likes and subs. Thank you so much. Glad you guys are enjoying it. It does mean a lot to me to have your guys' continued support here at Utility Sports. Please hit that notification bell as well so you don't miss out on our future content. Tomorrow I'm going to have an NBA mock draft coming out. Once all the dust has settled for the trade deadline, we'll have a better look at what teams are tanking, what teams are trying to win, and what team needs really are. For example, a team like Sacramento, I would have mocked them a forward or a big last week. This week, probably not going to mock them that now that they have Domantas Sabonis. David Olmo says, Sixers fan here. Let's get 2-5 out of here and Harden with Embiid, baby. So time about Simmons, obviously. Get Simmons out of there. Let's keep going up and get more of these. Mark Ty wants to know any more moves for Sacramento. So for the Kings, I think that they're going to try and trade Richaun Holmes and try and get a forward or wing for him. Now, it's tough to do. I don't know if there's going to be a market to do that, but we'll see. Metal Mike says, I like the timer. Good idea. Creates tension. Yes. I wonder if the Brooklyn Nets and Philadelphia 76ers have the exact same timer, like on screen right now. I wonder if they're just like sitting here anxiously waiting on the timer. They're like, oh no, we only have 3 hours and 51 minutes to get a deal done. Let's go here to Mark. Welcome to the stream, Mark. He says, your final prediction for the Mavs. So for Dallas, what I think that we're going to see is them probably sit patient, wait for the buyout market to bring in Goran Dragic. And I think they're a team that's good enough to maybe, if they get lucky, if somehow Golden State, I don't see the Mavericks beating the Suns, to be honest. I think the Suns would destroy the Mavericks just because Chris Paul likes to do that to Dallas. And I'm a Dallas Mavericks fan, so I can say this. I've watched it happen so many times. But what I do know is I know that the Mavericks are good enough to be the third best team in the West this year. I think they're right on par with the Grizzlies. And the biggest difference is when Luka Doncic missed a ton of time, the Mavs didn't go 9-2. Like the Grizzlies did when they didn't have Ja Morant. That's really the biggest difference. And realistically, the Grizzlies Mavs would not make noise either way without Ja or Luka come playoff time. So I think you look at that and say, when the Mavs have Luka, they can play with just about anybody. I think they could push the Suns. I think that they could push the Warriors, but ultimately, I think we're the third best team in the West. Jazz here says, you think Bulls could steal Bagley and Holmes? I think one of them. I don't know if I see both just because of money reasons, but that's a great question. Humphrey says Ja Morant can both teleport with the ball in his hands and fly. Yes, he literally can. He is insane. I love Ja Morant. He is a phenomenal player. In that draft class, I actually had him as the better player between him and Zion Williamson. I feel like I was one of the only people in the entire world to believe that, and I feel like it's paid off for me because I think I was right. Lou Memorabilia says Knicks trade for Goran Dragic, opens space and rotation for young guys, but why add Cam Reddish instead of Fournier? Because Cam Reddish probably has more value than Fournier. That might be why. That might be the only way to get first-round picks back. Mike Camilli says, if Tobias Harris goes to Oklahoma City, who plays power forward for the Sixers, you're doing an awesome job. Best trade deadline show on YouTube. Thank you so much for the kind words. Really do appreciate that, Mike. And then who plays forward for the Sixers? That's a great question. They're a little undersized right now. You'd probably have to see George Niang step up and play some minutes. And that's where the buyout market would be huge. Maybe you start Matisse Thybulle as your power forward. I know he's more of a wing type, but he's lengthy enough to play the position. So maybe that's what we would see. Going down here, we do have another donation, so I'm going to go ahead and jump to that real quick. Mark here says, what's your final prediction on the Mavs? Go Mavs. Okay, well, sorry I was a little late on your earlier comment, Mark. Thank you for the $5. Really do appreciate it. Go Mavs. Get that hashtag MFFL in the chat right now if you're a Mavs fan. And for the Mavericks, again, like I was saying, I think that they could be the third, maybe fourth best team in the West. And I think they can make some noise because Luka is just that good, especially come playoff time. He has averages north of 30, 32, 33 points a game in the playoffs. So that's really what the deal is. It comes down to how well he plays, and I think he's one of the best players in the league. Moving on here now to our next comment. We're going up here to Superman. Welcome back to the stream again today. Said, do you have any insight on the Wizards shopping everyone besides Beal and Kuzma? So my thought on that is I think that Harrell gets traded today. I think they'll really shop KCP. I don't know if a deal gets done there. And I think Spencer Dinwiddie will not be a Wizard by the end of today. But the issue right now is everything is getting held up because of this James Harden trade, which is really, really tough and a struggle right now because it kind of just slows everything else down in the league because everyone's kind of waiting for that big bombshell to drop. And it's just quite frankly not dropping. So until it drops, we'll see what happens. And if there's any other big moves out there, we'll find out. Shockwave, welcome to the stream, Shockwave. First time I've seen you in here. It says, is Grant a Piston at the end of the day? Yes or no? Yes. Jerami Grant will still be a Detroit Piston for the rest of the season. Everyone needs a smile. Welcome back to the stream. Says, what's your guess on whether the Bulls trade Pat Williams? Also, what factors do you take into account when deciding if a player is injury prone? Great question. Both of these are great questions. If I'm the Chicago Bulls, I would not trade Patrick Williams. He is like the tie player between the young and old in terms of, you could be really good right now, and Patrick Williams can make you great right now as well when he comes back healthy. But at the same time, he's young enough where he fit he's your young star. He's your young player you want to build around and have for the foreseeable future. So you have him, Lonzo Ball, Alex Caruso, Zach LaVine, who's, really your true star on the team. That's your core. That's the guys you need to keep. So I just don't think they should trade Patrick Williams. And for deciding if a player is injury prone, for me, the biggest thing then for that is I just think that you have to roll with the idea that freak injuries happen, and sometimes guys are a little bit more consistently injured. But injury prone, some guys just happen to get unlucky and get injured like this, where it's not necessarily their problem. Like the thing when someone's injury prone is when they're looking at specifically one like part of their body. So for example, Kristaps Porzingis with his knees, to me, Kristaps is injury prone because he's more susceptible to injuries because of his height, size, and the fact that he has injury history in that specific part of his body. So I don't think like, a guy who misses some games for, a broken wrist is also injury prone if he misses games for a sprained ankle, right? But what I think is a guy who sprains his ankle like Curry did multiple times at the start of his career becomes injury prone because it's multiple injuries to the same susceptible damaged area of a body. Cole Veach, thank you for the $5. Says, thoughts on the Wolves? Keep grinding, young blood. Don't miss the game tonight. I need to get my ankle taped. That's absolutely awesome, Cole. Thank you for the $5. For the Wolves, tough loss last night to the Sacramento Kings. That was a good game to watch. And then thinking about the Wolves, what they need in general, they have Malik Beasley to trade, so we'll see if they actually do move on from him or not. And I think Patrick Beverley's been awesome for this team. I think he's really changed the culture there in Minnesota. I think the Wolves really needed a reset like that, and he's been huge in it. Here, Atlanta says, Mavs in serious discussions to sending Porzingis to Toronto for Goran Dragic. I'm not exactly sure what source you're getting from that. I do not see that anywhere, though, Atlanta, so I don't think that is true. Okay, Mary Ortiz here says, have you checked Jake Fisher on Twitter rumor? I'm going to go ahead and pull that up here. Let's go ahead to Jake Fisher. Let's see what he is saying. Let's go down here. Okay, so this is where it starts. Word first started making rounds last night in discussion of a framework where Kristaps Porzingis potentially heads to Toronto, has since circulated around NBA front offices. There's, of course, mutual interest in bringing Goran Dragic to Dallas. Unclear how serious talks are. To me, it's not... Okay, I see that's where you're getting your source now. Okay, so I'll have to keep Jake Fisher on my radar. I did not have his Twitter. I was not following him on Twitter. For Jake Fisher... And what he's saying here is I think Goran Dragic would be an aspect of that deal potentially, but I think they would want Pascal Siakam. I would be, if they trade Kristaps Porzingis for Goran Dragic, oh my goodness. Like I might cry on, like that's the type of rage on stream that like would probably get me viral, and not for a good reason, because I would probably like throw a chair or something. If we trade Kristaps Porzingis for Goran Dragic, I will like lose my mind on stream. I will go crazy. Rex here says, in a world where Harden isn't traded today, what would be the blockbuster trade today? If Harden isn't traded today, the biggest trade probably centers around Richaun Holmes, if I had to guess, which I know probably doesn't sound as exciting. I think Richaun Holmes is an important player and could actually play some meaningful playoff minutes and swing a series potentially. But, it's not as lucrative and exciting as a deal like James Harden. But the thing is, I think we need to get back to how, NBA media coverage was from like 2005 to 2012, maybe 2010 before LeBron left, where the big moves were the moves where you move on from, a good role player. Good role players are actually extremely important. The third, fourth best player on a team is very important. It's not all about stars. And I think the Lakers are a prime example of that this season, where everyone told me, well, the star power, that's going to do it for them. That's all they need. They've got the star power. Star power gets you right now 9th in the Western Conference if you don't have depth. So tell me all about the star power. Richaun Holmes would be extremely important. He'd be the 4th best player in the Lakers right now. And I think that would be, make them better. So even though Richaun Holmes probably isn't a name that everyone's like, oh my gosh, Richaun Holmes got traded. Like realistically, it does matter. I think so. That's my thoughts on that. Lou says, what's your take on Jalen Brunson game? And do you think he can be a viable starting all-star point guard? So I get to watch a lot of Jalen Brunson, and he is for real. He is a good starting point guard, in my opinion. Very good combo guard in terms of scoring when he's next to Luka, when he doesn't have to play specifically around. Okay, so Tim McMahon also tweeted here real quick. I'm not trying to skip your question here, but he said, I was told that the Mavs would need a lot more than Goran Dragic / pick package. Raptors have been shopping to have serious interest. Okay, so Good. That sounds good that the Mavericks are not going to just trade him for Goran Dragic, because I do not want to have to throw a chair on stream, but I would. The chair I'm sitting in would get sent across the camera so you guys could all see that, because I would lose my mind. But for Jalen Brunson, he is a phenomenally good guard. Do I see him as an all-star point guard? No. But what I do see him as, well, maybe. The fact that Fred VanVleet's an all-star this year makes it harder to say no to that, because I see him as a Fred VanVleet type. Now, I don't know if he's as good as Fred VanVleet. I think he's maybe a hair or a nick lower than him, but he's good. He's a very good player, and I think he could be a top 10 to 15 point guard in the league, which is extremely valuable, and he's competitive on defense. The one thing for him, though, is I have concerns about him in the playoffs, because when teams force him right, he's just a little bit more passive as a scorer, and I think that is what hurt them last year a little bit in the playoffs. The Urban Gamer says, do you think Bucks will try to acquire a big man this deadline? I think they should. I really do think they should. This is a great question, Urban Gamer, so welcome to the stream. And I think that, unfortunately, though, they won't. I think they're just going to be very content with what they have. I think they're going to look at offers for DiVincenzo, see what they could get around the league. But ultimately, I don't see them doing anything extreme, which is maybe a little bit unfortunate, because I think they would be better making a bigger move that. So we'll see exactly what all goes down going forward. Omaha KC Kings here says, Marvin Bagley III, any team's interested in him, he's free agent, unrestricted. Yeah, so he probably has some interest from teams like the Bulls. Maybe the Sixers will have some interest if they do have to give up Drummond so they can get a little bit more size at the power forward spot. That could help for sure. Let's go ahead here. Johnny says, let's get the likes up, guys. Yes, please do smash that like button. That would be absolutely huge if you could go ahead and do that for me. Let's also see if we can get to 7,000 subscribers today. That would be crazy. That's an insane milestone. That's a long ways away. Let's see if we can do it, though. You guys would all have to start by hitting the subscribe button right now if you are not subscribed. William wants to know, in my opinion, where John Wall is going. To me, John Wall, I think he's going to land in possibly LA. I think the Lakers or the Clippers when he's bought out. That's what I would think. And potentially for me, he gets traded to the Lakers. But realistically, I don't think anything actually seriously happens. I think he stays in Houston, at least past the deadline, and then probably gets bought out. King Higgins says, my super chat didn't go through. Dang, I didn't see anything, so that might just be on your end. Didn't come through to me. Atlanta analyst says Siakam isn't leaving Toronto, but maybe Boucher. If we trade Kristaps for Boucher and Dragic, and I'm really high on Boucher. I love Boucher, but if we trade KP for him for Boucher and Dragic, I'm going to throw a chair. That would be dumb. I agree. Porzingis for Dragic, that's like a hard no. Higgins said, I just said I was new to the channel and I asked what moves do you think the Bucks could make. Also, my super chat didn't go through for some reason. Okay, well, I'm sorry about the super chat again. I didn't see it on my end at all because it pops up pretty big for me. So I always see with bright colors even, so I can't miss them. So I didn't see it on my end, unfortunately. So if you do want to donate, you'd have to try it again. But again, there's no pressure to do that. I do just appreciate you guys being in here and just talking basketball with me in general. I do appreciate them, though, of course. And welcome to the channel, King Higgins. Glad to have you in here. We do talk about the Raiders quite a bit. I see you're a big Raiders fan. I like watching the Raiders as well. I got a nice little quarter zip over here of theirs. And then what moves could the Bucks make? I think that they're gonna look for I think they're gonna look for a big, like I was talking about. I think that like Miles Turner's like the dream player they could land. I just don't necessarily think it's going to happen now at this point. Flo Braun says there's discussion also with Knicks, Lakers, and Toronto. Taylor Horton Tucker, Dragic Burks, Reddish are players involved. Yep, I saw that report this morning too. We'll have to keep our eyes on that. Ondero P says thoughts on Jackson Hayes. Can he have a starter role rest of the season with Graham moving to the bench and CJ playing the one? Interesting. I mean, it's rough. Next to Valanciunas, I don't see it. I think they probably. I don't know. I just don't really see it. I think that he's probably not a starter for them at any point. Atlanta analyst saying now I'm seeing multiple reports from sources that translate what Woj says on TV. Toronto says no to Porzingis, says CJR. John Hamilton says, any chance Raptors get Gary Harris or Gallo for Dragic in a pick? Yes, Gary Harris is the one I would watch for. I think he's the one that makes the most sense there. Or Terrence Ross. Omaha Kansas City Kings says, Kings need to move Bagley, not Rashawn Holmes. He's on a good deal. Holmes is on a good deal, but at the same time, they did just get Sabonis, and now Holmes is coming off the bench, which complicates things a little. Mary Ortiz says, if Nico does that, talking about Nico Harrison, I know. If that happens, Mary, I'm going to lose my mind. You and I both probably. And you guys are going to get to watch a grown man melt down on a live stream. So that would be awesome for you guys. Oracle says, need my sons to posterize Giannis. Still triggered about when they crushed my dreams. I know last year, definitely tough for the Phoenix Suns. Welcome back again today, Oracle. Really glad to have you in the stream again. Absolutely awesome. All the comments you've been leaving for us the past few days. Drew Dong says, I just joined in. What's the latest news? Nothing quite yet. There's some rumors that the Mavericks are talking with the Raptors about Kristaps Porzingis. I'm not exactly sure what will come back. For me, if I'm the Mavs, I would want OG Anunoby, at least. I mean, it's tough, though, because I know the Raptors are going to say, whoa, we're not giving you OG Anunoby. I think this is going to be a case where Raptors fans like their players too much and the Mavs fans like their players too much to really discuss this. But I think realistically, like with no bias in here, Kristaps for Anunoby, maybe a couple second-round picks going either way, whatever, is what the deal should be focused on, should be centered on. Now, do I think it's going to get done? No, I think ultimately this is more smoke in mirrors than anything. Flobron says Dragic to Knicks. Yep, we talked about that. Caustic Phobic, welcome back to the stream again today. Glad to have you in here. It says an article from Ian Bagley, 3-team deal involving Nerlens Noel and THT to the Raptors, Reddish and Burks to the Lakers, and Dragic plus draft comp to the Knicks. Yep, we have talked about that a few times. Absolutely crazy if that gets done. Could have real ramifications on what the league really looks like a few years down the road. Because I think Talen Horton-Tucker, if he lands in Toronto, is going to have a massive, massive jump forward for his NBA career. CJR says best realistic case for Toronto right now is Holmes, maybe Nurkic. Yeah, like right now I think Holmes would be really the guy that would help them the most. And Jazz says, what do you think of Io so far? I would assume he's been playing really good basketball. And this is what I talked about last year. I caught a lot of flack for saying he was going to be a second-round pick throughout the mock draft process. I was really one of the only people mocking him in the second round. And it wasn't because I was low on him. I thought he was going to be a really good defensive piece for an NBA team, play some solid point guard minutes for them. And that's what he's done so far. It's just I didn't see with what his skill set was, a team taking him in the first round, which I think a lot of my viewers have issues seeing. That sometimes, there's a difference between my big board and my mock drafts. And just because I mock a guy in the second round doesn't mean I think he's worth a second round pick. There's a lot of guys who I think are worth first round picks that go in the second round. For example, Jalen Brunson's an example of that. And then there's also players who I'm way ahead on when people think they're second rounders, like a guy like Josh Giddey, who I thought was going to be a first round pick because you look at his physicals. Someone who is 6'8", a point guard, could handle the ball, handle in the pick and roll. There's a lot of value there to that. And then he ended up going in the lottery. I was the first person literally in all of last season, in all the mock drafts last year. I was the first guy putting him in the first round, even, let alone the lottery. I was putting him in the lottery while no one else even had him in the first round. But Io's been playing really good basketball, and I'm really excited about him for the Bulls. Gives them a pretty good piece. No worries, Caustic, if it's been discussed too. It's not a big deal. Obviously, people come in and out, so I do not mind talking about multiple things throughout the day. I just don't want to spend too much time on the same topics, which is why we're talking about a whole bunch of things all day long. Tyler Fitzpatrick says Jalen Brunson is a beast. I'm a Villanova fan, so I definitely know Mavs got a great player in the making. Yes, they do. He has taken a massive step forward this year. I think Jason Kidd's done a ton for this team, and also really empowered him by putting him in the starting lineup and playing him next to Luka. I think that's been huge for that team. Brandon Lee says, but as if Pacers want to trade him, talking about Miles Turner. I think Miles Turner probably stays. Brandon Lee, they're having a nice discussion here. So talking about Miles Turner, obviously, which he's one of the biggest players to watch. Jadam says the three-man era is over. Three-man era. Okay. Paul Lou, welcome back to the stream, says, like it. Any thoughts about Boston? The Celtics, they're going to be one of the players to watch this year because I think they're going to try and make a trade centered around Dennis Schroeder to get out of the luxury tax. That's really the biggest thing. 2 words to watch for Boston is luxury tax. They do not want to pay it for a team that they're good, not going to be great in my estimation. So I think they're going to try and make a move here that does save them a little bit of money that way. And I think get out of the repeaters tax is one of the biggest things for them as well. So they maybe next year can go back into the luxury tax. Here we have a question. Do you think the Lakers will trade Russell Westbrook? No, I do not. I think he'll stay in LA. S. Antonio, this looks to be a very slow day regarding trades. Highly doubt we see more than 2 or 3 deals. I think we'll see about 5 to 7 trades, probably, just because right now you got to remember it's early in the morning, and the timer I got on the screen right next to me is going to be the same timer that pretty much every single NBA GM continues to look up at and say, okay, I've got 3 hours here. They offered me this. I've got 3 hours to get a little bit more. So it's starting slow, but it always picks up a little bit right around the deadline because teams get nervous. They're like, okay, this is my final shot to improve this season. I need to do it. I need to make this trade. We're going to do it. This is the maximum value I can get. Done deal. Sure. They call the phone, say, yeah, we'll take the deal you offered 2 hours ago. Or can you throw in, this little tiny piece? That's what they do. And ultimately, I think it's going to pay out pretty well for some teams. And really the one thing that's slowing everything down on top of just the normal, hey, I've got some time to negotiate, is the fact that there might be a mega deal happening with James Harden, Ben Simmons. And this might be a plan. One thing, too, that I don't think has gotten talked about yet, really. With so I know yesterday the report came out that Daryl Morey is trying to hold the trade down a little bit, slow it down, so that no other teams can really counter trade and make other moves to counter what the Nets and Sixers ultimately do. But what I think might also be happening here is maybe the Nets are kind of holding up the middle finger a little bit to the Philadelphia 76ers, and maybe they're going to keep them engaged and involved in trade talks so that they don't trade Simmons somewhere else. And then they just get to a point where, and then they don't trade Tobias Harris. Maybe they're going to keep them involved in a whole bunch of 3-team deals. And then all of a sudden, trade deadline is like 5 minutes away, and they say, yeah, we're not interested in making a trade. And I think that's a real possibility. And if they do that, if Sean Marks does it, that's going to be a massive middle finger toward Daryl Morey, because Daryl Morey is the guy who's probably tampering with James Harden. So is it deserved? Probably. Probably is deserved. Let's keep going down here. Eric Suriel says Knicks making a trade at noon. So we'll have to watch for that. I did predict earlier today that the first trade would happen right around noon. And we did have predictions yesterday as well that the first trade would be right at noon tomorrow, which they said that yesterday, obviously talking about today. So here Raul says, I'm a Raps fan. Why the hell would I trade KP for Goran and Boucher, who are both bench players? Right, exactly. It doesn't make any sense. So that's why I think someone like OG Anunoby, I mean, at worst, Gary Trent Jr. has got to be coming back in it. At worst. And even then, I'm like, as a Mavs fan, I love Gary Trent Jr., but that's just not what the value should be, if that makes sense. So I don't know. Tan says, I feel like the Sixers are about to overpay for Harden badly. I don't think they're going to overpay. I just think Ben Simmons is really great, though, and I think the Nets are going to be fine without Harden if they do trade him. Fast break. Who do you think is a better center target for the Raps? Holmes, Nurkic, or Turner? So Turner's the best center target because he's the best one out of the three of them. Obviously, he shoots the 3 ball, can protect the rim, pretty mobile, can still run in the pick and roll. But I think ultimately he's not available, so I think Holmes is the better option between Nurkic and Richaun Holmes. Dukes Rocks, welcome back to the stream again today. Glad to have you in here again. He says, if the Raps got KP for Dragic and Boucher, that would be the greatest fleecing of all. That would be insane. That would be absolutely insane. Jeff in the zone says, morning, what channel are you watching the NBA trade deadline on right now? I am not watching any trade deadline channel. I don't feel like I need to watch anybody on TV. Half the time I feel like they only talk about, the Lakers and the Knicks. So, like, not to be, rude about them or anything. There's nothing wrong with watching them if you find them entertaining. To me, though, like, I just Twitter watch. I just keep track of Twitter, and then I bring my own analysis. That's what I do for the channel. I don't follow other people's opinions as much. I tell you guys what I think, which is, sometimes I'm wrong, but everyone's wrong at some point. So there's going to be things I'm wrong about, but I'm giving you my own thoughts and analysis because I don't think you guys would want to listen to something that's watered down anyway from someone else's opinion. I'm giving you my opinions, which is what's perfect here because they're my opinions and my opinions only, which means I'm responsible for them and I give you my ideas. Here we have a donation. Thank you so much for the dono. Spanish Goddish says, any chance that the Warriors do any trades? That's a great question. Again, thank you so much for the $2. No, I do not think so. The Warriors are not going to make a trade today just because that's not in Bob Myers' DNA. When his teams are playing well, he just historically does not make trades. Didn't really make any trades from 2014 to 2018 in midseason, and I don't see him doing that again this year. I think when his teams are playing a little poorly, I think that's when he's willing to switch it up. But right now, with how the Warriors have played this year, he's not going to make any moves today, I don't think. Urban Gamer here asking about Russ. Will Russ get traded? No, I do not see that happening. Brandon Lee says you're not getting any of the starters at Utility Sports. So talking about the Raptors starters, obviously, I mean, I understand why that's the hope and goal there if you're Toronto, but you can't just take the Mavs' second best player and not give up a starter. I don't think that's how that's going to work. And if it does work that way, again, you're going to get to see a grown man rage on or not on television, but on YouTube streams. So that's awesome. David Ryder says Suns or Bucks tonight. That's an interesting matchup. I'm going to take the Phoenix Suns. They've been playing better basketball this regular season. I think they're going to get the job done tonight. The Gold Eagle responding to Duke's Rock says, yep, that would be the biggest finesse in the last 5 years in the NBA. Most definitely would be. Devin says Pistons talking Jerami Grant trade with the Bulls per Legion Hoops. Thoughts? So those are the two teams that make sense to talk about this because right now they have the Patrick Williams injury. The issue is I just don't see why the Bulls should give up Patrick Williams. Like, does Jerami Grant move the needle enough to win a championship this season? Because if you trade for him and you lose in the second round, which you might have done anyway without trading for him, that really hurts because you gave up your young guy who you spent the 4th overall pick on, who is going to be one of your best young players for the next 10 years. For a guy who is 28, he's going to want a massive extension, kind of kills all your flexibility. I just don't like it. I don't like the idea of trading for Jerami Grant. I don't like Patrick Williams going out in that. Now, if they give up, a first or whatever, the Portland first and something else like Kobe White, maybe that's not bad. But if they give up Patrick Williams, that's a mistake. Casey says this NBA trade deadline is boring. How? We've had an all-star level player in Domantas Sabonis get traded. We've had Tyrese Halliburton, who's going to be a future all-star, get traded. And we've had Norm Powell get traded, who's a really good rotational player. Robert Covington got traded. We've had some really good deals up to this point. I'm actually pretty excited about this deadline because I think this happens every year. Everyone builds up the trade deadline and acts like it's going to be something that is like really phenomenal when realistically it usually is kind of quiet. And I think this year has actually been one of the better trade deadlines. So Class of My Own wants to know if the Lakers are going to get Dame. No, that will not happen. Goran says, I hate Costics too. Everyone needs a smile says, what can fans do to reduce their bias for or against players on their teams? So it's hard. It is really hard. The thing you can do, like for me, I bought NBA League Pass. I've had NBA League Pass for like 4 or 5 years now, just because I am addicted to basketball. I eat, sleep, and breathe basketball. It is literally like the thing in my life that I care the most about. Don't tell my girlfriend I said that. Okay. Just kidding. I love her. But for basketball, like when it comes to valuing your team, like you need to watch every team almost equally in order to know all the players and how to value them correctly, which is extremely hard to do because there's just not enough time in the day to do it. So for me, I watch pretty much every Mavs game, but there's a couple times where I don't watch the Mavs. I watch a different team instead of them, which, it is less fun for me because I'm a Mavs fan. I love watching Luka Doncic, but it is really good for balancing my league knowledge by watching every single team and truly evaluating what players are good at, what kind of role they fit in. And that's the biggest thing too, when you come to, bias. For example, like Rick Carlisle as a head coach, like you should not be right now, rating what Sabonis was doing for Indiana. Like Tyrese Halliburton, for example, in Sacramento is going to play better now that he's in Indiana because he's in a system that's going to work better for him with Rick Carlisle because it's going to be pick and roll heavy with Miles Turner and it's going to be really good. And it's hard. You have to keep the scheme involved. You have to understand kind of the dynamics where coaches don't like certain players, don't play them as much. And that's why, you have to just kind of go with the waves a little bit. And I think you have to hold a little bit level of consistency. I think right now what happens with, social media and NBA media is that we do this number on players. For example, Russell Westbrook, the Thunder lose Kevin Durant. Everyone's down here on Russell Westbrook. The next year, they're all up here on him because he won MVP. And then the next year he puts up the same numbers and we're like here on him, we go down. And then the next year he does it again and we go way down here for literally no reason. For no reason we moved down. He didn't get worse. It's just people get tired of seeing the same thing. People have like a little bit of this, they get tired of something. Like you've heard of voter fatigue for like MVP. That's true for everything. There's always fatigue about seeing the same stuff. So there's always going to be bias. It's impossible to get rid of bias. But that's part of the thing to it. Like bias is not inherently bad. It's not bad to be biased as long as you have legitimate reasoning behind behind why you're biased towards something. So, for example, I think that Tim Hardaway Jr. is way better than what, Terrence Ross is. And the reason I think that is because I think he's a more consistent pull-up shooter. I think he's a little bit more of a consistent three-point shooter. I think he's a little bit more athletic getting to the rim, especially at this stage of his career. And that's, I'm biased toward Tim Hardaway Jr. By definition of biased, I am. But at the same time, I have reasoning to back up why I believe things with evidence. And that is very important when you're evaluating players for or against your team in order to look at it. For example, here, says KP for OG not going to happen. Maybe you can get Boucher. Like the fact that he says maybe you can get Boucher, not to put you on blast here, Andre, but I mean, KP is twice as good of a player as Chris Boucher. Chris Boucher, his stamina doesn't let him play more than 25 minutes a night. They tried it, didn't work. So he to me, that it's a little bit of an example of bias here because I think honestly, Kristaps Porzingis is a better player than OG Anunoby right now. I believe that. Now I understand why Raptors fans don't want to give up OG Anunoby. He's really good. But the issue is if you're going to make a trade for Kristaps Porzingis, you probably have to give up someone really good because Kristaps Porzingis is also really good. These are two top 50 players in the world. OG and Kristaps both are, which is why I think that they kind of line up value-wise, or maybe Siakam's in here. The thing with the Raptors is they have like 4 or 5 really great players right now. With OG, Trent, you're looking at obviously Van Vliet, Siakam, and Barnes. And if they want to add more length and rim protection, the guy to do it is obviously going to be Kristaps Porzingis. And he can also fit offensively because he can shoot the ball and gives them a little bit more offensive versatility. But they have to give up someone good to do it, which is, and that's why I don't think a deal is going to get done because I think both sides are going to be like, I don't know if I love this for sure. So he does get hurt a lot. I do agree. Kristaps gets hurt a ton. He's one of those players who is injury prone because of his knees. But at the end of the day, like OG Anunoby's missed time with injuries too. So like if you're trading for someone, you're banking on them being available, which is the idea. Aries says, no, if it's not Siakam, don't trade KP to the Raptors. Right. See, and that's the issue is Mavs fans aren't just gonna take Boucher and Dragic for him. That would be ridiculous. Urban Gamer says Lakers don't have enough assets to trade for Dame. Exactly. Emmett, welcome back to the stream. Glad to have you back in here. Call in here with a question. Says, what's the timer for? That is the countdown to the NBA trade deadline. In 3 hours and 17 minutes. Do I have my math right on that? Yeah, I do. Okay. I was tripping there for a second. 3 hours, 17 minutes. We will be at the NBA trade deadline. John Hamilton says, since Iowa is doing so well with Bulls move on from Kobe White, I think they'll really think about it, but I'm not sure. Whoa, rap god. I'm not sure exactly if that's going to happen. So I think they'll probably hold on to Kobe, but they'll consider it. Okay, and we have a trade. We do have a trade. Sham Charania, I'm going to pull it up on stream here. Let me get it up. Okay, I'm going to have to pull off the timer here for a second. Hopefully you guys can bear with me for a minute here. Make sure to go follow us on Twitter as well. Link is in the description. Go give us a follow on TikTok too. That would be huge if you guys could do that. I'm going to stop my screen share there. The timer, I will put the timer back up when we're not showing actual Twitter screens because the Twitter should come first for us because it is the actual deal. And here it is. Sacramento Kings are trading Marvin Bagley to the Detroit Pistons. So the Pistons are getting Marvin Bagley III here. You can see per Sham Charania and Sam Amick. So this is a deal that has gone down now. And the deal comes at 11:43 Eastern time. I had predicted noon Eastern time. So I was off by 17 minutes. I should do better, but trying my best. Trying my best here running stuff. So Marvin Bagley is going to be a Detroit Piston. Let me go ahead and make this bigger for you guys. so you can really see it. There you go. Sacramento Kings are trading Marvin Bagley III to the Detroit Pistons. What's your thoughts? Kings are acquiring. Whoa! It's a 4-team trade. Oh my gosh. Okay. Whoa. Let's go over to Woj. Whoa. Okay. Huge trade. Woj. Oh my gosh. Woo. Okay, this is good. This is going to be really good. I need to get this pulled up. Wow, this is huge, guys. This is actually huge. This is a big trade, 14 deal. Dante DiVincenzo is going to the Kings. And remember, interesting thing with this is, remember, Dante DiVincenzo was almost a King a few years ago with the Bogdan Bogdanovic failed sign and trade. Absolutely massive right now, what we've got going on. I'm going to keep doing comments, but I'm going to miss it here because we do have a Woj bomb. Yep, Dante DiVincenzo has been traded. Serge Ibaka to the Milwaukee Bucks. So they did go after a versatile big, like I was talking about, just not to the level of a guy like Miles Turner. So what are the Clippers getting here? What are the Clippers going to be getting in this deal? Serge Ibaka is gone. We have 900 people in the stream. Go ahead, hit that like button. Subscribe if you're new. Hit that like if you're excited about this 4-team trade. So Serge Ibaka to the Milwaukee Bucks, according to Shams Charania. This is insane right now. Love these Woj bombs, that's for sure. Oh my gosh. Okay. So I think it involves, the teams are going to be the Kings, the Bucks, the Pistons, and the Clippers. That's the 4 teams. The 4th team is the Clippers, Ryan. The 4th team is the Clippers. Let's see here. Wow, this is insane. This is absolutely nuts. I'm going to hit refresh here. Let's see if there's anything new. Yep, so the Bucks are acquiring. This is according, again, to Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN. Does really good work. Make sure you guys give him a follow on Twitter as well. Shout out to him. Bucks are acquiring Clippers, Serge Ibaka in the deal. So I don't know what else is going to go on here. I don't know what the Clippers are getting. If I had to guess, it's like a 2nd-round pick. Probably a 2nd-round pick or 2, I'm guessing. I would have to say probably 1. But Ibaka is on the deal. Dante to Sacramento is really good for them. Wait, well, I don't understand this for Milwaukee. They're giving up Dante DiVincenzo essentially for Serge Ibaka. Wow. This is kind of like an L, I think, for this reason. We do have more news on it. Pistons are trading Josh Jackson, Trey Lyles to Sacramento. So the Kings are also getting Josh Jackson and Trey Lyles. 4-team deal with Detroit, Sacramento, Milwaukee, and LA, like I was talking about, which is absolutely insane. My goodness. Make sure you guys do hit that like button if you are new to Utility Sports. Subscribe as well. This is insane. We have a 4-team deal. I'm going to continue refreshing on Twitter here as we get all the information. Kings are acquiring Milwaukee's Dante DiVincenzo in a 4-team trade. Marvin Bagley is going to the Pistons. So this is absolutely insane. Wow. Jazz says everyone is getting bigs. Feel like Bulls have to make a move because if we're counting on Vooch to guard players like Giannis. And the biggest thing is, too, we have 1,000 people in the stream as well. Shout out to you guys. Thank you so much for that. We do really appreciate it. Hit that subscribe button if you are new. Also, leave a like. Absolutely insane what's going on today in the NBA trade deadline. And we're all waiting for James Harden yet. James Harden might get moved yet today. He's the big piece on the table. Ben Simmons maybe lands in Brooklyn, maybe lands somewhere else. This is absolutely insane, though. Serge Ibaka to the Milwaukee Bucks and Dante DiVincenzo, Josh Jackson, Trey Lyles to the Kings. This is absolutely insane, everything that's going on here now. Absolutely nuts what we have going on. Win for the Bucks. Ibaka is fit to the Bucks. The thing for the Bucks, though, is you gave up Dante DiVincenzo, who's one of your only young pieces. Dragic to Spurs. New Shams. Let me check out Shams. I'm trying my best, guys. I'm trying to keep up on it. Let me pull up Shams Sharani on Twitter. Make sure you guys go give us a follow on Twitter as well. Okay, the Raptors made a deal. Raptors made a deal as well. Let's go over to Shams. This is huge. Goran Dragic's been traded, and the Mavericks are not involved in that one, which means any Kristaps Porzingis deal may be centered around one of Toronto's starters. So we'll have to keep our eyes on that as well. Absolutely insane. Here it is. The Toronto Raptors are trading Goran Dragic to the San Antonio Spurs for Thad Young. Thaddeus Young is going to Toronto, and that does actually make sense. That fits very, very well into their defensive system with Nick Nurse, gives them some more length and size. If they don't get a true center, they at least got a forward who can play physically. That's what Thad Young does. We have a comment saying Doncic to the Lakers. Yeah, keep praying for that. Dragic for Thad Young. Make sure you guys leave a like on the stream. Also subscribe if you are new, again, to Utility Sports. It would be absolutely huge if all 1,000 of you could be subscribed. We would appreciate it so much. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the NBA trade deadline live stream today. It's insane what we've got going on. Absolutely crazy indeed. Yeah, and as Jay Thack said, turn on the notifications as well. Hit that notification bell. This is crazy. We've got some trades finally going down today. I predicted noon Eastern, and it went down at 11:43 Eastern time. I was off by 17 minutes. Aaron Lazaga said, Mr. Ray, yes, absolutely, because Ibaka is a good player. No more THT and Noel to the Raptors. Yep, that probably kills that deal as well, which is insane. I'm trying to figure out what the Clippers got in this, because that's what I'm kind of concerned about. They get involved in a deal. Marvin Bagley, details in the app here. Let's go ahead and pull this up. Stream is dope. Thanks, Philly. Welcome to the stream. If you guys are new, hit that subscribe button. This is crazy. And he wants to know, is Harden coming to my Sixers? We'll talk about that and more in just a little bit. Make sure you guys stick around. Coach Dreadhead, welcome back to the stream. Glad to have you in here. Says Spurs will buy out Dragic or remove him to Dallas for a future pick and cash. Yeah, probably. I think buyout's the most realistic option. Interesting here that the Spurs and Raptors were for sure talking about Jakob Poeltl then. That for sure shows that, because you see Goran Dragic here now getting traded into Toronto, or going into a San Antonio, Thad Young to Toronto. Definitely shows that they were having discussions, probably about a few other players as well. Clippers got Brook Lopez. Did they actually? I mocked this season. The Bucks are also sending Semi Ojeleye and Rodney Hood to the Clippers in the 4-team deal. Okay, let's go back to Woj. I'm keeping stuff on my phone, as well as on the my desktop here, so that you guys can see it. Just so that I'm getting everything, because the computer takes a little bit longer to get up on stream compared to the notifications that I'm getting. It's insane. Wojnarowski here. Okay, so here we go. Let's click on Woj. So we had two trades at once here, basically, with Goran Dragic getting traded to the Spurs, and then the 4-team trade as well. So here we are. Bucks are also sending Semi Ojeleye and Rodney Hood to the Clippers in the 4-team deal, which is interesting. So they turned Serge Ibaka into Ojeleye and Rodney Hood. I don't think that Brook Lopez was involved in this, unfortunately. So I thought he was someone that they would maybe look to move because of his injuries. So here's the deal. Here's the deal in full. I'm going to read it out. Pistons get Marvin Bagley. Kings get Dante DiVincenzo, Josh Jackson, Trey Lyles. Bucks get Serge Ibaka. Clippers get Rodney Hood and Semi Ojeleye, which I think makes sense because they got a little bit more wing depth this year while Kawhi Leonard and Paul George are out. If you guys are new to Utility Sports, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Also, leave a like. I'm getting a card ready for this now. Pistons receive Marvin Bagley. The Kings did really well in this. Shout out to the Kings. I think they did really well getting Dante DiVincenzo, Josh Jackson, and Trey Lyles for Marvin Bagley. I think they came out very, very well. Of course, their GM, Monty McNair, did inherit Marvin Bagley. He's not the one who drafted him. So obviously did not have any issue moving on from him and getting a young player he clearly liked, because one of the first things Monty McNair did was almost trade for Dante DiVincenzo when Bogdan Bogdanovic went into free agency. So they get Dante DiVincenzo, Josh Jackson, and Trey Lyles, who I think Trey Lyles doesn't really do a lot in this deal. Go ahead here. Kings receive. Let's go on forward. Bucks receive Serge Ibaka. And Clippers receive in that deal Rodney Hood and Semi Ojeleye, which is absolutely huge. Give me your thoughts right now. Give me a grade for each team in that deal. Give me a grade. It'll be coming across the bottom line here now. There it is. Pistons receive Marvin Bagley. Kings receive Dante DiVincenzo, Josh Jackson, and Trey Lyles. Bucks receive Serge Ibaka. Clippers get Rodney Hood and Semi Ojeleye. Give a grade to each team. Raul, thank you for the $5. He says Lakers were probably asking for Gary Trent for THT none and maybe 2027 first. So the Raps backed out of the trade. Yeah, that would be a ridiculous trade to do. Gary Trent is so good. I loved what they did last year, the Raptors. If you're a Raptors fan, leave a like on the stream because your team is really well set up for the future. Thaddeus Young, very, very solid acquisition for this team. He's going to help them right now, and it's going to be a really good way for this team to get a little bit better on the margins here, not really having to give up too much, getting off of Goran Dragic. My guess is there's going to be a little bit of a second rounder there. Ibaka is amending his 15% trade bonus. So Clippers are responsible for making the trade bonus themselves, which is absolutely insane. Okay, this is huge. There's a lot going on here in the NBA. Welcome everyone to the stream. Here we're asking about a Lakers trade update. Nothing quite yet on the Lakers. They're probably shopping around. I think they'll be closer to 3 o'clock Eastern time. So with the let's get the trade timer back up here. Nothing fully yet out, of course. Now let's go ahead. I'm going to get that back up on screen so we have the timer countdown. Give me 1 second here, trying to get through everything as fast as I can. Crazy, crazy day. The NBA trade deadline doing all of its dirty work today. Let's go ahead and move this back to something like this. There we go. And we're back now with the timer on the screen. Hopefully you guys are enjoying. Again, if you are, leave a like on today's live stream. It is absolutely insane everything that is going on in today's NBA trade deadline. It is absolutely huge. Absolutely crazy everything going on right now in the NBA. ATG Rico wants to know, is Halliburton a future Penny Hardaway? No, he's not that athletic. He's not athletic enough, but I agree with Post Baloney here. He says Kings win that trade. I agree. They got off Marvin Bagley and added Dante DiVincenzo, who's really the best player in this deal long-term for me. I think the Bucks getting Serge Ibaka makes sense. They need a little bit more size. That's a winning move for the playoffs. 100% it's a winning move. But, wow, 4-team trade came together like that. Didn't have any information on it or anything. That's one of the common threads with the Clippers. When the Clippers are involved in trades, it is quiet and hush. They never, ever announce anything. Jesse B says Kings A+. I agree. Mr. Rudy says all those wings for the Clippers means Kawhi not coming back. Probably. I agree. I think Kawhi's probably out for the year. But I do think Rodney Hood can definitely help them out. And I think Semi Ojeleye gives him a versatile defender at least. Gold Eagle says the whole Marvin Bagley getting picked ahead of Luka in the 2018 draft kind of stuck with him a little unfairly. Oh, for sure. For sure. It's not his fault he got drafted ahead of him. And Marvin Bagley was supposed to be a good player. He was very athletic, and I thought could be a nice 5. I think the biggest thing for him is in Detroit, hopefully they play him as a center. If they play him as a center, I think he can actually find some value. Hunter wants to know, does Sacramento keep Holmes now? Probably. I would say probably. ESPN sources, the Spurs, who are trading for Goran Dragic, are expected to negotiate a contract buyout with Dragic. Among the teams expected to be interested, Woj had an error in his tweet here. Once he becomes a free agent, Dallas, Milwaukee, Chicago, and the Clippers. Okay, which makes sense. Those were the teams we, pretty much considered to be very interested in Dragic once he gets moved. Yeah, definitely a Woj bomb right now. Everything is going crazy. Serge Ibaka, he's going to the Milwaukee Bucks. For me, let me give my thoughts now on it. I'm going to go ahead and get this up on stream for you guys so that we can have a whole look at the trade. So let's go ahead here, create a banner. There we go. So now here it is up on stream. There it is. For what I think on this trade, what I feel, what I think, for me, the Pistons do pretty well in this. They get Marvin Bagley, they get a chance to try him out, and they give up essentially nothing. Josh Jackson, Trey Lyles. I mean, Lyles is okay. Josh Jackson's okay. I think Marvin Bagley ultimately could be better than both of them by the end of this season. especially when he's in a bigger role where they're probably trying to really utilize him in the pick and roll game a little bit more with Cade. I think Cade Cunningham could be a really good help to his early career. So I think the Pistons do pretty well in this. I'd probably give them an A- grade or a B+. It's Marvin Bagley. It's not like that's a phenomenal move, but I think it's a good move because they got better without giving anything up. For me, then let's turn to, I'm going to save the Kings for last. Let's talk about the Bucks. I'm going to give this a B-, maybe a C+ for Milwaukee. Now, the issue is if Serge Ibaka plays well for them in the playoffs, it instantly becomes a deal that makes sense because they did need more size. They need a little bit more help for the regular season here. And I think part of this, too, is they're eyeing up what Cleveland's got and saying, how do we handle Mobley, Jarrett Allen, Markkanen, Dean Wade, Kevin Love? That's a pretty solid front court grouping that they have there in Cleveland. And Serge Ibaka does help you deal with that and gives you just a little bit more size and a little bit more consistency from your backup big man spot, especially if Brook Lopez does come back healthy. And the thing is, this is massive insurance because if Brook Lopez just doesn't come back and he's not right, that is extremely problematic for this team, just given the fact that they would need a big. So this is like kind of insurance for them, which makes some sense to me. And then when you also consider this from the Clippers standpoint, you get off Serge Ibaka, you bring in Rodney Hood, Semi Ojeleye. Ibaka didn't really have a role there anymore, so it makes sense. Ojeleye, versatile defender. Rodney Hood can do some stuff offensively for you. Not something that like really moves the needle one way or another for me for the Clippers. So I'm just going to give it a B. I think it's just like an average grade. It's okay. It's whatever. And then the Kings get an A+ here because you moved Marvin Bagley, who just didn't work for you. And not only does this make sense in terms of like, hey, Marvin Bagley wanted to get out. He requested a trade. They played hardball with him a little bit. But this is actually a guy who fits. After trading Tyrese Halliburton, you needed a guy like Dante DiVincenzo. Now, he's not nearly as good as Halliburton, don't get me wrong, but he fits your roster now. This is a really good acquisition. They need a little bit more help on the wing, and they got it here. So, for me, the Kings to give up Bagley and to come out of this with DiVincenzo, Jackson, and Trey Lyles, that is definitely an A grade, in my opinion. I think... man, I'm hoping Goran Dragic ends up in Dallas. I really am. That's my biggest hope. Bulls for Life says, with $2, thank you for that. He says, what are my Bulls doing? Any ideas? Need a backup power forward. Yeah, I thought Marvin Bagley could have been in the cards for that, and I thought Thaddeus Young could have been in the cards for that, and then all of a sudden both of them are traded like that. So that kind of washes everything up for Chicago. I think they're going to look at Kenrich Williams, who is more of a small forward. But maybe they just play like a little bit smaller lineups and play a little bit faster, a little bit more talented offensively. I could see that as an option. We'll see exactly what plays out. Swish 7741, love you, man. Dragic in Dallas. Oh, I hope so. I'm guessing you're a big-time Dallas Mavericks fan with that Swish nickname there, and then the 77 and 41. It's absolutely awesome. He says, been watching since last year trade deadline. Well, that's great. Glad to have you been sticking around. Make sure to leave comments in our other videos just so I can, make sure I'm seeing your name and giving you shout outs and everything too when I see you back in the chat. Justin Rodriguez hoping for Dragic to the Pelicans. I don't think so now with CJ McCollum there. Jazz here saying, so this is crazy. No one cares about the James Harden trade. They just pulled the trigger. No, they did not. I have not seen anything about James Harden here yet. So I'm keeping my eyes on it, but nothing here yet. Mr. Ray says, as a Pistons fan, if we're planning on trading anything for Bagley, I'm glad it was only Lyles and Josh Jackson. Exactly. That's where it's like, it's a good deal because you gave up nothing, essentially, for Bagley, so you at least get to see what he is. JJ Rem says, hoping for more Woj bombs. There's our 2 trades already today. Remember, we had a comment earlier saying they're expecting only 2 to 3 trades. I think it's going to be closer to 5 to 7. And it very possibly it could be up to 10 if everything goes right, if some teams look around and say, yeah, we kind of want to counter that kind of move. I think Bulls still need to make a move for a forward. Clippers, this is why the Clippers did that. They saved $30 million against the tax, which is actually surprising that they wanted to do that. So, that's kind of what they're going for. Everyone, welcome to the stream. Lazaga, welcome again to the stream. Glad to have you guys in here. One Sin City says, I hope the Wizards make a move. Yeah, me too. I really hope that they do. It's a crazy, crazy trade deadline. Absolutely wild right now. Albert C says, who will start for the Kings, Lyles or Holmes? Neither. It's going to be Shemezi Metu. Their starting lineup is probably going to have De'Aaron Fox, Davion Mitchell, Harrison Barnes, Chimezie Metu, and Domantas Sabonis. That's the lineup they started last night. Rashawn Holmes was healthy, came off the bench. So I don't think it'll be Lyles. For sure not Lyles. And I really don't think it's going to be Rashawn Holmes just for the fact they didn't start him last night. Dan here wants to know, wait, so is trading Tyrese Maxey, Seth Curry, and Andre Drummond worth it for the Sixers for Harden? I honestly don't, but I think that's a horrible deal. Yeah, they're not going to give up Maxey. What they're going to do is they're going to offer Seth Curry, Andre Drummond, James Harden, obviously, or Ben Simmons, excuse me, obviously for Harden, and then probably a first-round pick or two in that deal. Let's see here. Let's go ahead now and take a look at this one. Nicola says, I know Doncic and Dragic are like father and son, but do we really need Dragic now when we have Brunson? Yes, we do. We need one more guy off the bench, especially with Brunson in the starting lineup. It just, having a second ball handler on the floor at all times is really, really massive because it puts more pressure on defenses and you can't just load up on one guy being the sole creator for a team. So yes, the Mavericks really do need to get Goran Dragic yet at this point. Mr. Ray says, we'll see. Injury concerns, not exactly a great fit at center yet, but he's still only 22, right? That's the thing with Bagley. You just got to wait on him and see if you can get something out of it. Worst case, you gave up Josh Jackson, which is nothing. So, and Trey Lyles, which is nothing. So, it's a good move for them from that perspective. And Darrow says, more details on Dragic and Young trade came out. Let me go ahead here then and try and find that. Was it on Woj or who was reporting it? Because I did not see that. Woj Narowski here. Raptors are... Oh, whoa! Oh, my gosh. Okay. Actually, massive news on that. Okay, let's get that pulled up on the screen here again. I'm going to remove this. I'm going to stop that screen share. Let's go ahead and screen share the Twitter here. Absolutely crazy. I was not expecting that to be part of this deal. Okay, so this is actually fairly important here. Let's go ahead and refresh this here so that you guys can see exactly what I'm seeing, and it's insane. Actually, quite surprising here what the deal was. I'm kind of surprised by that, but like here we go. Let's look at it. The Raptors are trading Dragic and a protected 2022 first-round pick to the Spurs for Thad Young, Drew Eubanks, and a 2022 second rounder via the Pistons. So basically, the Raptors moved down probably what's going to be 10 to 15 spots in the draft. That pick is protected 1 to 14 in 2022, 1 to 13 in 2023, and would turn into 2 seconds beyond that. So now the Raptors cannot trade a first-round pick until 2025 until this pick conveys, which will probably be this year. So by draft time, they'll be able to trade their 2024 first-round pick. But absolutely crazy. You see here now that Dragic headed to San Antonio to get bought out with a protected 2022 first. And the Spurs, the surprising thing here to me is that they gave up Drew Eubanks, who's actually been playing some meaningful backup center minutes for them. So I like this a lot for Toronto, actually, because you only move down a few spots in the draft here because you're getting Detroit's second rounder and you're moving your own first. And then you get Drew Eubanks and Thad Young. I think that's actually a very solid deal for them. Give me your grade on this deal in the chat. Let me go ahead and see it. I should move this so that you guys can see this a little bit better. There you go. There's the deal. Go ahead, put your grade for it in the stream. Of course, we have 1,500 people watching live. Thank you guys so much. You guys are all so awesome. Give me your grade for each team. I need to know for each team what you're giving it. Don't just give it as one thing. Let's go ahead. Keep going here. Dots Gaming says Lakers traded Russell Westbrook and Taylor Horton Tucker for Buddy Hield and Malcolm Brogdon. No, they did not. Brogdon is not trade eligible because he signed an extension. Gemini wants to know how good is Drew Eubanks. He's not like overall game changing, but he's solid. He'll give you good rotational center minutes, which is I think what they were looking for. Ideally, and the nice thing here is you don't have to just give anything up really for that. Basically, what you would have given up for Thad Young anyway, so you get that on top. Brandon Lee here says A+ for the Raptors, F for the Spurs. I wouldn't say F for the Spurs. I would say this is like probably B- for San Antonio. Well, no, maybe a B. Actually B or B+ for San Antonio because of the fact that you get to move up your pick just because of Thad Young, who the Charlotte Hornets and San Antonio Spurs have discussed a trade of PJ Washington, Kai Jones, and a potential first-round draft pick for Jakob Poeltl, according to Michael Scotto. Okay, that is huge. Let's go ahead and pull that up on the stream. Give me your grades, though. Keep giving them to me. Let me know what your thoughts are on the stream. Absolutely insane what we got going on. And like Hunter Butler says, hit that like button. We have 1,500 of you in here, so we should have at least 1,500 likes on the stream. Please go ahead and hit that like button. Here it is. Here's the report. Per sources, as usual, the Charlotte Hornets and San Antonio Spurs have discussed a trade of PJ Washington, Kai Jones, and a potential first-round draft pick for Jakob Poeltl. So pretty big deal there that Jakob Poeltl could potentially be on his way out to Charlotte, which is interesting because he's not the player I would have identified as a fit offensively, but defensively it makes sense because LaMelo Ball and some of the perimeter defenders, I use that loosely there for Charlotte, tend to let guys get into the paint pretty frequently. So a shot blocker, someone who can protect the rim like Jakob Poeltl does actually make quite a bit of sense. We are getting some A grades here for the Raptors. Eubanks is okay. Would have rather Poeltl, though. Yeah, I mean, obviously, but you're going to have to give up way less for Poeltl or for Eubanks than Poeltl. Like, Eubanks you probably just got for almost free. Zach Kane here gives the Lakers an F. I love that. Dots Gaming, please do not spam. Okay, thank you. 9 Extreme says C+ for Raps, D for Spurs. So pretty harsh grades. I mean, for what the Raptors gave up, I think they did pretty good. And for what the Spurs were giving up, I think they did okay for themselves, just given the direction of their franchise. Shamar here says, Bulls, do something. We need a big. Yes, you guys do need a big for sure. Dan here says, should the Sixers give Simmons, Drummond, and Thibault for Irving and Harden? Yeah, but Irving's not going to be available. So that's not going anywhere. Yes, Basti, the Dante trade is real. The Dante DiVincenzo trade is real. That'll be going along the bottom line here. So that, again, is a 4-team trade. And, yes, that whole thing is real. The struggle Sneakerhead says B+ for Raptors, B for Spurs. Here you go, Sneakerhead. What do you think of my Harden Volume 5s? I'm looking forward to the Harden Volume 6s. They just got announced yesterday, and they're coming out this weekend, so I'm extremely excited about it. But here is how the kicks are looking for the Harden Volume 5s. I love playing basketball, love watching it, love talking about it, so that's huge. Let's go ahead here. And Aries says, just hit the like button. Yes, please. Thank you so much, Aries. Everyone else, go ahead, smash that like button real quickly for me. It would mean so much if you could go ahead and do that. It would be absolutely massive for us here at Utility Sports if you could go ahead and support the stream by not only leaving a like, but also hitting subscribe, turning on the notification bell, and however else you see fit. Thank you again, guys, so much. Absolutely awesome to have all the support from you. It's insane. It's a crazy trade deadline. I'm still waiting for a James Harden move. That's really what's going to put the icing on top of the cake if we get one. Let's go ahead and keep going through some of these comments here. Dragic to Heat. Potentially traded KZ Okpala to open up a free roster spot. I think it might be for PJ Washington, though. I think the Spurs and Heat are going to be now talking back and forth, or not talking back and forth, but bidding each other up a little bit for the services of PJ Washington. That's my opinion. Says Jakob Poeltl is eyed at best. He's pretty good rim protector, so I think it's pretty solid for the Hornets if they get him. That's what we're gonna have to watch for next. Someone saying Derek White trade to Denver for Barton and first pick in 2027. I don't see that happening. I would be surprised if they give up their asset that far out. For that, Warriors need a center. Seriously doubt Wiseman's going to be available in time. I just hope they go for Miles Turner. I don't think they will, but I understand why you'd want that. Mr. Ray says Raptors C, Spurs B. Spurs get a first and expiring Dragic deal. The Raptors get some size. Not bad. Yeah, like it's not bad. I think C's a little harsh on that just because you are getting Eubanks that young, and you're also getting that Pistons second, which is really the thing that saves it to me. If it was just the first, I'd be like, well, I don't know. But the fact that you're getting the Pistons second means you really only move down like 10 to 15 spots in the draft, which gives you, a little bit more leeway in a deal like this, I guess. Oracle says giving my sons a B for boring. LOL, nothing. Yeah, nothing yet on them at least. We'll see. There's still plenty of time. Let's go ahead and get that timer back up here just so you guys can know how much time we have until the NBA trade deadline is officially passed. And remember, I'm going to be streaming a little bit past the trade deadline as well, because there's always going to be a couple trades that come in a little late. So we got 2 hours, 46 minutes left at this point. It's crazy. We got a lot of stuff to keep going through and talking about. Do have a donation that I have to get to here. Thank you guys all so much for being in here. 1,500 of you is so awesome. Ascandy Sports says the stream is killer. Well done, sir. Thank you so much. Glad you guys are enjoying. Trying to really make utility sports center of collaborative, sports talk on YouTube. We want to really put the U in utility sports. I know it sounds a little corny and cheesy, but really do appreciate hearing your guys' thoughts. I try to get to the comments. You guys are killing it, though. There's so many comments. It's hard to keep up on, but keep it up, guys. You're so awesome for all the love and support. Hakeem here. Welcome to the stream, Hakeem. He says, Buddy Hield to Lakers. Lord knows they could use all the help they can get. What a crap season. Yeah, it has been a tough season for sure for the Lakers. Just considering what their expectations were. And I knew this team wasn't ready to do that. They needed to make a few other moves to help this roster out. Imagine had they just made the trade for Buddy Hield, how much better they could look instead of the whole Russell Westbrook drama. I said that in August that was the trade they should have made instead. I got a lot of back flack for that, but here we are now, and they're not in playoff contention as we currently sit. Shamar saying, I hope my Bulls do something. Henry giving the Raptors a B. Absolutely crazy. Dan here says, you're the best basketball and trade guy to talk to. Glad. Hopefully you guys feel that. I do a ton of stuff for the NBA draft as well. For example, the 2020 NBA draft, which of course had Anthony Edwards, LaMelo Ball, Denny Avdia, that class. I had a 150-page document of scouting and analysis on those players. And I do that every year. So I'm a little nuts when it comes to basketball, but I'm extremely passionate about this. I love it. It's basically my life. Mr. Ray, thank you for telling everyone to hit that thumbs up button. It would mean a lot to us. Just lets me know that you are enjoying the content more than anything. Doesn't really, help us with YouTube or anything like that. It's just specifically letting me know that I'm doing stuff right and that you guys do enjoy the content. That's what I mean by helps us out. Patrick Gaming says, me waiting till James Harden trade. Yeah, no kidding. Me too. And I do notice that we are getting some followers on Twitter. Right now, if all 1,500 of you could go smash that follow button on Twitter, that would be absolutely awesome. Again, no pressure to do anything you guys don't want to, though. But if you did want to, that would be absolutely awesome. Johnny says, guys, let's show some love and hit the like button. This man is putting in work today. Yeah, I'm surprised my voice is still working. I streamed for 7 hours yesterday, 2 hours the day before, and I've already been live for 3 hours and 15 minutes today. So I'm hopefully putting in the work that you guys appreciate. And I'm excited because we still got 2 hours and 43 minutes until the trade deadline. And I'm going to stream for another half hour after that to watch for any deals that could come through the pipeline a little bit later. Ben Simmons traded for LaMelo Ball. Not a real thing, guys. Do not be worried about that. Shamar saying James Harden not getting traded. We'll see. I hope he does. I hope he does get traded to the 76ers. And we'll talk about that a little bit more. I think we've done a lot of talking about James Harden. We'll get back to that soon. I do want to just keep going through the rest of these here because we have a whole bunch of awesome comments coming in. Anything on the Hawks here? That's a great question. For me, talking about the Atlanta Hawks, what could we really be looking at for Atlanta? Well, I think they need a backup point guard. I think they could use a little bit more on the defensive perimeter when you're looking at defensive wings. Guys that make sense for that would be like Jalen Brunson and Dorian Finney-Smith if they were to get involved with the Mavericks about a John Collins trade. But I don't think the Mavericks have an appetite to do that. I don't think they'd want to give up both of those guys. So at this current point, with where we're sitting, I just feel like, honestly, we are at a point where the Hawks just don't have a lot to move. Maybe they look at Dennis Schroeder. A reunion in Atlanta could make some sense. But at the end of the day, they're just playing better basketball since they traded Cam Reddish. Maybe they don't want to overcomplicate things, bring in another guy, confuse roles even more. I think maybe they just say, this is our team for the rest of the year, and we roll from here. Coach Shredhead says the Hornets and the Grizz are the most fun teams to watch in the NBA. They definitely are. Eric Collins for the Hornets is a very fun announcer to listen to as well. Those are two really good League Pass teams. If you guys have League Pass like I do, it definitely is very enjoyable to watch. Let's go ahead here to Let Maku TV. No trade happened for James Harden. Not yet, but we are waiting for it, which is what Kimbabwe is asking about. Do you think 76ers will trade for James Harden today? My feeling on that is yes. I feel like he is going to get traded today. Now, what does that mean? What does that look like? That's a great question. There is a ton of different potential outcomes that could really line up with what the 76ers and Nets want to do. For example, the 76ers want to give up Ben Simmons and probably like Danny Green or Seth Curry and nothing else. And of course, the Nets are not going to take that. The Nets are going to say, no, we want Matisse Thybulle. We would really love Tyrese Maxey, but we'll probably not get him. Give us Ben Simmons as well, obviously. Give us 2 first-round picks. And then that's where the starting price is. And then they're going to say, whoa, that's a little ridiculous. I do have some mock trades. I'll show you guys them later on in the stream, so make sure you stick around. I want to push a little bit of time between when I last showed them to the next time I show them, just so that people who've been here for a little bit don't have to necessarily sit and watch the same thing again. But it is a 4-team trade. One team not mentioned is the Miami Heat. This is according to Bobby Marks, who is a cap manager. He says, despite the trade in July, Miami is eligible to sign their former point guard because he had a stop over in Toronto. The Raptors would not be allowed to sign him once he is bought out. Okay, so the Raptors can't sign him. The Miami Heat could sign Goran Dragic. So that's interesting. Very much a possibility. JJ Rem says, give my dude likes and subs. He's been talking for hours with bias towards big teams. Go sub and like. I think he means no bias. So hopefully that means hopefully I'm not talking with bias. I try my best to not be biased towards teams like the Lakers, Knicks, Nets. Obviously the Sixers and Nets are kind of the big teams today because of the rumors. But I do try and answer comments about every team. I like talking about the Pacers. And Aaron Roy says, just followed on Twitter. Thank you. Appreciate that so much. Really, really do appreciate that. Tyler says, Magic make any moves for Orlando? They have not made any moves yet. And I think Orlando is a fun team to talk about here because they have a few different options. Of course, you have Markelle Fultz and Jonathan Isaac under contract. They haven't been playing this season, but they are interesting names to watch that other teams would have interest in. Now, do I think that either of them get traded? I probably would say no. I think Jonathan Isaac maybe gets traded this offseason. Maybe Markelle Fultz gets traded this offseason. But as of right now, I don't think they do. And I think Terrence Ross and Gary Harris are really the names to watch. I thought Gary Harris would have been someone who would have made sense for Toronto, moving off of Goran Dragic to give them a little bit more wing perimeter depth. But they opted to go with Thad Young and Drew Eubanks package, which I totally understand. And the Raptors did really well in that, in my opinion. So if you're a Raptors fan, make sure to hit that like button because you should be excited. You got 2 solid players there for Dragic and a pick that you only had to move down about 10 spots. And then also for Orlando, I mean, Gary Harris, I don't know if I see a trade for him now after the Dragic thing dried up. But what I do potentially see is a situation in which Terrence Ross gets traded to the Lakers. Maybe Terrence Ross traded to the Knicks. He's someone who's going to have value from some of those big market teams, especially if we see a little bit of shake up there between those franchises. Zach here asking for a Miami Heat update. So for Miami, right now I think they're going to be bidding for PJ Washington, and now the Spurs sound like they're involved. For San Antonio, if they can trade Jakob Poeltl for PJ Washington, Kai Jones, and a first, that's an instant win for San Antonio, and I think San Antonio would have done really well today. If they come out with 3 first-round picks in this year's draft, that's going to be massive. They're throwing my whole mock draft for a little bit of a loop now because I'm going to have to make sure I get all these picks right with everything going all over the place. And this is exactly what I'm talking about here. Do you think PJ Washington will end up with the Miami Heat and Omer Yurtseven to the Spurs? Interesting. So looking at a 3-team deal, I mean, potentially. And in that scenario, let's go ahead here. I'm actually going to remove this from the stream because what we're going to do is we're going to go on to Fanspo, and I'm going to make a trade package live here for you guys. We're going to go ahead and do a live trade 3-team deal because that just motivated me to do it. So let's go ahead and take a closer look at that. I'm going to go ahead and get the 3 teams in here that I think are going to make that deal, and then I'll make sure to get the screen shared for you guys. So I think that's going to be San Antonio. I think it's going to be Charlotte. And then I think it's going to be Miami. So that's interesting. That's a really good point you brought up here, actually. I'm really thankful that you said that because it kind of has really turned my mind to what could be happening here and gives me a real idea of what we could be seeing from these teams. Of course, Miami right now is the 1 seed as well, which is really, really good. Okay, so I've got this pulled up now. Let me go ahead and share the screen. Again, 1,500 of you guys in here. Please hit that like button, subscribe as well if you are enjoying. I'm extremely excited. This trade deadline seems like it's going to be a good one. So here's the 3 teams. We've got it on here. Let me go ahead and make sure that this is in a way that you can see it too. So let's go ahead and change it to this. I'll make myself a little bit smaller there. And we got the Spurs there covered up a little bit, but we'll try to do our best. Let me see if I can move my face back over to the side. Is that better? I think that's probably better for you guys. You probably can see that a little bit easier. Now let's go ahead and continue here. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more too, so you get a little bit of a closer look. There we go. So what the idea here now is we have a 3-team deal, and this 3-team deal starts with Jakob Poeltl getting traded to the Charlotte Hornets. And for that, we are going to see probably something like Kai Jones traded to the Spurs, along with their first-round pick this year, which is a pretty solid pick. Well, they have the New Orleans pick, which is like protected, and then it doesn't go to them. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to throw the 2023 first here to the Spurs, I guess. We'll have to see if that works. I do have some questions about if that will work with the Stepien rule or not. I have to do a little bit of refreshing on that. So pardon me for that little bit of a mix-up in case I do not have that fully correct. And then what I have here is P.J. Washington going to the Miami Heat with Omer Yurtseven going back to the San Antonio Spurs here, which is exactly what this comment said. So we're going to trade Yurtseven to the Spurs. And then on top of that here, to get P.J. Washington, what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to give up your own first-round pick here as well, which this is not accurate now because they did some restructuring. So this 2023 first is technically a 2022 first because they made some moves. Fanspo hasn't updated it correctly yet. That is a 2022 first because they had reshuffled some moves and worked out a deal. And then we could also see something like Caleb Martin, for example. He's on a 2-way, so he won't work. But we could see like even Dwayne Dedman, I guess, for example, going over to like Charlotte here in this deal, which makes some sense as well for both teams for money purposes. And then here we go. Let's go ahead and hit try, and this should work. And there it is. This is what the deal would look like. The Spurs land 2 first-round picks here, which would actually put them at 4 first-round picks because basically they're trading Poeltl for a first, and then they're essentially giving up rights to Washington for Miami's first, which is huge. So, TR, this was a really great comment. And I'm really glad that you brought this to my attention because I think this trade's pretty interesting. What's your guys' thoughts on this trade? Let me know in the comment section what your thoughts are. Cavs are extremely fun to watch. I completely agree. Kyle here saying Sixers getting Dame and Harden. Probably don't see that happening. Maybe Harden. Harden's the guy to watch. Julio says, need to see LeBron traded to the Pacers. That would be insane if he was in Indiana. Probably not going to happen, though. McCool says, anything on the Warriors, shouldn't they look for a center to push for a championship? You would think, but I don't think they're going to. And part of that is because they love that Draymond Green small ball center minutes as well. So they're going to hold off on that. He can play that small ball center spot. I know he's got injuries with his back right now. That's a little concerning to me. But for the most part, I think everything will work out well. Coach Dreadhead says, would you trade Kobe White to the Hawks for Gallinari? No, I would not. I am just a little bit lower on Danilo Gallinari than others. Here, he says he doesn't know his sport. Says, do you think the Clippers will get rid of Marcus Morris? I think they'll think about it, but they would need a pretty decent offer to do so. Dorian here says, what do Lakers do with the situation they're in right now with Russ? They have to hold on to him. I don't see them being able to get off of him unless it's for John Wall, which, again, I don't love that either. So at the end of the day, I don't necessarily think it's great. Here, the question from Patrick Gaming, he says, who will win the deal if James Harden is traded to the Sixers? If they're traded today, I think the Brooklyn Nets win the deal because they're risking losing James Harden to free agency to the 76ers. So if they don't trade him today, I think it's possible he walks for nothing. So that's my thought on that. Go ahead here. Let's keep looking. Follow-up man wants to know what my favorite team is. I'm a Mavericks fan. I am a Dallas Mavericks fan. I think there's going to be a quiet day from them, though, today. So we'll see. Make sure you guys go ahead and hit that like button. And also check us out on Twitter and TikTok. TikTok link is in the description as well. Go give us a follow on there. We did have one video go like semi-viral on there. So that was kind of funny. But it would be awesome if you could go hit that follow button on both Twitter and TikTok. Also, you guys could go check me out on Instagram if you figure out what my name is. But no, it's okay. You don't need to go check me out on Instagram. Utility Sports, we do have an Instagram, but we don't really post on there too much. TikTok, Twitter, those are the places to be. Mark Ty's giving the Kings an A+ for their deal with Dante DiVincenzo. DM says getting rid of Ross and Harris, you're not getting much more than a couple of seconds in clearing cap and playing time for the young guns. Exactly. That's exactly right. That's 100% the truth. Javier. Okay. Well, we have another deal, and it's Bull. We have a Bull trade, everyone. Let me go ahead and stop that share. Let me go ahead and share. Bull is being traded again. This time he is getting traded to the Orlando Magic. So let's go ahead and pull up Adrian Wojnarowski here again on Twitter. There's Woj himself, Adrian Wojnarowski. It's funny because they got basically what Denver wanted to get, which is pretty good to me because you see that kind of working out pretty well. So here now at this point, Celtics are trading PJ Dozier and Bull, a future second and cash to the Magic for a future second round pick. So essentially cost savings. Yeah, he says it here. Actually, I didn't even read that part. They're getting out of the luxury tax a little bit more. They're trying to save a little bit of money against the margin, and it makes sense because Dozier, Bull, not really going to do anything for you. Orlando now gets to have a shot with Bull and see what he is. Hilariously funny says Raptors should either get Miles Turner or Jakob Poeltl, and they're making it to the Eastern Finals. They'd be definitely good. It'd be tough. Javier Gallegos wants to know any trade for Facu Campazzo and JaMychal Green. I'm guessing you mean JaMychal Green, not Jeff Green, and also future 2027 first-round pick for the Nuggets. No, I don't think so. Campazzo, I think, is a net negative in that deal. JaMychal Green, okay, but doesn't really move the needle. And that 2027 pick, I mean, they're going to be better than the Lakers, so I think a team would take the THT and Lakers 2027 first before they would take something like that. If James Harden gets traded to the 76ers, he'll not wear 13 anymore. Yes, 13 retired there. I think it probably is, right? So let me look up 76ers retired numbers just to make sure that is the case. Yeah, number 13 is retired. So will not be able to wear number 13. So that'll be weird. I wonder what he'll wear. He wore 13 at Arizona State. I don't know if I've ever seen him not wearing 13. So Stephen Anthony says Lakers update. They still suck. I mean, yeah, that's true. They do. Rox wants to know about a Dallas update, please. So for the Mavericks, which I myself am a Dallas Mavericks fan, not sponsored by Pepsi, by the way. Unfortunately, not yet. Not sponsored. But for the Mavs, I think what they're going to be waiting for is Rashawn Holmes, if he was available, but I don't think he is now that Marvin Bagley got dealt. I think they're going to be content bringing him off the bench. And I think the other thing, too, that they're going to look at is a shooter, and then they're going to try and add Goran Dragic via buyout. Those are the options. I don't necessarily know if anything else is going to go down, but we will see. If anything happens like that, it would be pretty awesome to see, but we shall see. Let's keep going forward. Derek Wong here says, what is the narrative with Spurs? So the Spurs made that move for a couple reasons, right? They, first of all, made it so that they can bring in another first-round pick. And then the other thing that we're watching for is if they make a Jakob Poeltl trade, which they very well could. And if they do make a Jakob Poeltl trade, it would be very beneficial for them, especially if they get nearly the package that I think they possibly could here, depending on what Charlotte seemingly is willing to offer. Because if they get that much stuff, that would be huge. If you're able to get a first, PJ Washington and Kai Jones, that's massive. To be honest, if I was Charlotte, I would not be willing to do PJ Washington, Kai Jones, and a first. I would even have to really think about PJ Washington and Kai Jones for him. Now, he is a good player. He's better than those two are right now, and he's a good fit there. defensively specifically, but we'll see what the Spurs are able to do. Let's go Raptors. Thanks for the update, says Jay Fuzz. Of course, my pleasure. Hopefully you guys are enjoying today's live stream. If you are, you know what to do. Smash that like button. Also, subscribe if you are new. Robert Smith says Russell Westbrook, THT Austin Reeves for Kuzma, Harrell, and KCP. No, I think the Wizards would get that call and then probably laugh about it because that's how bad that's how bad the Wizards screwed the Lakers over this year. Yeah, please do not spam, guys. It makes everything easier for me to be able to see. Burger Sports says, so glad to see your stream thriving. He's been an awesome viewer here for quite some time. So thank you, Burger, for that. He says, with Facu and our 2027 first on the block, what do you feel about Facu, JaMychal Green, top 5 to 8 protected 2027 first for either Josh Hart or Marcus Smart? I feel like for Josh Hart, that makes sense, especially given where the Blazers are at. They're trying to save money. Specifically going into the future. So getting off Josh Hart does make sense. It opens up more flexibility for them. The issue with that, though, is JaMychal Green, Facu Campazzo's contracts. I'd have to refresh myself on Facu's, but JaMychal Green, they want to have more flexibility, so maybe wouldn't be the worst for Josh Hart. I see that as a possibility. Here says 3-team deal for Lakers. They'll try to. It's just not going to happen, though, right now. We are up to 3 trades at this point. Again, thank you guys so much for following as well that are following us right now on Twitter. I am getting the live updates, so I do really appreciate all the love and support. You guys are absolutely killing it, which is awesome. I do really, really appreciate it. I do have 2 message requests as well. Sweet. I will be in touch with some of that. Great. Let's go ahead and keep going. Atlanta Analyst, thank you for sending me that DM. I will definitely give that a look now. So Atlanta Analyst did send me a message here on Twitter, and it's a trade that he could see going down for Atlanta, and it's pretty interesting here. So it's Alec Burks for DeLon Wright and a 2023 second-round pick. So here's the deal. My ring light's coming in on there a little bit. Let me try and get that off. There you go. That's the deal from the Atlanta Analyst. Thank you, Atlanta, for sending that to us. This is for his Hawks. He wants Alec Burks, DeLon Wright, and a 2023 second rounder via Charlotte or Brooklyn. Not a bad deal for the Knicks. They get, of course, a second rounder. Pretty decent. I think it's a fairly fair deal. Johnny's Bagel says, I'm thinking San Antonio getting PJ and a pick for Jakob alone sounds good. Exactly. That's right. That's exactly how I feel. And if they're able to turn Kai Jones in there too, and like if they do the trade I mocked up on stream, that would be absolutely huge. The trade that Boston makes as well put them under the luxury tax. They got a $2 million trade exception and a $1.9 million trade exception. So they were able to save up money, and Orlando needs to open up 2 roster spots. So it's possible that they might even be cutting a couple guys. So we'll have to watch either that or they might be making a trade. Let's see here now. Jordan Schultz, CJ McCollum was kept abreast of the trade discussion between the Pelicans and Blazers. He told me that it felt good to be wanted, and he's just ready to go hoop now. That's awesome. Glad to see that for CJ. Let's see here. Chase Driscoll saying, do you think the 76ers will get Harden? Yes, I do. I think so. I'm being bold with that. Okay. So if it doesn't happen, you guys can come and, chop my head off or whatever. But the reason I'm saying yes, is because I think when a star wants to go somewhere, they get where they want to go. And I think right now he's going to be, basically secretly telling Brooklyn, please just send me to Philly. I want to be in Philly. I want to play for Daryl Morey. I want to play with the Sixers. I don't want to be here anymore, and I think it makes sense. So Nancy's Life says LeBron's leaving next season. They won't make some big trades. They know they're trash right now. I don't think LeBron's leaving, but we'll see. Here, Chase Driscoll says, do you think the 76ers will get Harden? Yep, I just answered that for you. Sorry, I clicked the same comment here. Please don't spam, just so I can get through all the messages. Jay Hearn says Cavs need to upgrade Rondo. They do. That's where Dennis Schroeder maybe comes into play, or someone like Kemba Walker. Haiti says, I like it. Go Spurs, go. Glad you like it, Haiti. That's awesome to see. Miguel Aguirre, welcome to the stream. News on the Celtics. So they just moved Bol, and they moved PJ Dozier and a second-round pick and some cash to get out of the luxury tax. So it was a nice move for them, for sure. Icy Demp says Rockets trades maybe. They're going to be looking at a Christian Wood deal. We'll see if there's anything for Christian Wood to go down. Right now, I think the Heat will have interest. If they miss out on PJ Dozier, I think they'll heat up with Christian Wood and the Rockets. Robert Smith, who was Who else thinks Anthony Davis is as soft as Sharman? My goodness, I can't speak today. 1,400 of you guys, I'm all nervous now or something, I guess. Going on to hilariously funny here. Raptors should either get Miles Turner. Yep, please don't spam though, guys. God says since Dragic was already traded, the 3-team trade between Lakers, Knicks, and Spurs is now gone. Correct. It is. It is indeed dead. Filthy Yamaha says, should Blazers trade Lillard? And if so, what would they trade him for? I think they will trade him next season, probably, after they try this offseason to retool. Probably won't work. He'll request a trade. And what they should trade him for is, I think, honestly, they should push for Jaylen Brown from the Boston Celtics. Now Celtics fans are going to be like, whoa, we're not trading Jaylen Brown. I know you guys aren't trading Jaylen Brown right now. But next year, I mean, if there's a little bit more pressure, team still isn't, a top 4 seed like they want to be with Jason Tatum, they'll think about it. So we'll see. I don't know. I don't think he's going to get traded, though. So, and I don't think they should trade him right now. Here we have a comment. Porzingis for Robert Williams. If the Mavericks do that, I'd probably be a little sad. Akeem Knowles says, I don't like Heat trade. Yurtseven has a high ceiling. Can't give him away for free like that. Well, it's not for free. You're getting PJ Washington, who is better than him. I understand, he is a solid player. He looked really good in the summer league and has been solid in spot minutes this year. But I still think that you can't do that. RJ says, what's the guarantee that Simmons plays in the Nets and sits out and doesn't sit out like he does with the Sixers? So the reason with that is the Nets are going to welcome him with open arms. They're going to say, we're super excited to have you. We want you to be a focal point of this team. We're going to put the ball in your hands. We're going to let you and Kevin Durant work. You're going to be our best defensive player. This, that, and everything else in between. He's going to hype him up along the way, which is going to be good because he needs that. He needs someone who believes in him. The Sixers did not, and that's part of the issue why he doesn't want to play for them. Rox wants to know, what's the Dallas update? So for them, nothing quite yet. It's been really quiet out of Dallas. Supposedly, they want to trade Tim Hardaway Jr. I think that's a mistake. I'm a Mavs fan. I've watched Tim Hardaway Jr. play now for 3 years. I had a headache when we traded for him. I thought, oh, great, Tim Hardaway Jr. But I have actually fallen in love with him as a player. I think he is a very, very important piece to what the Mavericks are. I know right now with Jalen Brunson in the starting lineup is probably why they're looking at Tim Hardaway Jr. as a guy that can move. But at the end of the day, the Mavericks lack creators, and Tim Hardaway Jr. is one of the few guys on the roster that can do that. Now, it's not like I think he's, some great all-star level player or anything like that, but I think he fits a solid role. Is he a little overpaid for it? Probably. But at the end of the day, I think he is still a pretty decent guy who could make some nice plays for a championship level team if he's the third or fourth option. Looking at Jama here, yes, I agree. Raptors should get Miles. Yeah, I think they should try to. Brandon Lee says, Utility Sports, you have to realize that Raptors, I don't think they need first rounders. They draft and sign undrafted second rounders and develop them into quality players. They definitely do. But let's not act like they don't need first rounders because they drafted Scotty Barnes with theirs this past year and it was pretty good. Okay, but I do agree. They find Fred VanVleet, they find Delano Bantons, they find the Pascal Siakams of the world later in the first round. They do such a good job. The Raptors are one of the best run organizations in the world because Masai Ujiri knows basketball, Nick Nurse knows how to coach, and their development program is phenomenal from the Raptors 905 all the way up. It's great. They are really, really well run. Raptors fans, you should leave a like because I am one of the most excited people about the Toronto Raptors, and I'm not even a fan of them. Everything they do is right. I believe Nick Nurse is the best coach in the league. When I watch the Raptors, I just get excited. It's so fun to me. I feel like if I was coaching the NBA, I feel like I would be similar to Nick Nurse because he tries all these crazy things, and I feel that I do that as well when I'm coaching whatever. But he's he does that at the NBA level, which is crazy, and I love it. The fact that he in the finals ran a box and one, which never happens that's awesome. He runs a triangle and two. They'll do all this other stuff. He has zone presses. It's insane. He does all this weird stuff that no other NBA coach does. And it's huge because they've got all the pieces there for him. He's a big part of why they won a championship. I love the Raptors. I love watching them play, even though I'm not a fan because of the way the organization is put together. Chris, what teams might be interested in Kemba and or Fournier? That's a great question. Lakers are the one team probably interested. Amon says, subscribe for the Mavs. Awesome. Glad to have you. Skirmish says there's a Woj bomb. Did I miss something? If I miss something, I'm going to be a little mad at myself. Let me go back and look. Let's see if I can find it. Sixers have been adamant about not packaging Matisse Thybulle in a deal for Harden. Sixers said they're content with waiting until the summer to move Simmons in order to keep their younger standouts. Okay, so the Sixers are playing real hardball here with only 2 hours and 16 minutes to go. Wow. Thank you, Bet, for tagging me in that. I do really appreciate that. That helps me stay up to date. If there's something going on Twitter, please tag me that I need to see it so that I can make sure I'm staying up to date. Tag Utility Sports on Twitter. Go give me a follow if you haven't already on there. Okay, so nothing quite yet. The last 14 minutes, there has not been anything. We have had 3 trades today now, I feel. If my math is correct, if I am capable of counting, who knows? In front of 1,400 people, who knows if I am? Ronnie Wood saying anything happening. We did have a Bull PJ Dozier trade again. They got traded to the Magic for basically cap relief. And then for the other trades we had, of course, the one going on the bottom, the 4-team trade that is coming across the bottom of your screen now. There's a whole bunch of other stuff. There's a lot of rumors going around right now about the Nuggets, about the Mavericks. Teams are looking to make moves. So we'll see. Rachel Rose says, don't understand why every Bulls fans wants Kobe gone. If he gets traded, there would be no bench scoring at all. Plus, he's only 21, improved on defense and finishing the season. Yeah, he's been playing much better this year. So I think that's a mistake as well to want him gone. Thank you so much for the donation in ZARs. Not exactly sure how much that's worth, but I do really appreciate it. He says, do you think Rockets will make any moves? For the Rockets, I think they're going to look at trading Christian Wood, and I think Eric Gordon will for sure get traded. I'm not sure exactly to where yet. I think the one that's really lining up to make the most sense at this point has got to be the Phoenix Suns. I think the Phoenix Suns are the most likely landing spot because of what he could bring to them off the bench. Another creator, someone who could score the basketball. And I think that's what they're missing come playoff time, especially in case, knock on wood, Chris Paul gets injured, because they need another guy who can handle the ball there in Phoenix. I know they got Campaign, but I think they need someone who can handle and be a little bit more, north-south type of scoring type. Rock says, Porzingis for a bag of potato chips. Yeah, that's basically the Dallas update if they trade him for Chris Boucher. Nikolai says, the Orlando former Nuggets, Bol, PJ, RJ, and Gary. Yeah, they have 4 former Nuggets on that roster now. That's pretty weird. Nick Nurse, pupil. Chris Finch is a great coach for the T-Wolves. Yeah, he is. Chris Finch is phenomenal. He's another guy who does some of that weird stuff. But their offense is flowing now. When you look at the Wolves, the biggest difference for them from what they were a year and a half ago to what they are now with Chris Finch is they shoot the 3. They are not afraid of shooting 3s. They shoot a high volume of them. They make a lot of them because they have pretty good shooters on this roster. I know a lot of people are thinking that Malik Beasley could potentially get traded. I don't know why. I think he's a pretty solid fit onto that roster. And I think he keeps defenses honest, even though he's not shooting the ball the best this year. Chris Finch has been a really good coaching hire for them, and he deserves a ton of credit. Jeffer says, Bucks expectation Turner. What they ended up with was actually, of course, the Brooklyn Nets and Philadelphia 76ers were engaged in trade talks this morning centered on James Harden, according to Chris Haynes. So Chris Haynes saying that there were actual discussions. So there's kind of conflicting stuff going around right now. I'm going to go back to Woj because he's the one I trust the most, honestly. He does a really good job. Nothing yet from them. Shane Zombie says, breaking subs, Suns trade DeAndre Ayton for Blake Griffin. Not true. That is not true at all. Do not buy into that. That's funny. The Jeffrey reality with Ibaka there. Jazz, people just throwing out crazy Melo trade in these comments. Yeah, guys, try and keep the stuff realistic. Like stuff like this is funny. Westbrook for bag of chips. Like, that's funny. But don't put fake trades in there that unless you put like mock trade or pretend trade or something, just so we don't confuse people. That way everyone's just on the same page. That's awesome. If BP says that the Sixers are so worried about losing Thybulle, could they just ask for Bruce Brown to be included? He's a pretty good defender, not Thybulle level, but pretty good. Yeah, no. You don't have the size. You lose a lot of height and length going from Thybulle to Brown. I know he's a good defender, but I think there is a pretty significant difference there. So that's what I think. 76ers cancel practice today. Doc Rivers says he canceled practice due to the trade deadline. So that's another sign the trade might be coming, because you don't really want Seth Curry. You don't want Matisse Thybulle. You don't want all your guys in the building while you're talking about trading them. Oh, boy. Burke Adaman says $5 bro. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. That's what I figured, so I do really appreciate it. And regardless of the money amount, any donation at all, even of $1, is immensely appreciated. It's absolutely incredible that you guys are even just in here watching me. I do really appreciate that, and hopefully you guys are enjoying it. Bernard Bailing says Westbrook for bag of chips. There it is, another one. Love it. Cody Strickland, Jazz need to make a good trade for Bogey and Jordan Clarkson. I don't think they're going to move them. I think that they're going to sit pretty standard right now. Let's go ahead here. Conley to the Celtics. That would be interesting. Not going to happen, though, I don't think. Duke's Rocks, can you explain how a buyout affects the salary cap? Why not just buy out Dragic versus doing a trade? Seems a bit confusing. So the point of a buyout for versus doing a trade. So for the Raptors, the reason they would use him instead of buying him out is they could use his $19 million to match money. So, for example, they wouldn't have been able to take in Thaddeus Young's contract today without Goran Dragic in the deal, because that was the money they used to match money, within 125%. And now the Spurs, they're going to buy out Dragic because there's not going to be a trade suitor for him now at this point, which makes sense. And the reason why this works is because they were able to use him to attach a pick or an asset to in order to get something they really wanted, which is Thaddeus Young, Drew Eubanks, and they also get that Pistons second rounder. So that's why you don't just buy someone out early. That's why every buyout happens after the trade deadline, not before it, because you might be able to use that salary to get something done that you want to do that you might feel could be productive for your team. And then when you look at what like a buyout does, the reason why you would buy someone out instead of just letting them play is because you do save some money. For example, Dragic makes $19 million. He's probably due another, $7 million this season, meaning he's probably made about 12 of his $19 million because it's all prorated and everything. And with that $7 million, you could probably say, hey, we'll give you 4, and you might be able to go sign with another team for $1 or $2 million. Does that sound good? And he says, yeah, sure. And you save $3 million by buying him out. So that's kind of the benefit. We got a Haynes bomb. Yes, we do. Haynes bomb today. Victor Oladipo for Melo. Yeah, that would not happen. Rex wants to know, Harden and Embiid equals modern Shaq and Kobe? No, not at all. Both talented players. Harden is an extremely talented player. And, Kobe at that time was younger. I think the Harden now is like on that same level as what the younger Kobe was. Just given the fact that Harden's a little bit older now, younger Kobe wasn't as much of a killer as he was, mid 2000s. So, for a talent purpose, yes, but I don't think the fit is as good because Embiid isn't super athletic. Harden not as good of a defender as Kobe. So there's a little bit of questions there for me about fit. But I don't think they're going to win championships like those two did. But I think that they're going to be really good together. So that's my thoughts. Emmett Gaming says big trade start in a few minutes. Yeah, we're waiting for them. 2 hours away. It says any cat news? No. Other than flying back to Minnesota from Sacramento last night, that should be all that Cat's worried about, and all the Wolves are worried about with Cat. Chris Finch and Malik Beasley also from the Nuggets. Yeah, they are. They are. And I lost myself there for a second. Everyone, hold on. Please don't leave. I accidentally exited the studio on accident. So please hold true. Hang in there for me. Thank you guys so much. Here I have a question about the Super Bowl from Riley. Welcome, Riley, to the stream. Glad to have you in here. Super Bowl, real quick. I think that the Cincinnati Bengals win 35-28 is my guess. Rachel Rose says 76ers should just give up Thybulle. They're acting like he's a star. They're wasting a healthy MVP caliber Embiid season for a role player instead of getting Embiid some help to win a possible chip. Now, the reason that Thybulle matters is because realistically, there's going to be a little bit of a struggle with the idea that, when you're looking at what this team has, ideally, they're going to need a defender next to James Harden to win games, to be really competitive, to win playoff series. They need a defensive-minded guy. Matisse Thybulle is one of the best defenders in the league. You can't just give him up. Like I know it seems like, oh, that's such a small piece, but it's an important one because of what he brings defensively. So that's my thought. Burger Does Sports wants to know what happened to the stream. I accidentally backed out of the stream on accident. Thank you so much. Camera did not die. I accidentally, so I'm on my trackpad here. I accidentally swiped backward, so it like pulled me out of the stream. Dude disappeared. Yeah, I straight up dipped for a second. So sorry about that, guys. Thank you for hanging out in here. Thought I got traded for a second. Gosh, who would have been trading for me? I'm not very valuable. I would have had to been a salary cap dump or something, because I'm not worth too much. Probably not giving up a first round pick for my rights. That's for sure. Text says, any likely bigs left for the Bulls in a trade? Probably not. It's just kind of thinned out. I mean, PJ Washington, maybe. It's just tough because I think PJ Washington's actually become one of the more valuable players. Charles Sports says, hey, mate, I'm from the UK and just started covering the NBA on YouTube. All right. I think Turner will stay because Sabonis is traded away now. NBA rules. Yeah, I think Turner will stay as well. Welcome to the stream, Charles Sports. Dan says, Truth, Iowa can block so well, though. He has great technique. Yeah, he does. He's extremely athletic defensively and uses his positioning and uses his arm length very, very well. Berg says, give this man a water. I'm here for hours. I got even tired. I know. I've been sipping on a half can of Pepsi for literally like half the stream here now. My last ice cube is literally melting in there as we speak. My voice is going to be dead tonight. I still have to coach a game tonight. Amit wants to know, where are the trades at? Right now, the trades are non-existent because they are looking at James Harden trying to make some moves. They're trying to figure out, the league is trying to figure out what's going on with James Harden. Everyone's looking at that situation. They're probably trying to bring in a third and fourth team, trying to figure out some deals, trying to get everything done. Jay Thack says Pistons aren't done yet. I think they are. I don't know. Killian Hayes has no value, so they wouldn't trade him. Kay Cunningham's not going anywhere. Sadiq Bey not going anywhere. Isaiah Stewart not going anywhere. The thing that they have is Jerami Grant, and I just don't think he gets traded, so I think they are done. Evan, welcome to the stream. He says, where do you think Grant will end up? I think he stays in Detroit. If the Sixers won't trade for Harden, would Harden stay or be traded for another team? He would stay. He would stay in Brooklyn. But realistically, what would happen is he would leave in free agency for Philadelphia. Here we go. Dakilla says, what about Trez for Kobe? I mean, if I'm Washington, I'm pushing for that. I don't think the Bulls should panic that much. I don't think they should give up a young player for someone like Montrezl Harrell for this season. I think they're good enough where they could maybe win it this year anyway, and that's what you should roll with. Nick Mio, thank you so much for the $10. He says, you're killing it, dude. Please buy yourself a coffee. I'm going to need it because my voice is getting absolutely destroyed these last couple days. Within the last, 48 hours, I have streamed for approximately 13 of them. So my voice is getting a little sore, but I'm trying my best. Yusuf says, Dubs update, please. I heard something happened. Nothing happened yet. From everything I'm seeing, there is no new news for Golden State, and no new news is good news for the Golden State Warriors. They are great. They don't need to make a trade. They are well set. They do not need to do anything. Duke's Rock says the Raps are over the cap, but not paying the luxury tax with Lowry. Yep. Icy Dem says breaking T-Wolves. Celtics talking Beasley and Smart. It's funny because I had talked about Smart going to Minnesota, and I said I would actually really love that. Think about a Patrick Beverley, Marcus Smart duo in the backcourt. Like, who would want to face that for a 7-game series? Like, that would just be obnoxious. Like, you're going to have, 18 flops. You're going to have, a whole bunch of celebrations after a made three-pointer. You're going to have literally full court press all game long. Like, oh my gosh, who would want that? Riley, for the Super Bowl, I said I would take the Bengals. Here, Brian said, should Lakers blow it up? No, you can't really, just because realistically with the Lakers, you have LeBron James. So you owe it to LeBron to not blow it up, if that makes sense. Shoo, Chris Greenlight, of course he's a green light. I agree completely. Ministerio, so what's going to happen with the Lakers? I think they're going to trade Talen Horton-Tucker, their 2027 first unprotected, and also Kendrick Nunn. And I think they're going to make it for a deal, whether it's for Alec Burks from New York or Terrence Ross for the Magic. It's going to be a player like that, where it's going to be a two guard who can create a little bit and can come off the bench and hopefully give them a little bit of a burst. They should have kept Alex Caruso. They could have, chose not to, and it hurts them. Here we go. Hunter Butler says Pirtle or Woods for Hornets. For me, I would opt for Pirtle if I'm Charlotte, just because the rim protection aspect I think is way more important than what Woods' offensive advantages are over Jakob Pirtle. They need to get better defensively there in Charlotte. So many other games right now are like 120 to like 125. So I would just love to see them, be a little more focused on the defensive end with some of their decision making for their roster construction. Moving on here, Summer Lowe says teams should give up. Milwaukee with Serge is crazy. Serge does make them better this year. Joe Shiesty might pull it off. I'm a big believer in Joe Burr. Kenneth Liu here says, sad as Raptors fans not getting THT. Yeah, THT would have been phenomenal. He would have been so great in Toronto because they would have developed him so well. They would have used his length. I could see him right now being part of like a huge, full court press play where he just makes like some crazy play, reaches his arm out, deflects a ball that he had no business touching because that's the Raptors way. Here, can the Lakers waive Russ? No. Well, they could, but it doesn't do anything for them, so it won't. Jason wants to know, are the Raptors done? Yes, the Raptors are done, I'm guessing. Looking here, does Pirtle move? I hope so. I think he does. I think he's either going to end up in Charlotte or, I could see Dallas in the last hour trying to make something happen if they get a little panicked, but for the most part, I mostly think he's going to end up in Charlotte. Here, Dan says, I found this on my For You page. I'm so glad and lucky. Glad that you found us. It does mean a lot. Hopefully you guys are enjoying. Your trade alert. Utility Sports trades this dude to ESPN. They get Rachel Nichols in return. I don't know. I like doing this stuff here at Utility Sports. ESPN, they're cool and all, but I don't know if I could just talk about the Lakers and Knicks all day long. Start focusing on this game against United. Yeah, it's a big game today. A big game today, Mike. Nolan says, do you think the Pelicans make any more moves? No. Predict the JV game stat line. I'm going to go with 2-2 and 0 assists. All right. Let's go ahead and keep moving on. Here we have a question. What do I think about Anthony Edwards? For sure, future superstar, someone who he's really filled out his body a lot more. And I think that has helped him as a scorer in the half court, getting to his spots a little bit more consistently. The thing I need to see from him is a little bit more progression in terms of shot selection. There's just times in the games where I'm like, what is he shooting? When he shoots, a dribble pull up from three. Sometimes he hits them, but more often than not, I think it does hurt him. Question about should T-Wolves get Harden? I think a lot of teams should try and get Harden, just probably not going to be in the cards for them. Unfortunately, we do have a $10 super chat here. Thank you, Latinx Travel Club. Really do appreciate it. Very, very much appreciated. Ministerio says, thanks for the info. Of course, my pleasure. Moving on to Gemini, Raptors do a great job drafting as of now. That pick is the 20th in next year's draft. Would have given that up for Thad Young and Eubanks. Oh, of course. Yeah. I think the Raptors did very well in that. The fact that they got the Pistons second rounder back as well. They're going to draft a really good player, like 34th overall or 31st overall, or wherever that pick ends up being. They're going to do well. The trade could get Buddy Hield. Yes. I think that's another good player to highlight there for the Lakers. I should have done that myself. I should have highlighted that. Just looking at what they currently have, it would have made sense to highlight them as a team or as a player for Buddy Hield. I've talked about them in the past as a player for Buddy Hield, and now I think it makes a lot of sense as well. Make sure you guys are subscribed as well. We're getting close to 6,800 subscribers, and I would love for us to hit 7,000 today, which means you guys all have to take 1 second of your time just to click a subscribe button. That's all you got to do. Thank you guys so much. Let's keep going on here. Lex says, Josh Hart to the Celtics, Schroeder, Williams in a second to Portland. What do you think if it were to happen? It's actually not bad. I wouldn't mind that. Gives Portland a little bit more flexibility to get off of Schroeder. Gives them some more cap space to work with. I think that's actually a pretty good deal for both sides. You guys will have to let me know what your thoughts are on that when you get a chance to do it. Ryan here again. Welcome to the stream again. You were in here yesterday. Thoughts on the Boston Celtics? He wants, for me, I think that they have to explore Marcus Smart trades. I think that they have to explore trades for Dennis Schroeder. and see if they can get some decent assets for that. But that's about it. There's not much else for them. I don't think there's any big move in the cards, and that's completely fine. They've got a really good young team. They're completely fine. Benjamin says, "What's wrong with the Lakers in your opinion?" Well, I have a video back in August about this, about what was wrong with the Lakers, and I got absolutely clowned by everybody, saying that I was wrong and that this team should be considered the favorite in the West. It's a weak West. Okay, the Suns look pretty good. I'm gonna say that. Warriors are pretty good. Grizzlies are nice. Mavericks are good. Even the Nuggets without two of their three best players are good. So, the Lakers, they've got an issue, and their excuse me, their issue is that they have a GM who doesn't know basketball. It's clear that he was an agent before he was a GM. It's clear he wasn't really fit to be a GM. They hired him because he's good at player relations. They hired him so that they could convince people to come to LA in free agency. They didn't hire him to build a team. That's why they had Magic Johnson with him. And the fact that Magic Johnson stepped down after that one disappointing season is showing all of Rob Pelinka's flaws. He doesn't understand basketball fit. He doesn't understand how to build a team. And it's quite obvious because he traded for Russell Westbrook when he had LeBron James. Anyone who thought those two would be a really, really good fit together doesn't really understand basketball, or doesn't understand how Russell Westbrook is incapable of playing with someone else who needs the basketball. I mean, did they watch him in Houston? And also, Russell Westbrook is just not that good anymore, especially when he's on a championship level team, like a team that's trying to win the championship. The Lakers aren't a championship level team, but they're trying to be. And when you have him next to other star players, if he got traded to the Knicks right now, he could probably average nearly a triple-double and help the Knicks. He would make the Knicks better. But you put him on the Lakers and you're trying to win games, and you have other players that you want to, be the focal points. He doesn't work like that because he doesn't space, he doesn't set screens, he doesn't cut hard. He stands and watches, and that doesn't work. He doesn't make quick decisions. He catches. He's a ball stopper. He's terrible defensively. How many games has he cost the Lakers this year? Because the last possession of the game, he randomly doubles and leaves his guy wide open for a layup or a three-pointer. It's been like 4 of them. And those 4 wins are meaningful if he doesn't do that. He just isn't disciplined, doesn't play the game the way he needs to when you're next to LeBron. And it was quite frankly obvious that this team was not going to work, because not only did they have that flaw of putting him next to LeBron and AD, but he also went through and decided that it would be fine to sign a whole bunch of minimum guys. He traded all of his depth. He didn't bring back Alex Caruso. He chose not to do that. He gave Taylor Horton-Tucker a contract over Caruso. That was a mistake. And you wonder, he took away all the defensive players this team had of Contavious Caldwell-Pope, Alex Caruso. Of course, THT is better as a gap defender with those guys around him. And you wonder why Frank Vogel is probably struggling a little bit more this year as the coach, because, I don't know, he was a great defensive coach and he took away all of his defensive players. What are you going to do? LeBron doesn't lock in for 48 minutes a night. Russell Westbrook hardly knows what the defensive end of the floor looks like, I feel. Anthony Davis knows what the bench looks like because he's always injured in dress clothes. I'm going to be honest about it. The Lakers, they don't have depth. They don't have anything you need. Any good basketball team has depth. They have players you can rely on from the top to the bottom, and they have players that fit together. The Lakers have none of those things. Any Lakers trade prediction? Yeah, they're going to trade THT in a panic move. They're going to give up on him way too early because the expectation was that he's going to be like a star in his 3rd year in the league as a 21-year-old. Not sure where that came from. He's having an okay season. They're just jumping the ship on him way too early. I know it's not what they expected, but it's going to be a mistake because he's going to end up being good once they trade him, like what happened with Kuzma. And when you look at what they're going to do, they're going to trade him with the 2027 first, and they're also going to go ahead and attach some other stuff in there too. Looking at Kendrick Nunn, I'd be surprised if Malik Monk gets traded. And they're going to try and make a move for Buddy Hield. They're going to try and make a move for somebody along the lines of Terrence Ross, maybe Evan Fournier and Alec Burks. They're going to try and do something like that. Tyshawn Wooten said, I would not want to have to face this guy in my fantasy basketball league. I know his team would be elite. Well, thank you, Tyshawn. I try my best to know the league top to bottom. Frank Turman says, what do you think the value is for Derek Favors? See, that's interesting because Derek Favors has been someone who's been salary dumped a few times, but then also the Jazz 1 year traded for him. They wanted him back from New Orleans. He's someone whose value fluctuates so much. He's playing pretty well for Oklahoma City. I think what you can get is probably like a 2026 second rounder, which doesn't sound super intriguing, but Sam Presti's mouth is probably salivating at the sound of getting a pick 5 years from now. So who knows? He'll probably pull the trigger on that. Oracle says, bro, as a Cardinals fan, if the Bengals win the Super Bowl, there is hope. I think the Bengals got it. I'm betting on them. Dark Light says, what do you think of Hield? I think Hield's underrated. For somebody who shoots the three ball extremely well. Like, I think we're at a point where, sure, he's not like this all of a sudden insane player who is going to do a whole bunch for you. He's not a great defensive player. But the one skill he brings is one of the most important skills for offensive complementary players. Obviously not for offensive players in general. That is creation abilities, able to get their own shot off and play make for others. Those are the most important skills. But shooting is extremely important if you're going to be a role player. And that's what he is. And he's perfect for a ton of teams. He would be perfect for the Lakers. That's why I thought they should have traded for him last year instead of Russell Westbrook. And I think he would be great for a whole bunch of teams because he shoots. That's all that matters. Kim here wants to know about the Wolves. Any moves from the Wolves? Not yet, but there is rumors that they are talking to the Celtics about Marcus Smart. I'm guessing they're also talking to the Wizards about Montrezl Harrell. I think they'd like to upgrade their bench a little bit. Eric here says Raptors aren't for sure done. They have Boucher, Flynn, and plenty of picks if they want to move for another big man. They do, but at the same time, I could see them holding on to some of those younger players. I know Boucher's like 29, so he's not younger, but I'm talking more about Malachi Flynn there. If they do want to hold on to him, they could. I think that they've addressed some of their needs enough that they improved their team slightly, and that's what they needed to do, I think. Marie here says, Nate McMillan expects Hawks to keep roster intact. That's how I had felt as well about it. Once they started winning games after Cam Reddish got dealt, I thought there was going to be a little bit of buzz around John Collins, but it's been pretty quiet out of Atlanta, and I can't blame him. Mr. King here wants to know, what are the Knicks waiting for? They're trying to find the best package for him. They're trying to ship them all together and try and see what they could really realistically get. Can we run France for Mr. Catman against United? Sure, why not? Kevin Araz, Heat news. Do you think Miami gets a trade done? Yes, I do. I think they'll get a deal done. I think they'll be a part of a deal with the Hornets at some point today. My guess is PJ Washington comes in. I was talking about this yesterday on the channel, and this is something that I was projecting. Heat get PJ Washington, Hornets receive 2022 first from Miami, 2026 second rounder, and a salary cap filler, whether that is something like you could see maybe Omer Yurtseven or a couple of their other guys. That makes sense at this point. That would make sense. Where would Buddy go? For Buddy Hield, he could go to the Lakers. I could see him going to the Mavericks, who badly need some shooting. I could see him landing with the Jazz even, which would be a little weird, but I could see something. Lake Monster says, any predictions for the Pistons, and how do you like Cade? So for the Pistons, I think they're going to sit pat now. They got Bagley. I don't think that there's a deal for Jerami Grant, but, I could always be surprised. Maybe something comes together in the 11th hour. And I love Cade. Cade is phenomenal. The Pistons really got lucky getting him in the draft, just given the fact that, like when you're relying on ping pong balls, there's a huge difference between Cade Cunningham and Jalen Green. I think Evan Mobley's really shocked everyone with how far along he already has come. And I think a big part of that is after the summer league, he had a real dedication to lifting, getting stronger, working out, and it's shown already in his rookie season. I think his potential's through the ceiling. But Cade Cunningham was immensely better than Jalen Green. I tried telling everyone this, and I got laughed at a little bit for that too. But hindsight's always 20/20. So here we are. Rachel Rose says, do you think the foul that Grayson Allen did to Caruso, which resulted in a 6 to 8 week injury, was intentional? Someone needs to punch that kid. I do think it was intentional. And I do not think it's I don't think it's accidental that a guy like him consistently finds himself in situations where he's hurting people or punching them or tripping them. Like, I'm surprised he hasn't bit somebody yet. Like, he'll do something stupid like that at some point in his career, I'm guessing. And what I think the NBA should have done is I think they should have suspended him indefinitely. And then the day that Alex Caruso could return from injury is the day that he could play. That's what I would have done if I was the commissioner of the NBA. Because if you hurt someone who's a key part to a team and they have to play 6 to 8 weeks without him, your team should have to play 6 to 8 weeks without you, and you should get fined because you literally caused a player to miss 2 months of a season because of one play you made. So, some people would deem that harsh. I think what's harsh is pulling a guy midair down to the ground and fracturing his wrist. I think that's pretty harsh. Corey here says the Bulls are one power forward away from winning the East. They definitely could be. Ben wants to know, can Chris be a green light? Yes, he can. Of course he can. Stormtrooper 24. Would you look for Anthony Davis trades in the offseason? No, I don't think so. Oh, the timer. Yeah, I forgot about the timer. That's a great point there. Let me get the timer up. My all my screen share stuff went away when I accidentally popped out of the thing. Thank you so much for reminding me about that. I completely spaced that out. Coming back, my mind was all frazzled with everything going on. There we go. Timer's back up there for you, Dan. Junar wants to know, do you think Zion gets traded to the Knicks for Kemba and Evan? No, I don't think so. I think he'll be a Knick at some point, just not this season. Marie, 2022 NBA All-Star three-point contestants Levine, Bain, Kat, Fred Van Vliet, McCollum, Kennard, Patty Mills, Trae Young. If you're asking who I think's going to win, I'm going to say Luke Kennard. I think Kennard's going to win out of those guys. And that's going to kind of sound like a hot take because he's probably probably the worst player on that list. Like, actually, probably the worst player. But I think I still think he's a good player. I like Kennard, and I think he's got a really smooth stroke. And I think he's going to be the one thing about three-point shooting contests. Remember, it's not catch and shoot. It's literally like you have to reach over, grab, and shoot, which is weird. It's different. So, it's hard to predict anyway. So I'm just going to go with Luke Kennard for that. I like his stroke. Ferris Mall, I think if Harden gets traded for the 76ers, he'll wear 25 just to spite Ben Simmons. I think he'll wear, let me see, I've got the 76ers retired numbers up. So 2, 3, 4, 6, 10, 13, 15, 24, 32, 34 are retired. I could see him wearing, like, I think number 11. It could make some sense. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to spitball something, but I could see him also wearing 31, which is what Seth Curry's wearing right now. So if there's a Seth Curry trade as part of that, I could see him rocking 31, which is 13 backwards. That's what I would have to guess. Roost Newski says, just sub, great stuff, man. Thank you so much. Glad you guys are enjoying. Caleb says, how many years does Carmelo have left? I think he does have about 1 or 2 more years left in the tank. He wants to know what kind of team / level do you coach? I coach at a high school. I'm the head coach of a JV team, and then I am the assistant varsity coach as well. So that is the level I coach at. Bernard Balling, Karl Anthony Towns for Ben Simmons. No, the Wolves should not do that. Neil says, just watching the clip of Eubanks dunking on Giannis over and over to talk myself into this. Yeah, that's all you have to do, right? Trade deadline is still an hour and 44 minutes, right? Future 6-man? Yeah, for sure. I like that comment, Nate. Tyler says, thoughts on Sixers grabbing Harden and Hield in a multi-team trade. I do actually have that here. I'm going to stop the screen share here for a second, and I'm going to share the other screen here because I think that I have a pretty decently accurate trade that does make some sense here that I want to pull up for you guys that we talked about a little bit earlier on. Now, it says it doesn't work. Oh, my gosh, trade. Holy cow. We have a deal. And I was right. Oh my gosh. Trade. We have a trade. Whoa. Okay, I need to get Twitter pulled up. We have a deal. There is a trade. Put deal in the chat. Put trade in the chat. Oh my gosh. Holy cow, we have a trade. This is the place you want to be. Hit that subscribe button if you're excited. Whoa. Okay, we need to hit refresh on Woj. We have a deal. We do indeed have a deal. Oh my goodness, it happened. I called it with an hour and 40 minutes to spare. We have a deal. The Brooklyn Nets are trading James Harden and Paul Millsap, I guess, to the Philadelphia 76ers for Ben Simmons, Seth Curry, Andre Drummond, and 2 first-round picks. I'm trying to get that off. Let me go ahead here. I want you guys to see this. Let's get this going right. Not trying to shout out all these other people right now. Whoops. Let's go ahead. Back out. I'm in my messages. That would be why. Let's go ahead here to Woj. Here it is. Here's the deal. Wow. This is insane. That's absolutely nuts. Oh my gosh. Take it in. There's the deal. Take it in. We have a deal. Holy cow. I'm sorry. I'm going to miss a lot of those comments in there because we're going to focus on this. This is the biggest deal. Oh my gosh. Absolute Woj bomb. Harden has been traded. The Brooklyn Nets are trading James Harden to the Philadelphia 76ers for Ben Simmons, Seth Curry, Andre Drummond, and 2 first-round picks. Sources tell ESPN. Thank you, Edwin, for putting that in the chat. No Thibault, no Tyrese Maxey. It happened. Oh my goodness. Wow. Subscribe if you guys are new to Utility Sports. I am shocked. I am in full shock right now. It actually happened. Holy cow. Whoa. That is insane. Oh my goodness. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Make sure you guys do subscribe here to Utility Sports for more going on in the trade. And Vergada Sports points out, yeah, wow, I was right on the package. I did talk about it. I said it was going to be 2 first-round picks in there. I talked about what the deal was going to be. This is insane. Philadelphia owes a protected first to Oklahoma City in 2025 and 2027. They are allowed to trade a 2022 or 2023 and 2 years after the first to OKC is conveyed. So that's definitely a little complicated on which picks going out the door. But wow, it is insane. Caustic Phobic, shout out to you. Been in here the whole time. Honestly blown away. Woj, Burgado Sports says Nets absolute W. I like Ben Simmons for Brooklyn. I do. I want you guys to grade it. Grade the trade, and I want it to be in this style. All right, everyone, look at what I'm doing here. Nets, give it letter grade, and then I want 76ers letter grade like this. I want you guys to put a grade like that. The X stands for a grade here for me. I will give my grade. I want to see your guys' grades first. I need some time to think. Oh my goodness. This is huge. 76ers need to pray that James Harden stays healthy and takes care of his weight. Does Simmons play immediately? That's the question we're going to have to ask. Man. Oh my goodness, guys. Whoa. We're seeing Nets A+, Sixers A from Tatooine. Welcome back to the stream, Tatooine. Glad to have you in here again. Nets A, Sixers B-. Raul says here. Ari says Nets A+, Nets B+, 76ers A. I'm still in shock. Wow. Nets A, 76ers B-. This is insane. This is nuts. Go follow us on Twitter. Go follow us on TikTok. This is insane. Tatooine clearly not happy about giving up Andre Drummond in that deal. That's 76ers. My goodness. Kenneth Liu gave a C. That's definitely A. Simmons can't shoot the ball, man. This one, I need to start that comment. We're going to come back to that one. Oh, man. The fact the Sixers got a top 30 player is amazing. Win-win trade here, says Aaron. Aries says, too much for Harden. Sixers B-, Nets A++. 76ers get the W even without Simmons. They had a better team. They're closer to the chip this year. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. The NBA stands for Never Boring Association. J Fuzz, thanks for tweeting that at me. Oh my gosh. Oh man. I don't even have words. Like, this is just nuts. This is insane. Like Colton's saying. Shout out Colton. Oh my gosh. I'm shocked this trade happened. I was confident it was happening. Oh my gosh. Oh. I don't know what to say, guys. Oh my gosh. Aaron, 2:22 in the morning at the Philippines. Thank you for staying with me here. Big time trade here. TRS saying Nets won the trade. Daryl Jones says, if Kevin Durant comes back healthy, the Brooklyn Nets should win the NBA championship. That's his opinion there, not mine. Given Kuhn says, it doesn't matter. Golden State Warriors will be the 2022 champs. I like the confidence there. Dorian, you don't believe it till you see it. Raul, Katie will be motivated to play after All-Star game. We'll see. My goodness. I can't wait till Ben plays. And oh, my gosh. He's going to get that game. They're going to need, like, literally every single security guard in the entire NBA present for that game because that's going to be bad. Edwin says, just added Drummond in my fantasy league. That's a good shout. All 1,200 of you in your fantasy leagues, go get Andre Drummond now. He is going to grab a ton of rebounds. Both teams got better, says Corey. Should Lakers fire Vogel? I don't think so. I don't think he's the problem. Oh my gosh. It says, let's go Nets and my Knicks. Okay, likes both of the teams there in the city. Okay, I see you. Chris, you're looking at it wrong. Harden replaces Simmons because Simmons didn't want to be there. David Estilo, welcome to the stream. He says, I like it for the Sixers. Didn't have to give up Maxey or Thibault. I'm going to give you guys my thoughts here in 3 or 4 minutes. Okay, I've got my thoughts pretty well collected. Main question is, who is the backup center for the Sixers? Droppin says, massive L for Philly. They say, can 76ers get another backup center in a follow-up move? We'll have to watch for that. No, we didn't. Said Nets locker room will be lit. I'm going to go ahead and start that one, too. That's one I want to come back to for sure. Chris Moore said, I did not think this was going down. Bassey ain't getting it done as backup center for Philly in the playoffs. Oh, my gosh. This is insane. Hold on 1 second. I will be back in 1 second. Everyone stay right here. I just want to say, as I'm coming back, shout out to me for getting a Brooklyn James Harden jersey like 2 weeks ago. Shout out to me. That's awesome. Yay. I got a Brooklyn James Harden jersey 2 or 3 weeks before he got traded. Let's go. That's awesome. Shout out to me for that. That was very smart. It's going to be very interesting. Simmons and Irving will punch each other. Dorian says, I live in Brooklyn. I'm excited to see the Nets play at home with me, looking at them in the stands, watching Ben shoot threes. If Ben starts shooting threes, oh my gosh. I will. That will be extremely awesome to see. Pretty risky for Nets. Simmons clearly stated he wants to play in LA. No, I think he'll be fine in Brooklyn as long as they embrace him and don't ever boo him. Ashley says, no, clearly not happy. Still a fire Nets jersey. You know, it is. It's cold. And the best thing about it is I'm going to remember showing it on stream to all 1,200 of you lovely people, hyping up this James Harden trade. Absolutely incredible what we got going on here. Who would have thought? This is the official trade, given it is the official trade. Simmons is under contract, has a 15% trade bonus that is voided in the deal. Curry is extension eligible. Drummond's on an expiring veteran minimum. $15 million in tax savings. Brooklyn will need to clear a roster spot. So I think with Millsap out, they're probably going to have to maybe move on from a guy like Blake Griffin. Maybe not Blake, though. They might do someone else. I don't know. Ashley, still confused, though. Hunter says, LOL. Probably laughing about my jersey, I'm guessing. Burger Sports says, LOL, at least the jersey will be rare. Yeah, no kidding. So I guess him not traveling was pretty important today. Naruto says vaccine restrictions are getting lifted in New York today. I think Irving will play. That'll be huge if that's the case. That's huge for them if that's the case. I have not heard that. I don't live in New York, though. So I don't keep up with their vaccine mandates as much as I maybe should because of how important it is this year with Kyrie Irving. The Nets need to get Kemba or Schroeder quickly before the deadline ends. Even with Seth, I don't think they need to now with Seth Curry because Seth Curry kind of does that. He's averaging about 4 assists a game this year. He's actually taking a bigger role handling the ball, and he's very capable of it. DM says, want to see Simmons airball a 3 as a net in Philly against Philly in the playoffs. That would be pretty good. What's up with the Bulls? Let's talk about the Bulls real quick, real briefly. They're going to be looking for a backup big. It's going to be hard to see if they can find one, but they'll try. Jeremy Stutz, Rockets fan here, could have made this trade last year, but we have nothing from that trade. Sucks, man. Yeah, well, you have picks. I mean, they're not really anything. The fact that you guys didn't get Karis LeVert or Jared Allen. Last year, I said the Rockets lost the Harden trade, and Rockets fans about came for my throat. I mean, the fact that the Cavs got Jared Allen and are now in the playoffs isn't like that surprising because Jared Allen's just really good at basketball and does really help, though. Says that Nets jersey is dope. Yeah, it's pretty good. I don't know. Maybe we'll order a discount one, like when they go on sale in Brooklyn. We'll like ship one out here to me, and then we'll give it away on the channel. How about that? Chris Moore says, nice jersey, bro. We'll try and get another one. We'll try and give one away. screw it. We'll give one away on the channel. Make sure you guys are subscribed so you can keep up with our jersey giveaways. We've done 2 of them before. We are about to give away a quarter zip right now for the New York Giants. So I just have to get that shipped out. Giving Kuhn says 2016 NBA season, still the best season in NBA history. Definitely one of the good ones. Nets win the trade. Oh, mask mandate is lifted, not vaccination mandate. Okay, thank you for that. Again, I don't know the vaccine mandate going on in New York right now. Doc Rivers traded his son-in-law. In fact, he did. My goodness. This is insane. Wow, Nets fleeced them. IMO. Are the Clippers done trading, you think? Yeah, I think so. More than likely. Okay. J Fuzz says every jersey I buy, they get traded. Yeah, true. Make sure you guys go follow us on Twitter. Palinka's still sleeping. Yeah, he probably had a late night out last night. Burger Sports says 76ers massive L. Harden going to get Doc fired. I hope. I don't like Doc Rivers. I'm going to be honest about that. Wake up, Rob Palinka. Oh, man. Okay. We said the trade 20 minutes ago, bro. Yeah. Let's go ahead here. We're going to go into my favorite part here. Okay. We're going to go ahead here. I'm going to put this on screen. I'm going to go ahead and put this on screen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. And now let's talk about the trade. Okay. We're going to talk it out here. Talk about what my thoughts are on it. Nets will get Sixers 2022 first round pick unprotected. Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. Let's go ahead and talk. Let's talk this through. Okay. My thoughts here. My winners and losers on this deal. So, okay. Here we go. Brooklyn Nets. My thoughts for Brooklyn. You get Ben Simmons, who is really, really good and fits what your team needs. You needed a defender. You need someone who's athletic. You need to get out and transition more. He does all of those things. Ben Simmons is phenomenal. You get Seth Curry. I'm also very high on Seth Curry. He's a really good basketball player, and I think he's going to have a nice role in Brooklyn as a floor spacer, especially with this Joe Harris injury. He really helps the Brooklyn Nets this season for sure, and I think for the long term, he's on a good contract, and I think the Nets do get a little bit better at shooting, at least with Seth Curry. Well, not a little bit better at shooting, get a lot better at shooting. Even with Ben Simmons on their roster, Seth Curry, he's going to play a big role on this team. And Andre Drummond kind of clears up the center minutes a little bit. They added 3 serious serious minutes guys for them. 2 of them role players, Drummond and Curry. And then for me, Ben Simmons, he is a star. Not a superstar, but he's an all-star. He's a star level player. And defensively, gives them exactly what they need. He needs to be someone who plays power forward, plays without the basketball, and then takes the basketball in transition, does some things like that. He can initiate offense, but in the playoffs, he won't have to be the guy really doing a lot. He's a just much better fit in Brooklyn. This makes sense. It really does. And getting the 2 firsts on top of it is good. For Brooklyn, giving the fact that I think they had no leverage. I think they had no leverage because Harden was going to leave in free agency. Given the fact that this all came together kind of last minute with Harden kind of wanting out in the last week, I think they get an A- in this deal. They get an A-. And the reason I'm giving them an A- is for a couple of reasons. First of all, the fact that you didn't get Matisse Thybulle or Tyrese Maxey hurts. Okay. Like A- is a good grade. Okay. I'm giving them a good grade. This A- is not bad. A- is very good. The only reason it would have been an A or A+ is if they got Tyrese Maxey, A+ then. If they got Matisse Thybulle, probably an A+ or an A. Because I think part of it here is, and the part I like about getting Drummond is you hurt Philly in this. You're trying to not only, but it's weird because both of these teams aren't selling. They're both winning. They're both trying to win. So these two teams could very well face each other in the postseason, which is weird because you want to try and hurt the other team. So taking Curry, taking Drummond does hurt Philadelphia. So for that reason, I am giving the Brooklyn Nets an A-. Okay? I give the Brooklyn Nets an A-. For the 76ers, let's talk it through here. With James Harden coming in, I don't think he fits their roster. I don't think he fits with Joel Embiid. But talent is important, and he is a top 15 player in the world. Top 10 when he's really healthy. Top 5 when he's really healthy, honestly. Top 15 right now for sure. He's dealing with some hamstring stuff. He's got some hand issues as well. But he's a top 15 player. You add him, you get rid of a guy who wasn't going to play for you again in Ben Simmons. You give up 2 first-round picks. For me, for the Nets, I'm going to update my thing here. I gave them an A-. For the 76ers, I am giving them this grade. You are going to see it here on the screen in 3, 2, and 1. That is an A+. I am giving the 76ers an A+ in this deal for a variety of reasons. This was a mess. The first reason, Ben Simmons, giving up someone who in Ben Simmons who you really like, sure, that it stinks. It's tough because Ben Simmons is really, really good. And he's an all-defensive type of player, and he's someone who's going to average 16, 8, and 8 for his career, which is really good. But the reality here, and because Doc Rivers and Joel Embiid and this organization screwed it up, this is about as well as they could have recovered, which is why I'm giving them an A+ here, because Daryl Morey got the guy he's always wanted, which is James Harden. This is about as perfect as it could have gone, given the situation with Ben Simmons not willing to play for you. They just traded a guy who hasn't played for months, and the last time he played, it was one of his worst performances of his career, and you turned into a guy who's a former MVP. Sure, he's a little bit older. You get rid of Seth Curry. It's pretty rough. This is really, really good. I know that this is going to be a hot take on the A+. I need you guys to hear me out. The reason this is an A+, tell me how many points Ben Simmons has this season, and how many points would he have had by the end of the playoffs when they get bounced in the playoffs? The answer to that question is 0. He would have played 0 minutes. Essentially, from what your lineup is, what your team has actually had this year, you trade, and remember, they're a game out of first place. They're good this year, and you trade from that lineup. Seth Curry and Andre Drummond are the only 2 contributors you give up, and you get James Harden. That's pretty good. Okay, we have another deal, it looks like. Let me look. Trade alert. Whoa, okay, we do have a trade. We're going to go ahead and pull that up real quick. I'll continue on with my rant here in a second, but I do want you guys to see the trade. Ooh. Let's go to Shams. Here it is. Let's pull it up now for you guys. Wow. Boston Celtics are trading Josh Richardson to the San Antonio Spurs for Derek White. I'm surprised here that this is not a 3-team deal. I don't know what to think about this. Man. Nick, welcome to the stream, Nick. He says my Celtics. He's shrugging. No. This is confusing to me. Like, Josh Richardson's in the middle of a career year. Derek White should be going to a team that's ready to compete. Warded, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you in here. I don't understand this, because why do the Spurs want Josh Richardson unless they were rerouting him somewhere? My thought is this should be a 3-team deal. Nick says Dennis got to be next. For those of you who don't know, Nick's a good friend of mine, and he's a Boston Celtics fan, and he was buying into the Josh Richardson train this year, and then they went and traded him. Derek White could be a decent connector for Boston. Their offense is too much. My turn, your turn. Yeah, I get it. The thing here, though, it's not bad for Boston. I hate Josh Richardson. I am a Mavericks fan. And Josh Richardson was one of the worst Mavericks I've ever watched play in my life. So I'm pretty happy that he's no longer a Maverick. And I think for the most part, I think this works out pretty well for the Celtics. The thing to me that's confusing about this is why the Spurs are getting Richardson. Like, what makes sense here is this should be a connecting deal where Josh Richardson goes to like the Lakers and the Spurs try and get THT in that 2027 first is what makes the most sense. I don't understand why the Lakers like aren't involved in this, and I don't understand why Josh Richardson going to the Spurs. Like, I don't understand what that helps San Antonio do, if that makes it. Like, I don't get this for San Antonio. Like, they could have just stayed like status quo here. Josh Richardson, sure, he's under contract next year, but he's not going to play as well as he is this year. And I don't think the Lakers are going to be as desperate this year, or any teams next year is going to be as desperate as this year. So it's kind of like confusing to me what they think they're going to do with Josh Richardson, like on their actual active roster. I don't understand. Like, I just don't get it is my issue here. I'm going to refresh, see if there's any other information going on. Maybe if there's like a second rounder in here, but that's looking to trade the 2 first-round picks. See, they could very well re-up and refix their roster, which is why the Nets get an A- in this deal, because they're going to get some other players potentially yet too. My goodness. This is insane. Absolutely insane. Nets looking to trade 2 first-round picks. KJ says, oh, welcome back to the stream, KJ. Glad to have you in here again. Says, I'm glad the whole Harden for Simmons deal is done. Rashad says, Spurs got a first. Is that true? I don't see that. If that's the case, then I understand, but I don't know. I haven't seen that. I'm going to see here. I just think it's straight up for each other. I don't think so. I don't think there's a first round pick in there. So, says someone, please go trade for Christian Wood. I just feel like the Lakers should be in here. So I don't know. That's just kind of confusing to me. Let's go back here though, and go back to talking about the Brooklyn Nets and the Philadelphia 76ers trade. That's the big one. Nets trading James Harden to the Sixers for Ben Simmons, Seth Curry, Drummond, 2 first-round picks, and now they're going to go use those 2 first-round picks to try and make something else happen. For me, the reason that I gave the 76ers an A+ is when you consider that you had a player who's not going to play for you again. You have Joel Embiid playing like an MVP candidate. You want to arm him. You want to put something around him that can win. And you have 2 really good young players in Tyrese Maxey and also Matisse Thybulle. And the fact that you get out of a trade there where you had, very little leverage. You didn't even have to get off of Tobias Harris to put leverage on about free agency. I don't think either side had leverage. And I think that the 76ers were in a tougher position, partially because they had a player who wasn't playing for them and is dealing with mental health issues. And the last time he played had a meltdown in the 4th quarter of a game. Like, they basically destroyed the Ben Simmons value. That's why no team was trading for him. Like, that's why the Kings backed out of it for Sabonis, all that stuff. And still, at this point, we are at a situation where they were able to trade him for the guy they wanted the whole time. They wanted James Harden. He wanted James Harden when he took the job there in Philly. Daryl Morey, his favorite player of all time is James Harden, and he got him. Okay, it's an A+. I know James Harden's looked a little off this year. He's still averaging 22 and a half, 10 and 8. If you can compile me a list of all the guys doing that this season, I would like to see who's on that list, because James Harden is really, really good. And even in an off year, he's better than 99% of the league. So sure, the fit's a little clunky, but this is the guy Daryl Morey wanted. He got it done. And for the Nets, I give him an A- because you don't know where Ben Simmons is at. And part of the reason I give you an A- is because you didn't get Matisse Thybulle. You didn't get Tyrese Maxey, which the Maxey one makes sense. I feel like they should have pushed harder for Thybulle. I really do. But, at the end of the day, what can you do? Matisse Thybulle would have been really good in Brooklyn. A- is still a good grade. I think both sides are better off because of this, for sure. I think both sides are in a healthier spot. So I hope you guys don't think I'm, absolutely being crazy. But, I think Spurs won the deal easily. I don't think the Celtics lost that deal. Romeo Langford included. Is that true? What is going on? Oh my gosh, Boston gave up Boston gave up a first as well. Okay. And Langford? Where's the Langford information coming from? Where I haven't seen anything on Langford yet. But oh my gosh. So realistically, upon completion of the expected, Mavericks are going to be the favorites to land Goran Dragic. Joel Embiid tweeted. Here's Joel Embiid's tweet. He tweeted that meme. Stat Muse. That's nice. Oh my gosh, guys. I think Spurs did pretty good. In that, now the fact that they got a first round pick in there, I do think the Spurs did pretty good. Yeah, like I think Derek White's nice for Boston, don't get me wrong. But the fact that they gave a first, I know it's J. Rich, Romeo, and a first. Okay. So White is so much better than Richardson, so it makes sense they had to give a first. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Richardson's having a career year, though. I feel like the Spurs still should have rerouted Richardson. They could have probably brought in another first like that. And then if they trade Pirtle, I mean, the Spurs could literally end up with like 6 first-round picks this year if they do this all right. Matisse Thybulle would have been great for the Nets. Hoop Central posted. Okay, gotcha. Whole internet over Windhorse an apology, to be honest. Yeah, for sure. The fact that they got to keep Tobias Harris and still got Harden is great. Exactly. That's the thing. Joel Embiid is unmatched, that's for sure. Another first for the Spurs. Spurs moving up in the draft. They're definitely going to be aggressive trying to. What are the Lakers doing? Nick Wu says you got to be PG back up for when we move Dennis. Yeah, I think so, probably. Could even see him being a starter for you guys, I think. Let's go ahead, keep moving on. Here's Coach Dreadhead's grades. Gives the 76ers a B, and that's an A. Nate wants to know any T-Wolves news. Not yet. Nothing quite yet for the Wolves. My guess is that we're going to see Josh Richardson has been traded so many times. Oh, my goodness. Oh, man. Derek White makes a good amount of money, though. Pelinka, Aaron's still saying Pelinka wake up for the Wolves here. There's not a ton going on simply because of they're waiting for some of these other bigger moves to get out of the way, I think, to kind of find out where the dust settles and then get involved with something like Montrezl Harrell or maybe Marcus Smart, because if the Celtics have been engaged in this, that makes some sense. Here is the timer back on 2. I did take it off, of course, for the discussion on some of the other trades and everything. Matthew says Brooklyn just won the chip. See, that's interesting. I think we need to slow down a little bit on Brooklyn here. Like, yes, they have Kyrie for road games. Yes, they have Kevin Durant. And I know Ben Simmons is a great fit. I get it. But for their home games, like, you have Patty Mills, Seth Curry, Kevin Durant for your creation. Okay. Like, Ben Simmons and Drummond on the floor together is kind of questionable. Now, the way, if Ben Simmons comes out shooting threes, I take it all back. Okay. If Ben Simmons shoots threes, it's an A+++ for Brooklyn. Like, and I mean, not even well. I mean, if he shoots 30% and it's all corner threes, good. That's fine. But Hazardous Nature wants to know Grant to the Nets. I had mocked that in a couple trades. He's the player that makes the most sense now. NBA TV just said that Langford's part of the deal. He is. There was a little bit of bad reporting that I was getting my information from. Kyrie can't play at home. That's not the vaccination mandate that's changing, according to other people in the chat here. So the vaccine mandate has not been lifted in New York. I'm going to do a quick Google search on that and see. Vaccine mandate. They dropped the mask mandate. New York will end its mask or vaccine mandate. Let me read it. I'm going to read it real quick. It's an article. Give me 1 second because it's important here. Everyone stick with me here because we're gonna read it. Let's keep going. Given the declining cases, the mandate required businesses to ask customers for proof of vaccination for them to wear masks indoors, except when eating or drinking. was put in place 2 months ago and was set to expire Thursday. Very possible they let him play. Then he might have to play with a mask on. I don't know. I'm not sure how to read this, if anything's for sure for him to play or not. I think there's going to be a little bit of pushback from the league, though, letting him play. I know, Aaron, that Ben Simmons currently can't shoot threes from the last time we saw him, but he did have about, 7 months off to work on it. So hopefully, Chris says Ben Simmons is Westbrook if he was smarter and larger on the fast break with all those shooters around him, including Kyrie and KD. It's going to be bananas. Yeah, it's going to be pretty good. I'm not going to lie. Here, Jack says vaccine mandate hasn't been lifted, but a lot can change between now and the playoffs. That's true. Matthew Gonzalez says he's in New York City. He said that they lifted it yesterday. So I have conflicting stuff. The article I read was not clear about whether or not it would be required for athletes. They talked specifically about going to restaurants. So there is quite a bit of a difference between those things. 71 minutes left. Come on, Lakers, do something. KD gets the pleasure to play with both Currys. He does. And the one thing I'm going to say here, and it goes back to this comment I started earlier. Nets locker room will be lit. The reason why is because they're all going to be sitting there taking shots at Joel Embiid. Ben Simmons is going to fit right in, throwing shots at Joel Embiid because Kevin Durant already does not like him from when they were beefing on the court earlier this year. And I think Simmons is actually going to be a pretty good fit in there, even if he can't shoot the ball. Like, they're better. They're good. Don't get me wrong. I just don't know if it's like let's walk them to the championship. Do you think that the Wolves should trade Townsend Elo? No, I do not think they should. Yeah, says Patty Mills, Seth Curry, Joe Harris, snipers all over the court. Well, Joe Harris currently has that ankle injury, so I don't know if he's going to be active or not, which I am a little concerned about, if I'm being completely honest with you guys about it, just because there are a ton of different things that I think could go poorly with his, setbacks. He's already having to rehab that. I do have some concerns specifically about what that could be. Nets are interested in Miles Turner per Evan Massey. I mean, I think they will be too. I just don't think that the Pacers are going to be willing to move him for some picks from the 76ers. I just don't think that's going to be enough to actually get that deal done. Make sure you guys do hit that subscribe button. We're 100 subscribers away from 7,000. So if you guys could go ahead and hit that sub button, that would be absolutely huge to me right now. Go ahead, take 1 second, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Let's keep going down here. We have a comment here. Good trade for the Nets. I think so too. This is wild. That trade with the Nets and Sixers was too much. It was. I'm like completely drained right now. Like, I don't. My brain is tired. I've been sitting there waiting for it. It happened, and I'm like, what the heck? I don't know. The fact that the Sixers were able to keep Thibault and Maxey, I think, is really huge. I think it is. I think it's really important. We're still waiting for the Lakers trade bomb from Woj. Nothing yet. Mavericks recall center Moses Brown from the Texas Legends. Not sure if that's pointing to anything. LeBron is interested in Dallas per Tyler Gannon. Love that, Tyler Gannon. Great comment there. That's an A+ comment. That's one that should get starred for sure. Robert Smith, I didn't understand why Kemba Walker, Alex Burke, and Julius Randle are still in the Knicks. Yeah, I mean, they're going to be looking for some stuff for sure for some of those guys. Derek White, point guard or shooting guard? A little bit of both. He's going to be combo guard. I think he'll probably start. Man, it's hard to see what they're going to for sure do with him. I think they'll play him. He's kind of like Marcus Smart in terms of like being a combo guard. So I don't know. Jen says, just subscribed on your channel. You deserve it, bro. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. Hopefully you guys are enjoying it. For this question here, how many points are we going to win by? 70 or we run? That's the answer to that one, Dylan. Alavity says, do the Raptors make any more moves? I don't think so. I think they're going to be very, very quiet the rest of the way. Harden and Embiid, bro, unstoppable. They're going to be good offensively. The two of them, you got a dominant post scorer, and you've got one of the best ISO scorers of all time now on one team. That's pretty good combination. Defensively, I'm a little concerned about Harden. They're going to need him extremely engaged and focused, which hasn't happened a ton, but we'll see. Joe Mejia says, New York traded mask mandate to Texas for respirators and cash considerations. Woj bomb. That's a pretty good comment right there. Lakers have not made a trade yet. I've been keeping my eye on it. No Lakers trade yet up to this point. So we will see what all goes down here. We're going to continue watching. Please do not spam in the chat. Aaron says waiting for Lakers last minute move. I think that's going to be a last minute move as well. OKC 3 love deserting teams. Yes, they do. Russell Westbrook, Durant, Harden, they all like bolting. So maybe just maybe one of them will get a championship this year. My guess is it won't be Russell Westbrook if I had to take a bet. Rashard Freeman says Celtics backcourt depth, Smart, White, Brown, Schroeder. Actually, no shooting, terrible trade. Like they don't have shooting right now, but you have to remember Jaylen Brown can shoot. They also have Tatum who can shoot. Like, yeah, they're in roles that they don't really shoot that much, but like you have guys who can do other things. I think Derek White is, a solid player for them. Caleb wants to know, can the Celtics make a legitimate playoff run? No, I don't think so. I don't think they would have with Josh Richardson either. So I don't think the trade is like that much of an L. But I like just considering unless they draw Cleveland in round 1, then they have a shot, I think, just because Cleveland's younger and less experienced. But I mean, even Cleveland's got a better team, I think, overall. You look at, teams like Philadelphia now with Harden. I mean, the Celtics got it all last year too, and they're going to get it again this year if they want it. James Harden can give it to all those Celtics fans. If any Celtics fans are doubting the 76ers in this, I'm going to laugh because James Harden made Evan Fournier look unplayable in the playoffs last year before he pulled his hamstring in the second round. So, Sixers are better than the Celtics. The Bucks are better, obviously. The Nets are better than the Celtics. The Cavs, I think, are better, but that's a little bit closer. Looking at the NBA, the Heat are obviously better and the Bucks are better. So, and I think even the Raptors right there are probably better. So the Raptors in a series, I don't know if I trust their scoring as much, but like Celtics right now, probably 8th seed or probably the 8th best team in my opinion. So that's my thought. Let's keep going on here. Down to the next one, we have a question. Can T-Wolves make it out of the first round / play-in? No, I don't even think they're going to make it to the playoffs. I think they'll lose in the play-in tournament, honestly. I think what will happen is, like with how it's currently sitting, just in the West, right now they're 7, the Clippers are 8, and the Clippers are only a couple games back from them, and pretty much everything that could go wrong for LA, for the Clippers specifically has. And then ideally, like you're looking at a Lakers Pelicans play-in right now, and I think the Lakers win that because LeBron's just going to go LeBron mode and score 35 or 40 and lead LeBron into and lead the Lakers at least into a matchup there. And then you're going to have Wolves versus Lakers for the final 8th seed. And then I'm sorry, I'm not going to pick the Wolves over LeBron. So I think they missed the playoffs actually, which is kind of a hot take because they've been playing pretty good. Do you think Warriors will do anything today? No, I don't think so. I think the Warriors will not do anything today. DeJounte. Okay. I am back. I was just thinking about the Harden trade. I'm kind of sad. Also, I know you brought that Harden jersey. It's okay. I bought a Curry jersey too. Don't be upset. Think about it. You didn't give up Maxey. You didn't give up Thibault. You gave up the players that have played for you this year that you gave up were Seth Curry and Andre Drummond, and every single person in the chat knows that they would give up those 2 players for James Harden. You guys are really good, and you gave up only Curry and Drummond from your current lineup to get him. That's a really good deal to me. That's why I gave it an A+. Subies and Doobies, welcome back to the stream, and says, well, the East competition just got tougher, so much Chicago Bulls got to do something. Yeah, I think they should. Daniel says, Sixers fan here, found you via YouTube search and my excitement of the Harden trade. Love your energy. I'll keep tuning in. Awesome. Thank you so much, Daniel. Glad to be a part of it here. As part of the deal, new 76ers star James Harden is opting into his $47 million player option on contract for next season. So he is already there for one more year, at least. Did Magic make a trade? Not yet. Heinrich says, I'm a big fan, bruh. Thank you. Glad that you're a fan. I feel so bad for LeBron. This is the worst team. Well, it's partially his fault. Le GM made the decision to bring in Russ. So, I feel bad for him as a player, but it was partially his decision. So I don't know. Magic did make a trade. They did, yeah, for Bol Bol and PJ Dozier, who are both out. So Like they did, but they, I thought you meant more recently. Sorry. John D says, Jay Rich, been good this year. Not really happy about this trade. Celtics fan. That's how Celtics fans are going to feel. I think Derek White's good. And I think Derek White is better than Richardson for sure. We do have a trade. Another one here. I'm going to pull it up on Twitter. Let's go ahead and remove that. Let's stop the screen share of that. And then let's go ahead and get another one in here right now. Share screen. Let's go over to Twitter because we do have another trade to announce. This one coming from Adrian Wojnarowski from ESPN. Let's go ahead and pull it up. Woj. Pulled up here now. Thank you everyone who has been tuning in. Make sure you leave a like on the stream. Also subscribe if you guys are new. It would mean a lot to have your guys' support at Utility Sports. We're getting really close to 7,000 subscribers. So if you could, please hit that subscribe button. And here we are now. Pacers are finalizing a trade to send forward Torrey Craig to the Suns for Jalen Smith and a future second-round pick. And that makes sense. Torrey Craig finds his way back into the West with the Phoenix Suns, and they only give up Jalen Smith and a future second. And it makes sense for Indiana as well. You get off a guy and you bring in a second-round pick. That alone is worth it. And then not to mention you also get Jalen Smith in this deal. Seems like pretty good deal to me for Indiana. John D says Nets won that by far. I don't think it's by far. I think, Simmons is still a really good player, and you have to look at it from the lens that the Sixers didn't really lose Simmons, but the Nets gained Simmons, which is why it's like a weird trade where both sides win, right? Because the Nets gain him, but the Sixers don't really lose him. Hard jersey just turned into a throwback. Yeah, it really did. I've got the throwback jersey here now. James Harden on the Brooklyn Nets. I think it is a W jersey. It's a good one. I was extremely excited about it, but what can you do? Here we go. Lakers trade Russ to the Shanghai Sharks. Charlie Gibson says there's such a thing as jersey insurance. That's okay. It's the jersey itself looks good, so I don't want to just give up on it. Miami Heat highlights wants to know, has Miami made a trade? Not yet. Not up to this point. What's the Lakers team now? Did they trade anyone yet? Nope. Have not made a move yet up to this point. Man, I still can't believe the Simmons Harden trade. That's insane to me. That's probably one of the best trades ever. And I know a lot of people were saying, whoa, what massive trades are coming? I was kind of getting memed a little bit yesterday, but what did I say? I called it. I said it was going to happen. Here again is the deal. Thank you, Edwin, for putting the deals in the chat. I actually do really appreciate that. It does really help me out here. Kyle wants to know what I think of the Clippers pickups. That's a great question. I think they've done really, really well for themselves. The Norman Powell one was an absolute steal. And then for the when you look at the other options that they were able to get, like Robert Covington, I think getting a little bit of tax relief from the Serge Ibaka deal saves you about $30 million of actual cash. It seems pretty good to me. And just holistically here, I think that they've done pretty well themselves for everything going on with that situation. Bus leaves at 4. All right, sweet. Let's keep going on here. Thanks, bruh. I'm in YouTube. Okay. Elbow cough. Yeah, there you go. Watch how we have your boy Simmons look with real teammates. I see that's the thing is I think Simmons could look really good next to Durant. I don't think either team lost. So I don't want you guys to think that it's an A-. Like, oh no, the Nets didn't get the better end here. I think the Nets did really well. And I think the Sixers did really well. I just think that they did really well for different reasons, so I give them different grades. Here's saying the Nets straight up stole. See, I feel strong about what the Nets got. The fact that they gave up 2 guys from the rotation named Seth Curry and Andre Drummond to get him is pretty good. But they lost Simmons, but they didn't really lose him, right? We had a Woj bomb. David Cruto says, watching all day, subscribed when you said Le GM. Yeah, that's awesome. Well, glad that that was enough to sell you over. Hopefully everyone else here as well who's been watching like David, hopefully you guys can hit that subscribe button. It would be absolutely huge for me if you could go ahead and just take 1 second of your time and do it for me, please. That would be so huge. And then also turn on that notification bell because that way you can keep up to date with all of our basketball stuff. I'm going to have an NBA mock draft come out tomorrow, which is going to kind of go over all the moves. There's going to be a ton of draft picks swapping all over the place. So it'll be a full first round mock. I really love the NBA draft season. For those of you that think I do a pretty good job covering the NBA trade deadline, I feel like I covered the NBA mock draft even better. So that if that's something you want to watch, that'd be great. Dan says, thanks for everything you've done today. I'm going to listen to you, but will not be chatting since I have to go do homework. I will be back soon. No rush, Dan. Thanks for being in here all day. I'm in Jensen's math class. He wants to know if the Bucks got stronger with their trade. Yeah, they did a little bit. I think they gave up too much with DiVincenzo. With Dante, I just think that's a little bit too much to give up, Dylan. But for the most part, like it makes them better for this year, which is what they're trying to do. They're trying to win, but it is still a struggle. Brick says, just subscribe. Glad that you enjoyed and say that I'm super professional. I try my best to cover everything as thoroughly and as efficiently as I can while making the presentation look pretty good. There's a few things that I have planned for upgrading the channel as well. So hopefully you guys are enjoying. Gotta Be Legend says, great stream. I think you should update the stream title. Maybe I should because I had it titled as like James Harden traded, I think. So let me go ahead and update that real quick. Thank you guys all so much for being in here. Absolutely awesome. All the love and support. Make sure to leave a like on it as well. I'm going to check how many likes we are here right after to the Philadelphia 76ers. I'm going to check it out, how many likes we're at right after I update the title here. Absolutely insane trade deadline. Harden traded to the Philadelphia 76ers. I was calling it that it was going to happen. I felt like it was going to, but I still just can't realistically believe that it did. So pretty insane. There we go. The title should be updated now, I think. So hopefully that is working pretty well for you guys. Make sure to leave a like on the stream if you are enjoying. Again, I'm going to check out the likes right now. 821. Let's try and get it to 1,000 if we can. Let's get it to 1,000 likes. We're at 821 right now. Big Mike says championship heading to Phoenix. That's a possibility. I do like the Torrey Craig pickup for them. It does help them a little bit. Junior Mafia says, I'm a Celtics fan, but my dad's a Sixers, so I'm going to jump off a roof. Oh, no. No, don't do that. It's okay. Don't. I'm sorry. I feel bad. I'm kind of laughing at that a little bit, though. But Heinrich says, thanks, bro. I love you. Well, appreciate it. Appreciate all of you guys being in here, taking your time to listen to me. Paul Lou says, I don't get the Celtics trade as a Celtics fan. Yeah, straight up, it made more sense. And I thought maybe you give up a second rounder, but giving up a first and Langford kind of hurts. 3-2-1 launch says, thanks for handling the F5 for us. I'm supposed to be getting stuff done at the office right now. You're welcome. I'm holding down the fort over here. Dorian says, do you think the Knicks will make any moves? I think the Knicks will make a few moves. Yeah, I they need to trade Fournier. I'm really waiting for Fournier to get dealt because I think he's just terrible. So that's my thought, at least on that. I think that they are going to trade him. But I don't know. We'll see. He's not terrible. Maybe I'm being a little over the top. The stream's getting to my head a little bit. I've been streaming for 5 hours straight. You're bound to say something you don't necessarily believe. I don't think Fournier is terrible. I just think he's not good, if that makes sense. So hopefully that clears things up. Hungry and Humble says, just subscribe from Canada. Great job today. Thank you so much. Let me know in the comments if you would want me to keep streaming in the future. We do stream on a lot of big days. I'll stream for NFL free agency, NBA free agency, NBA draft stuff, that kind of stuff. But if you want me to stream more consistently, we could try and plan that as well. So let me know right now in the comment section. If you want me to stream more, say something like, yes, please stream more, or yes, more streams, something so that it's clear. So when I'm going through the comments, I can see. Do you think the Knicks will make any moves? Yep. Like I said, I think they will. Great video. Thank you, Heinrich. Bloodbath says, do Mavs have any chance for West Finals? Yes, I think they could get it to the West Conference Finals, but it's going to be difficult. I'm not going to lie to you. Even though I'm a Mavs fan, I just don't see us beating Phoenix, and I think Golden State would be a really tough challenge as well. So I would like to, but getting to the second round and having a competitive series would be really good for the Dallas Mavericks. So I can't be mad about that. Can the Knicks trade Burks and Kemba already, man? I know, I'm waiting for it. King Swish says, I just subscribed to. You're giving me a huge advantage on my fantasy basketball team. Yes, breaking all the latest news. Here we have a donation. Thank you for that. I appreciate you, bro. Shout out from the Philippines. Really, really do appreciate that, Paul. That is absolutely awesome. And I really, really appreciate the donations. You guys have been absolutely awesome. I mean, all trade deadline period long, the last 3 days streaming has been incredible. And I do want to really thank you from the bottom of my heart. I do really appreciate all the love and support on the channel. Yep, I refreshed. You changed the title. Okay, great. I'm glad that it came through. Nicholas says, what do you see the Nets starting five being come playoff time? Okay, so this is under the assumption Simmons is like ready to play. So the starting five is going to be Ben Simmons, Seth Curry, Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving for road games, and then also I think they start Drummond, and I think they bring Claxton off the bench. Yeah, I think that's what I would have to think. Bring Claxton off the bench. Maybe they're still going to shop Claxton as well. It could make sense that they're shopping Claxton with those 2 first-round picks they got from Philly. So that's a possibility. Right here, Evan says, great stream, man. I hope the Pistons can move Grant in this last hour. Hopefully someone gets desperate after these deals. I mean, I could see it. Maybe the Nets could maybe jump in there. Do you think the Nets could pick up Miles Turner for the 2 picks plus Claxton plus Bruce Brown? That is a real possibility. I don't know if the Pacers are going to do that, though. What I think possibly happens here is I think maybe the Pistons are get involved with Jerami Grant and try and get those 2 picks. That's what could make sense to me. Jose Villarreal wants to know, should Rob Pelinka be fired if the Lakers make no moves? I think he should be fired regardless. He's not a good GM. That's my thought. Swastik says, subscribe from India. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Here we have a comment from Shamar. James Harden's soft. Yeah, but he's really talented. And talent is more important than whether a guy is soft or strong. Remember, the Dallas Mavericks superstar Dirk Nowitzki got labeled as soft before he won an NBA championship. So maybe this comment is foreshadowing to the Sixers going all the way this year. Fournier for Westbrook. Yep, that's what I see. Dennis Schroeder trade, asked Ryan. Potentially, I could possibly see one. Tim Preston says, yo, welcome to the stream, Tim. Glad to have you in here. TRB says, been watching all day at work, finally done and subbed. You've been killing it, my guy. Thank you so much. Yes, and we have some more. Yes, please stream. Stream more. Yes, from Zane. Great. Fournier, Burks, Kemba for WB. Who's WB? Am I just losing my mind? Who's WB? I don't know who WB is off the top of my head. Tim says, hey, thanks so much for this. Yes, more stream. Eddie says, thanks for the great work and not talking Lakers all day. I know. There's a ton of Lakers questions even. And I do want to answer them for our Lakers fans for sure. But, there's more teams in the league than just the Los Angeles Lakers. There's more teams in the league than just the New York Knicks. So I think the biggest thing is, keeping a balance where you talk about them because they're important, but also talking about all 30 teams. And I think we do a pretty good job of that here at Utility Sports. And Eddie, thank you again for the $5. Absolutely awesome. Really do appreciate it. Gotta Be Legend says, yes, you should stream more. Do you think Beal will get traded and to what team? No, I think Beal will be staying in Washington unless something absolutely crazy happens here in the last hour. I do not think he'll get traded. Trade Dwight Howard to Golden State Warriors. Maybe not. Okay, thank you for the update again, Dan. Really do appreciate that. Harden opted into his $47 million player option according to Shams. Yep, that's huge. No way Mavs getting to the Western Conference Finals. Yeah, I just don't think it's likely. I'd hope for him to. It'd be sweet if they did, but I don't think they will. Nicholas Goodall, watching from Brazil. Love your content. Congrats on your hard work. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. Big J says, more streams. I like your conversation and analysis. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. We will do more streams. Okay, I've seen enough comments. We'll do more streams. Make sure you guys turn on the notification bell so that when I do stream, you don't miss it. Because I don't know if there's like a specific time that works best for everyone, if it's just during the day. Because I could just try. I'll just randomly stream. We could just talk about sports, talk about specific teams if you want. Give me ideas. Go in some of our other videos later and leave some comments about what you like streams about, because it's easier for me to see all of those because they get archived a little bit easier for me. Claxton has hamstring problems. Yeah, he does, which means they might want to move him. Sammy says, you think New Jersey people are driving into Brooklyn for games? Maybe. They might want to. Ben Simmons is fun to watch in person. I went to a Sixers-Bucks game a few years ago. Joel Embiid hit a huge shot to end that game. But earlier in the game, Giannis ran down the lane, threw down a massive dunk, and flexed on the baseline. And then the next possession down, Ben Simmons had a putback dunk right on top of Giannis. And it was probably the coldest thing I've ever seen in a basketball arena. I go to about 3 or 4 NBA games a year in person with the hope of going to more. Because when the money I make from working, I actually usually put into some entertainment stuff when I have free money. I don't really buy too much stuff other than basketball shoes, which I've had these for over a year now. And then I also put it into like entertainment, like basketball, going to NBA games, going to MLB games. Here, XYRYZ says, Rob Plinka, where are you? Please make some moves. I know. Definitely some question mark. 3 Australians now in the Nets makes me happy. Very true. LeBron is the de facto GM. I agree. But still, I think Rob Pelinka, should maybe take a little bit of ownership for some of the mistakes. Quentin Mayo says John Collins trade talks were a gauge for trade value this offseason trade. That makes sense to me. Just kind of get some of those preliminary talks out of the way. Just join the stream. It's 2 a.m. here. Do you believe that the Sixers will gel? I think they will. Because I think what they're going to do is they're going to embrace each other because it's new situations for everyone. One side's going to be happy. The Sixers, like the players who are on the Sixers, are going to be happy that there's no more Ben Simmons drama. And James Harden's going to be happy because he's going to get to dribble the basketball. He's going to get to play his game. I think that he's going to rely on Joel Embiid as well. I hope that it's not like it was with Dwight Howard, and I just don't think it will be. I think that Joel Embiid is way too talented for it to be like what it was with Dwight Howard. We are only 45 minutes away from the trade deadline here. Do you think Miami can make the NBA can make the NBA Finals? I'm sorry, guys, my voice is quitting on me a little bit. Yeah, I do think that Miami is good enough to make the Finals. They have a ton of talent. I'd like to see them add another bench forward, but with where they're currently at, I think they have enough. Simmons versus Harden, the battle of Charmin. That's awesome. Bermuda Sports. Funny to watch, funny for sure. Let's go big. Just don't trade Kai Jones unless it's a great deal. Agreed. Any substance KP to Raptors rumors? Hope he stays with the Mavs. Yeah, I don't think there is actually any substance there. I think they were talking about it, but then it looks like Toronto went another direction with the Drew Eubanks, Thad Young move. So my guess is that is all quiet now. Looking here, I feel like Harden and Embiid relationship won't work. There's a possibility to that, and I think Embiid is going to be his job to hold Harden responsible and accountable on defense, which is going to be really where a lot of that comes down to. Bernard says LeBron is the real GM, should be fired. He should just stay out of the conversation. WB's Westbrook, yes. Okay, thank you. I just, for some reason, didn't put that together. Subbed, shout out from Ireland, lad. Thank you so much, Patrick. Really do appreciate that. Yeah, I'm sorry. For some reason, I don't know how I didn't put together that WB is Westbrook. Obviously, like that's the trade package that made sense for him and everything. I don't know. I think 5 hours and 17 minutes of straight streaming probably is making me a little loopy and delusional up to this point. Miles Turner to the Nets as well. Might not be done. I could see it. Kristaps Porzingis, WP. Okay. More like no knees Porzingis because he's always injured. Press release there. Okay. I'm trying to keep my eyes on everything going on. The Magic waived Michael MCW and also Wendell Moore. Or not Wendell Moore. Oh, my goodness. Etuan Moore. My God. It's been a long day. I'm naming Auburn backup point guards. What am I doing? Ryan wants to know when does the deadline end? In 42 minutes and 45 seconds. Way better team than the Lakers. Also, yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. My guy, you're killing it. Thank you, Coolio. With these trades, I subbed. Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. We are so close to 7,000 subscribers. Let's please get there. Please hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. It would be huge. Also, smash that like. Let's try and get this thing to 1,000 if we can. That would be absolutely massive if we're able to do that. Would really appreciate all that love and support. It would be huge for us for sure. So let's go ahead. Here, I'm going to clear that tab. And my computer is being a little slow right now. So hopefully everything is still up intact with the stream. Thank you guys for all hanging out with me all day long. It's been huge. Ministerio wants to know, what do you think about Curry and this year's performance? I'm guessing you're talking about Seth because of the Sixers Nets trade. Seth Curry's really good. I really like him. I loved him for the Mavericks. I was kind of sad when they traded him for Josh Richardson. I just didn't really like that. And I think he's going to be a huge factor for Brooklyn. I think he's going to have a few good playoff games. And I think he's a seriously good NBA player that can help a lot of teams. That's for sure. Call me Trick. Do you think Westbrook will be traded? No, I don't think so. Someone wants to know Nuggets trade. I don't think they're going to make a move. I think they're just going to stand pat, honestly. Dwight Howard needs to cut his hair. Maybe he'll get his powers back. We're going with like the anti-Samson strategy. Interesting. Sammy Chan says, Utility Sports, I have a Ben Simmons jersey that's going on Poshmark. Oh, no. You'll probably be able to ship it out with my James Harden one right here for the Nets. Crazy. Literally got it like 3 weeks ago. Season over for the Lakers if they don't make moves. No, they can still get into the playoffs, but it's not like they have any championship aspirations then at that point. You should try to do some polls. It's great engagement and starts a conversation. Yeah, I'm going to try and figure out how to do that for future streams. I don't have anything to do it just through the streaming service I do it through. I don't like specifically stream straight on YouTube, if that makes sense. I stream through a third party, which helps me pull up these questions, put them on the screen and everything. So let's see here. I'm going to look, and maybe there's a way I can find how to do that real quick. I'm going to give me 1 second. I'm going to look, because what I would love to do is I would love to see a way to do a poll on the actual live stream. We're getting closer to 1,000 likes on the stream as well. I'm going to create a post real quick for the community too. So make sure to go check that out. All you have to do is click our YouTube channel name and then scroll over tabs until you get to community. And then you get to a point where you'll see our post. So I'm going to post that now. Who won the Nets 76ers trade? I'm going to put the poll here. 76ers. Let's put Nets first. Nets. 76ers. Post. Let's go ahead. You guys go. Let me know who won the Nets 76ers trade. There is a poll up on our actual channel now. Not in the thing here. I'm going to still try and figure out how to get it in here because ideally that's the goal. But we'll see if I can figure that out right now off the top of my head because I have not done that before. But I know there's ways to do it. I just don't exactly have a way to do it. So here we go. Let's go ahead. Make sure to check out some of our other mock drafts as well when we're done. Just because I would love for you guys to get to see some of the other stuff on the channel. Let's see here. Let's go and pull this up. I'm trying to see if we got anything ready for it. I don't think we do at this point, unfortunately, but we'll see. I'm going to add a trailer here just to for the end of the stream here. Oh, that's actually until... Okay, never mind. We're good. We're doing great. Okay, I'm back. Thank you guys all for holding on. 38 minutes. We'll get the polls for next time for sure. So for the future streams, Alex says, I hope the Mavs will get something. We have a deal. I'm going to pull it up now. It is on Twitter. And it's a deal that I had talked about a little bit that I thought could make some sense. I think they maybe just didn't get a deal done for Jakob Poeltl, it looks like. So let's go ahead and now we're going to go over to Shams Charania. There we go. And the deal is right here. And it's going to be this guy right here. Washington is finalizing sending Montrezl Harrell to Charlotte. Sources tell The Athletic. So let's go ahead and make that a little bit bigger for you guys. Get a good look at that there on the stream. Xenaholic says, how about the Spurs? They've done really well today. We'll see if they move. Let's keep going. John Scott. Have you tried Court Riders? I'm not even sure what Court Riders is, so you'll have to let me know what that is. Ben Simmons should not come to the Nets. He should, and he should play really hard and play really well there. Nico has disappointed us as this time as GM so far. No, I don't think so. I think he's taken a long, slow approach to it, which is fine. The Mavericks didn't need to make any rash moves, and I think it's okay. I think the only thing is he should have made like a free agent signing like DeMar DeRozan over the offseason. He would have been huge. And that's who I wanted last offseason before he had this great year. And I think it would have been phenomenal. Jace, thank you for the nice comment. What's going to happen with Maxey? Asked John Scott. He's going to start for them and be really good for them. Harden has shown he can fit in wherever after taking a backseat in Brooklyn. Right, that's the thing. He's one of the few players in the league that you can have him score 30-plus points a game if you want, or you could have him score 22 and get 10 assists a game. That's what he's doing right now. Robert Smith says, Miles Turner needs to be paired up with AD, kind of like the Gasol-Andrew Bynum tag team. Definitely interesting. Okay. We have some more information on that actual deal here now. I'm going to go over to Woj. We do have more information on the Harrell deal. Pretty interesting, actually. And I understand why Washington would want to do this. And it makes sense for really both sides. I really do believe that. I think this is one of the more balanced trades of the deadline, just given what went down just now. It's a low-level deal, not one that I think a lot of people are going to be like, whoa, remember that huge trade? Like, it's a smaller deal. But one that I think does matter. So here it is. On stream, Charlotte is acquiring Washington center Montrezl Harrell for Vernon Carey and Ish Smith, which makes sense because Washington, with Beal out, probably trying to lose a few more games, focus on development. They bring in Vernon Carey, and they also get Ish Smith back, who has been a pretty nice player and contributor for them in the past. And then Charlotte here, what they get is someone who can actually fill in some meaningful center minutes. Wizards are trading Aaron Holiday to Phoenix as well, according to Shams Charania. So Washington here. Making quite a few moves. We've had a lot of trades today. We've had a good collection of trades, and I'm extremely happy about that because it's been a busy deadline. It's given me a lot to talk about. There's been a lot to break down, and it makes our chat really lively as well. So hopefully you guys are enjoying. If you are, leave a like, subscribe as well. Again, go follow us on Twitter. Go follow us on TikTok if you haven't. Would appreciate that as well. And now let's look at it here. Aaron Holiday getting traded to Phoenix. It's interesting. Still no Spencer Dinwiddie trade. Well, I wonder if we're going to see a Spencer Dinwiddie trade. That's the one thing I kind of want to see. If he gets traded, I hope the Mavericks get involved. Or the Raptors, I think, could make sense as like a backup player for them. But here it is. Aaron Holiday going to Phoenix. We'll see if we can get information on it. Don't know exactly what's going on. My guess maybe just a second-round pick or something. Andres with $1.99. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate that. Malik Beasley to Toronto. Potentially, that could make some sense. If Minnesota does make a move with the new Nets roster, and if Miles Turner is added to that roster, how far do you think the Nets could go? Well, if they get Miles Turner, they could win a championship. Until then, I'm a little nervous about their center fit. I'm looking down, trying to keep up to date on any Twitter news. I'm a little worried about their center room compared with Drummond's good, but I don't know what does Ben Simmons plus Drummond look like on the floor offensively together. But if they get Miles Turner, that would really elevate their ceiling. Good trade of Montrezl Harrell for Vernon Carey and Ish Smith. Should Chicago make any trades or stay put and have faith in their team now? Chicago should probably make a trade, maybe like a low-level one. Montrezl Harrell would have made sense for them, but Wizards news. Wizards trading Aaron Holiday to Phoenix and also traded Montrezl Harrell to Charlotte. In that Harrell deal, they got Vernon Carey and Ish Smith. 76ers might do one more trade. Charlotte inherits his early bird rights. Good. Yep. Makes all the most sense in the world. Sammy says, I don't think the Nets have anyone to guard Embiid. See, that's part of the concern there as well. They'll throw some guys at him, though. Should Bucks trade Giannis and Chris and start rebuilding? No, they should not. Junar says, you should drink water, bro. I know. I need to. I don't want to leave the stream and go get some water. I ran out. And I filled it with a half-empty Pepsi can and drank some of that. AKO, thank you. Appreciate it watching from the Philippines. That's so awesome. 7K subs in the Lakers will win a game with Westy shooting 50%. I think it's more likely that we hit 10K subs. No, I'm just playing. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Hopefully we are at that 7K subs mark. That would be absolutely huge if we are. You guys have no idea how much it really does mean. to have that much, support. And you guys are absolutely awesome. We're 17 subscribers away. We need 17 subs to get there. Can we get 17 subscribers? I don't know if we're going to be able to, but you guys have to prove me wrong. Let's go ahead. 17 subscribers away from 7,000. See if we can get there. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, I think I missed Dono. Make sure I go get that. Andres says, package Braun, Russell Westbrook for Beal, players and picks, build around AD already. Okay, interesting. I don't know if the Wizards would be interested in doing that. It might have to be like a 3-team deal. And I don't think LeBron's going to ever get traded in his career. Nick says, great content, man. Wishing you much success. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Braden says, who do you think has the best chance to be the 1 seed in the East? That's a great question. Really great question. Thank you for that one, Braden. In the East right now, so I don't think it's going to be the Sixers or the Nets because those two teams have to figure out, their chemistry, all that stuff. The Sixers are obviously really great. I think realistically it's the Bucks or the Heat, which is funny because I'm pretty sure they're 1-2 right now. And I would probably take the Heat because they've been playing extremely injured. So have the Bucks, but if the Heat are all healthy, I think they're really, really good. And I think they're going to be a really good regular season team. My only worry would be as if Simmons is okay being the third man again, considering he wasn't a big fan of it before. I think he'll be fine. I don't think he'll worry too much. Hostway says both teams won. We still don't know what the Wizards are getting for Aaron Holiday, so I'm trying to keep my eyes on that. Oracle says, my Suns are set, bro. Our bench has got Shamet, Campaign, Cam Johnson, McGee, and Craig, and now also Aaron Holiday. So you got a little bit deeper. Bolden says, if you were the Lakers GM, what move would you make? Well, if I put them in this position, I'd probably step down. That's the first move I would make because the trade for Russell Westbrook was so bad that it literally deserves firing. So Jonah says, yep, Trez to the Hornets, right? Yeah, you did just say Trez to the Hornets. You did. Good shout there, TRBLMKR. Andres packages LeBron and Westbrook. I like that move. Montrez for LaMelo. That would be awesome. Start building around AD already. Great fit for Charlotte. I think so too. I think Charlotte gets a pretty good player, and they don't have to do the whole, give up a whole bunch of good players to get it done either. They just give up a little bit now in this deal. Thank you, Fly With Me, for putting that in the chat so we could click on it. Rashad says, nice pickup for Charlotte. They needed rim protection. Yeah, I know they did. That's where Pirtle made a little bit more sense, but he's more expensive, so I understand why they're not doing it. The Puma Court Riders. Basketball shoes. Got you. I'll have to check those out. I'll give those a look after. Actually, you know what? Let's do it right now. We've got 29 minutes until the trade deadline. Let's go ahead. I'm going to look at them right now on stream. They're pretty nice. I actually like those. They're pretty cold. I like the light colors. No, I like those. Those are good. That's a good suggestion. I'm going to have to go give those a look, John Scott. Appreciate that. I was looking at getting some of those Puma Mellow balls, the black and blue ones. They got some at Foot Locker that I was thinking about ordering, but then I'm also looking at the Rick and Morty's. James Harden Volume 6s are coming out. I don't know. There's so many options. Lakers have not made a trade yet. We'll keep watching, though, for it. Superman says, hope these streams help blow up your channel. Respect the grind. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. Junior says, hey, yo, thanks for the shout out to my comment. Only good part of the day. Go Celtics. Yeah, sorry to you about your Celtics. I know Celtics fans are a little sad about the move today. Harrell is a great ad for the Celtics. Kim, please don't spam, but Rui Hachimura to the Rockets. Maybe, but I don't necessarily see it. Gary says Harden maybe has 3 years left in the league. Simmons and Curry will be going strong. Right, but those next 3 years are going to be huge. So, they're going to be 3 of the most important years of Joel Embiid's prime, which is why it makes sense for Gary, for the Sixers, Gary. But I do see your point as well, which is why, long-term, it makes sense for both sides because the Nets give themselves a little bit long-term future, longevity, and flexibility. Rockets and Lakers are in talks for Westbrook and Wall. ESPN. According to ESPN, says LJ Allen. LJ, welcome back to the stream. And Daryl P says LaMarcus Aldridge as the Nets starting center would fit quite well if he can stay healthy. That's a good point. I didn't mention him. If he can stay healthy, sure, that works pretty decent. Jace King says, hit that like button. It's free. It is free. Smash the like button. Hit it with your nose. Heck, I don't know. Ellie says, watching from Lebanon. That's awesome. Well, welcome to the live stream here at Utility Sports. Glad to have you in my chat. Teddy says, who scores off the bench in Philly? Should have gotten Patty Mills. That's a good point. My guess is what they're going to do is, even if they don't bring a guy off the bench, they're going to start Tyrese Maxey still. But what they're going to do is they're going to really stagger Maxey and Harden. So Harden will play probably first 6 minutes of the game. And then, maybe Maxey plays the whole first quarter. And then Harden, or maybe the other way around. Maybe Maxey plays first 6 minutes of the game. Harden plays the full first quarter. Harden sits the first 6 minutes of the second quarter. And Maxey plays those 6 minutes. And then Maxey comes out. And then, you play, or maybe you could even leave Maxey in with Harden for the last 6 minutes. They'll stagger the minutes, though. That's just off the top of my head. We are 17 subscribers away from 7,000. Please, 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 please smash that subscribe button. It would be huge if you could help us get there. We are so, so close. And now it actually looks, I just updated, and we did, in fact, hit it. So thank you guys so, so very much. You have no idea how much I really, really do appreciate all the love and support. Ellie says PJ Washington is going to get traded anyway. Very possible. He still could. Yet at this point, we do have approximately 25 minutes or so until the actual trade deadline is here. I'm going to go ahead and get the timer pulled back up for us so we can keep our eyes on what we need to be watching for, which is the trade deadline. Let's keep going down some of these comments. Logan says, just sub. Thank you so much. You guys are all so awesome. Thank you all so much. Burger Does Sports says 7K incoming. Crazy. We weren't even at 6,000 2 days ago, and we're at 7,000 now. That is insane. You guys are all so awesome. Says congrats on 7,000. Thank you so much, Daniel. Appreciate that so much. EG wants to know about the Cavs. So the Cavs, I really like what they got. I love Evan Mobley. I like Jared Allen a lot. It's sad that Ricky Rubio tore his ACL, man. That really bummed me out this year. Ricky Rubio is one of my favorite players. I have a Wolves jersey of his actually in my closet. And it's definitely one of those things that it just bums me out a little bit because he was having such a good season again, and he was a huge part of their success. And for him to go down was devastating. But they did a pretty good job recovering, getting Karis LeVert, I think. So I think they're gonna be good. Neil, I agree with you. No one's gonna play. No one's gonna want to play the Raptors in the first round. I agree. Too excited. Me too. This is crazy. I love this comment. Bull and Mo Bamba. Backward of the future. And there's a trade. And the Mavericks are involved. Yes. Let's go. Okay, I need to stop this screen. Sorry if that was sorry for headphone users. I think I got a little excited and loud there. But the Mavericks actually did something, and I think it's something I actually wanted for a player I like. So I'm pretty happy. I'm very happy, to be honest. Let's go ahead down here. Now, we don't know what we gave up yet, so maybe I'm not extremely excited, but Washington Wizards are trading Spencer Dinwiddie to the Dallas Mavericks. You can see here in my notes, I had Spencer Dinwiddie. Let me get this back up on stream for you guys. Let's go ahead and make this bigger. There you go. Right there, I had on my screen Spencer Dinwiddie, Mavs as his number one option. I was looking at a lot of teams trying to figure out where they... I'm going to cry. Dude! God! I can't... Can we get Rip in the chat? Spam Rip, RIP. Spam Rip. Centered on Spencer Dinwiddie, for the love of God. We don't. God dang it, dude. What is that? Oh my gosh. Like, I like Spencer Dinwiddie. He's a good player. Kristaps is averaging 19 points a game, 8 rebounds a night, 2 blocks a game. He's our only rim protector. We better have gotten Mark Cuban better have gotten like 10% of the frickin' Wizards for this. God. Nick, this is an all-time low for me. Well, Wizards are one of the Wizards. The Wizards are one of the biggest winners of the trade deadline. We got so much worse. God. Yeah, Starcom, Luka to Denver. He's going to go play with Jokic. God. Mavs send a second-round pick to Washington. Bro, oh my gosh. 1 second. Don't leave. I'll be back. All right, I'm back. Like, what am I even supposed to say to this? What? This is so bad. This is so bad. God. God, $5 for that Porzingis jersey is better than what the Wizards gave us for actually Porzingis. Oh my God. No. I like Dinwiddie, but he's coming off an ACL injury, playing the worst basketball of his career, and we give him our second best player. The sad thing, Escandy, is this doesn't, because Bertans is on like 18 million and Dinwiddie's making 16 for like the next 3 years each. Well, I said it. We're looking for a ball handler and shooting. I just didn't think it was going to cost us Kristaps Porzingis to get 2 of the Wizards players. If you would have told me before this deadline that Kristaps Porzingis is going to be a Wizard, I would have prayed to God that we were sending him everything else on top of it to get Bradley Beal. Dinwiddie will be the Steve Nash of our era. That is a no. Please go follow us on Twitter. Yeah, what is this? Like, we literally, Dinwiddie's going to come off the bench. Oh my God. I feel like I'm getting memed now. Would Boucher have been back? God. I don't want to read anymore. I'm done reading. This is so bad. Goran Dragic is going to get bought out. The Dinwiddie addition gives Dallas an insurance policy in case they lose. Okay, we might as well have given them Jalen Brunson too. Like, Jesus. If you're a Wizards fan, leave a like on the stream. You guys won the trade deadline. You gave up nothing and got Kristaps Porzingis. Oh my God, I can't even read these. Maybe KP's more seriously hurt than we know. Yeah. What is, yeah, Mavs play-in tournament is facts. God dang it, dude. Get yourself a Bertans jersey. I'm going to have to. God, I'm going to have to watch this guy play no defense for the next 3 years of my life. Blazers. Hey, everyone, look over here. We made the worst trade of the deadline. Mavericks, hold my beer. I'm going to star that. Oh, Alexa, play Marvin's Room. Are you still a Mavs fan? I'm not. Get a KP Wizards jersey. I know I'm going to get a KP Wizards jersey, and I'm going to wear that shit. Oh, my gosh. Excuse my language. I'm just mad. Oh, dude. What is Nico Harrison doing? And what is Mark Cuban? Like, I am waiting for, like, there to be, like, a little tiny press release that we find out that Mark Cuban is now, like, 5% owner of the Washington Wizards in this deal. What is this? This is so bad. This is brutal. With Nico Harrison, we went into an offseason where we had max cap space and could have signed DeMar DeRozan. We ended up with Reggie Bullock and Sterling Brown. And then we get to a point in the trade deadline where we trade our second best player, who we gave 2 first-round picks up for Spencer Dinwiddie, who is shooting 37% from the field and is bad and has an ACL injury that he's recovering from and he can't do anything. And Davis Bertans. Okay. Literally, I don't know what to tell you guys. Eric Gordon to Dallas for Doncic. Please hit the like button. I think I found out what depression feels like. God dang it. Time for a Dinwiddie jersey. Well, for Michael Porter Jr.'s spine with all of its injuries, we'll probably just give you Luka Doncic straight up. Yeah, I might actually cry on stream. We could have signed Spencer Dinwiddie with cap space this offseason, by the way. We could have. He's 28 years old. And he's going to be 29 in like a month. We didn't even get Kuzma. Do I think Harden will play better now that he's with the Sixers? Yeah, I think so. I think he's going to have like a more defined, clear role. Petition to fire Dallas GM. Oh, man. Yeah. Well, I no longer think that the Lakers trading for Russell Westbrook is the worst trade of the last calendar year. Matt Thomas really good. Watch the Wizards go. Oh man. Well, Beal got his co-star. Come to Miami, bro. We'll take good care of you. I'm sure you guys won't just trade away Bam Adebayo for no reason. Will crying help or hurt with subscriber numbers? Only one way to find out. We're going to risk it all. Anthony Washington, what's worse? Dallas move or Lakers not making any? Dirk just signed for a full year. We're going to need him. Oh, my gosh. Well, Utility Sports trade grades. Wizards A. Mavs F. John Gutierrez, you have me dying here. I'm a Knicks fan. I know misery. Oh, no. Yeah, Brunson to the Knicks. Hopefully this time we, get Cam Reddish straight up. Time to change the title of the stream. Yeah, you're right. Let's go change it. I need to. Let's go to details. Mavericks. Trade Kristaps Porzingis. Mavs. And cries. I feel like crap right now. All right, Bertans is bad. These are two bad contracts. Like, literally, I was like looking at ways that the Wizards could salary dump these guys when I was doing research for these trades. Like, and I thought, yeah, no kidding. This is what happens when you hire a Nike executive to be your GM. Thanks for the kind words, Ishak. You've been a cast fan. Like, life's not that bad in Dallas. Don't get me like, I still have Luka, but oh my gosh. Like, right, it can't, like, the fact that we gave up a second rounder on top is what kind of like threw me over the top. Like, that's like they thought they needed more value doing this, which is like next. KP doesn't even play. And he still plays more defense on the bench than Bertans is going to do his whole career in Dallas. That's for sure. Come on, Nuggets. Oh yeah, let's get the timer back up here. Thanks for asking, Mr. York. Let's get it up. Sorry, guys. Oh man. I'm sorry. We got 7 minutes and 8 seconds. Have I missed any deals? Anything happened? I don't know. Dallas next move, Marcus Smart for Luka and a pick. Oh, no. Anything on T-Wolves yet? No, nothing yet, Dylan. Lakers should trade Tucker for the shooting robot from Japan. That's such a good comment. Oh, that's the pick-me-up I needed. That's the pick-me-up I need. That's really good. I like trade. Let's go Dallas Mavericks. Okay. Spoken like a Wizards fan. Jace King, change it to how to make a grown man cry. Oh, no. Makes it worse. Bertans has barely played this year and has been horrible. I know. Like, he's not good. He's overpaid. He's not. Just become a Wizards fan. When are they supposed to show us that we also traded Luka for Kyle Kuzma straight up? Benjamin, I would blame Jason Kidd, bro. He tried to destroy Milwaukee. Wizards just turned trade simulator down. Slider. That's really good. I blame Mark Cuban. There had to be big issues going on, Luka and KP or something. Probably just concerns about his leg, I'm guessing. Guess his knees, but. Nick, spoken like a Celtics fan. Luka for Schroeder, please. Well, I'm sure there's got to be something that none of us know, but like. Like, if he's just going to be injured, you just have to live with him. Like, Dinwiddie and Bertans is not better. That's. Sorry if I'm busy deleting all my Mavs accounts and opening up the Wizards. Have the kids made a trade? I'm not sure who he means. I think probably the Kings. No, nothing yet from them. Lakers don't made trade. I'm jumping in the coffin. Smart for Luke second. Still a chance. Jerami Grant for Christian Wood get moved on, or are we out of time for what? We got 4 minutes. Well, yeah, there's nothing that's been happening, Maddie. There's nothing that's went down. I'm still talking about Dallas, the most recent trade. Unless they can move Brunson for a center. Yeah, Wizards didn't get Bertans or didn't want Bertans or Spencer. They gave away the trash for a keep. Like, literally, that's like they're going to be their second best player now next season. And they gave away guys who didn't factor in long term that they didn't want. Bertans, the only comparison to Dirk is like 41-year-old version when he couldn't move laterally because that's Davis Bertans. Luka for a gallon of Gatorade. That deadline is crazy. Man, the deadline is crazy. Here we go. We have a question about the Nets. Andrew Ford wants to know, you think Nets might do something for Mills or Seth? No, I think they'll keep those two. I think what they're going to try and do is put Nick Claxton with those two first and maybe see if they can get anything to play there. Jazz, if I'm Luka, I want out. I think, to me, Luka might have asked for this. Luka might have said trade him. I don't want him here. He's always hurt. Dylan, thank you for the $2. Luka for make some move Lake show. Yeah, it's weird that we haven't seen the Lakers. Okay, I'm gonna get back into like actually, really discussing the trades. The Mavericks screwed up, obviously. Trade alert, please. Nothing yet. I'm still watching. I'm surprised the Lakers have not made a move, though. So I just don't know if no team's going to take their offer. No, I don't think the Mavericks are trading for Holmes. I think the Mavericks just wanted to move on from the guy from Kristaps. Thanks for the stream. Appreciate the grind. Mavs and Celtics fans are down bad. Yeah, they are. Bertans averages 6 points, and Spencer Dinwiddie is shooting 37% from the field. You got to post the Porzingis reaction as its own video. Easy views. Yeah, I might have to. I'll probably try. Lakers will make moves in the buyout market. Luka's an all-star starter. Should be. ESPN promising or praising the Mavs for getting rid of Porzingis, by the way. See, that they don't know the league. ESPN doesn't know anything about basketball, okay? Like, yeah, people need to stop looking at an overpaid contract as a bad player. Okay, he averages 20 and 8. God, ESPN is trash. Lakers are trash for not making one single trade. I give up. Westbrook screwed my whole year of basketball. Way to go, Russ. Sorry for being so vulgar. I'm venting. No, it's okay. I get it. Time to move Mavericks to Seattle. Yeah. Final minute. Here we go. Let's get it. Last minute here. Kyle Dunn. How would Celtics fans be mad? White is better than Richardson. Draft picks are overrated since everyone leaves in free agency or gets traded. I mean, they're not overrated. Thank you. ESPN is so trash with their lazy analysis. I mean, they just don't watch the other teams. They watch the Lakers on primetime. That's what they watch. So, yeah, dude, I don't know. Like earlier this week, Daniel Tice traded back to the Celtics. He did get traded. We'll try and keep up on that. I'm not even going to pull that one up on this. I want to keep the timer on there for now. 20 seconds. Stream delay probably is already over for you guys by the time you see it, but 10 seconds. There it is. And the timer goes off. Alex, happy with his Kings. That's good. I'm glad. Dennis Schroeder to the Rockets. Dennis Schroeder did get traded. He's going to Houston. Daniel Tice back to the Boston Celtics. Looks like I'll be a Sixers fan this year. Celtics, Nick, they made a move. You like this one? Frank says great coverage. Thank you. Celtics trade. Yep. Good. Man, we had a trade. Houston's trading Daniel Tice to the Celtics, sources tell ESPN. You were having such a fun stream till that trade. I really was. I was having such a good time. Oh, no. Oh, man. I'm going to try and clip that. I'm going to go into my stream here and clip that. How long ago did that happen? Like 15 minutes ago? 20 minutes ago? New trade alert. Oh, yeah. No Eric Gordon trade. What? No Lakers trade. No Eric Gordon trade. Wow. That is absolutely mind-blowing. This is insane to me. I am so sad right now. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get the stream. Okay, I got that pulled up now. We're going to let that go through. Oh, my gosh. Daniel says stayed up until 4 a.m. for nothing. Lakers are disappointing. Yeah, no kidding. New trade alert. We have a trade. Oh, shoot. Timberwolves did nothing like usual. True, Dylan. Ad says this is what the Shelva man. I'm not even like tired. Like I'm not even like physically tired. I'm just like mentally exhausted. The fact that we traded Kristaps Porzingis and we didn't even get something like CJ McCollum. Yeah, agreed. Trade deadline has been crazy. It's been a crazy deadline. Thank you, Matt. I agree. They are worse. Still don't have any clue, Splats, on what the Wizards got for Aaron Holiday. I've been looking, haven't found anything. I'm going to try and update here my Twitter. Let's go ahead and put this into do not disturb. Oh man. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Like, this is just bad. This is bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. I do really appreciate you guys, like, sticking around in the stream, hanging out. I know last, like, 20 minutes has been a little spotty for what I'm, kind of doing. Make sure to go follow us on Twitter, by the way. It would really mean a lot to get your guys' follow on there. Also, make sure you're subscribed here on YouTube. Daniel Theis again traded to the Celtics. We're going to click into Woj and see if we got anything else from him. I'm really sad. Enes Freedom and Bruno Fernando in the deal as well goes to Houston. So Cantor going to Houston. Okay. Interesting. Let's go over to Shams and see what Shams is tweeting. Thank you all so much for watching today. Kristaps is a wizard. Thank you so much, King Tutankhamun, for coming into the stream. Hopefully you guys enjoy. Get some sleep if you need it. Give up one not great contract for two awful ones. Yep, exactly. Kristaps is in New York. He got traded to, or not to New York. He's in Washington, excuse me. It's been a long day. Tim, we traded Kristaps to the Wizards. The Mavs traded Kristaps Porzingis to Washington for Spencer Dinwiddie and Daniel Theis, two bad contracts. Freedom in Houston. Rip my Mavs first round exit again. Yeah. Theis for Schroeder. They didn't even get a draft pick. No, but they got rid of Enes Freedom and Bruno Fernando. So, makes sense. Oracle, my son's got deeper. Our bench unit is Payne, Shamet, Torrey Craig, Cam Johnson, McGee, and Aaron Holiday as well. So, yeah, you guys did get deeper. Pretty good trade deadline for them. I was begging for the Mavs to do something. Now I'm just wishing they didn't. No kidding. Wiseman probably going to come back like Shaq before he's not trading for a big. Thanks, dude. Rip Mavs. Yeah, Rip Mavs is right. Not Theis to Mavs, Bertans. Yeah, if I misspoke, I'm sorry. If I misspoke, I apologies. Please leave a like on the stream. I've been here working on it all day long just to get my heart ripped out at the very end. So Jerami Grant remains with the Pistons. Yep, I figured that would be the case because they're not going to get the offers they want. I knew that their trade offers weren't going to be that great, and that's the reality. Thank you all again so much for watching. I'm going to stay live here for another 10 minutes. I can't believe that. I can't really. I just can't. Knicks did nothing. Lakers did nothing. That's the update on the Lakers, LBJ. Nothing. Knicks did nothing. Mavericks did too much. At least I can wear my Harden or my Porzingis jersey one more time. Bertans and Dinwiddie are getting a good welcome in their first game. No. Spencer Dinwiddie better have a 40-point triple-double because I am so mad. Two teams that, Lakers, Knicks could not make a move. Pistons have Bagley, Grant, and Bay. Yep. And Cade still, obviously. Knicks are falling apart again. Here we go. And we put a lot of dirty work in today in the Mavs. Did you like Dr. Simmons? That's a good comment. That's another one that gets starred here. Good comment. What do I think about the Lakers team, LBJ? I think they're not that good, and I think they're going to struggle to win a championship. I think they're going to struggle to win a playoff series, to be honest. Best buyout candidate this year. The single best one is Goran Dragic, who is the same level player as Spencer Dinwiddie on a not bad contract. So that's my thought. Nah, dude, even with a triple-double, we know he isn't consistent. True. Like, even though I'm going to be like Kristaps. I'm just going to miss Kristaps. Like, I liked him. I just liked watching him. He left the Knicks, so don't worry. He's not the guy. Yeah. We're still going for Dragic. Yeah. I don't understand. If we sign Dragic, the Dinwiddie thing is such a waste. The Mavs could have just legitimately signed Dinwiddie. I like the Mavericks. I'm a Mavs fan. Dallas Mavericks fan. I got to watch Kristaps Porzingis absolutely shatter the whole thing. So that's always great for my team. I love that for them. So man. This is just brutal. This is so bad. I'm going to work on uploading something from my phone here, so my internet might lag a little bit more, but bear with me, please. Jose Santos. Oh, also for Splat, Simmons is going to stay with the Nets. That is pretty much confirmed here. Upload a video. Let's go ahead and upload this. Next. Oh, my gosh. I can't believe it. Junar says, thanks for the stream, bro. I'm loving it until the Whites at Celtics trade and also for KB. Yeah, I'm sorry, Celtics fans. I'm sorry, Mavs fans. Luka going to power through. We just need Bertans to at least hit open threes. Yeah, the issue right here, though, is rim protection's gone. We have none. Dwight Powell doesn't protect the rim. Kleba does only against Zion Williamson. It's really fitting that 666 is how many viewers I have in the stream right now because we're talking about a Kristaps trade and feels like it came from the devil. So would you rather have had Raps first and go on for Chris? Yes. I would much rather have that because we would have no bad long-term contracts. Oh, man. As Mavericks. Sorry, I'm working on a video posting on my phone here. Give me a second. Porzingis to the Washington Wizards. Hashtag MFFL. Add a description. Mavs fan shares sad reaction. Any centers on the buyout market? Moses Brown will be out there because he just got waived, I guess. Nick Wu says, I'm okay with the C's today. Got rid of Dennis, picked up solid PG. Now we use the buyout market to get a shooter. Yeah, that's what you're going to have to do, Boston. You guys are better than what we did. That's for sure. We'll give you all Boogie for Brunson next year. Yeah. To Kristaps Porzingis trade to Washington. Give me 1 second, guys. I am trying to get this up onto YouTube so everyone can love the misery that is my life and being a Dallas Mavericks fan. Let's get that uploading. Now let's go ahead to my channel and make sure that is going up. Oh my gosh. You have no idea how sad I really am right now, guys. Like, today just kind of sucks. Today just kind of is a bummer now. James Harden got traded. That's the big move of the day, though. That's the big move. I'm happy about that, at least. I'm happy that James Harden got traded. He got sent to the 76ers. Thank you so much, Sam. W-Guy, W-Stream, L deadline. L deadline for sure. Junar says, time to sleep. It's 4 a.m. here. Good luck and God bless, bro. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone who has tuned in. I do really appreciate it. All 582 of you who have stuck here, even after the deadline, just to watch me wallow in my own misery. You guys are the best. L for the Lakers for sure. L to the Knicks as well. Nightmare for Mavs fans again. It is for sure a massive nightmare. Trade deadline officially ends at 3:30. No, it does not. It is 2:30, but I will be streaming here for another 20 minutes because sometimes trades do get reported late, which is why the trade deadline has officially passed, but the teams don't have to report to Woj or to Sharania. They have to report to the league. So like deals are being they're not being worked out. What they're doing is they're being reported. So it's like Sham Sharania doesn't have all the information. So that's kind of it. John Wall out of trade talks. As of right now, I think he's staying in Houston. I don't think Westbrook got traded. Rockets are waiving Enes Freedom, excuse me. I can't, guys. I don't know. Like, I'm just kind of bummed. Not going to lie. Let's go ahead here. Give me 1 second. Oh my gosh. This is just, I can't believe we traded Kristaps today. Kristaps. I hope you guys at least enjoyed the live stream today. I know crazy deadline. James Harden, give me your grade for the James Harden trade again. Now that there's less of you guys in here, maybe I can spend a little bit more time looking at each one of your comments and thoughts on it. Spell out your thoughts as well. Give me, a big picture about what you think about it, and break down your thoughts. I would love to read it. I'll take my time and go through pretty much each and every one of your guys' comments. So spend some time on it. Give me a good comment. I am working on getting that one video posted, my reaction. Kristaps Porzingis trade reaction. Mavs, Mavericks. Oh, man, I don't know. I'm just sad. I don't know. Mavs trade. Mavs, Spencer, Dinwiddie. Ah, man. I don't know. Aves, Bertans. KP trade. Mavericks trade. Hopefully you guys did enjoy NBA trade deadline. I'm going to be sticking here another 15 minutes or so. Just give me 1 second. I'm finishing up getting this video posted because I think it'll be good comedy for everyone on the YouTube stratosphere to check out and watch. Mavs fans, Mavericks fan, Mavs fan. Okay. Ability Sports. Make sure you guys are subscribed if you guys are new as well. That would mean a lot. Let's go ahead here and save this. All right, that's saved. And there we go. It should be public now, I'm pretty sure. Man, tough times. Tough times for sure. I don't know what to do. I don't know. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed up to this point. Thank you all for hanging out in here. Dropped a sub for good measure. Thank you, Neil. Thanks for the stream. Tried a bunch of lives to listen to while working. Enjoyed yours the most. Thank you so much. Thank you, Stevens, for saying I earned the subs. You guys are all so awesome. To be honest, I just feel really lucky, even despite the Kristaps trade, to have had such lovely viewers and lovely people who know a lot about basketball as well. In my comment section, it was really nice, very pleasant streaming experience. So thank you all so much. I do really appreciate it. Mary Ortiz, a little sad. KP got traded. I know you're a Magic Mavs fan. Don't let me ever forget, Mary, that you're a Mavs and Magic fan. I would feel better if we at least got someone more like Denny, for example. I give the trade a C. Probably I'm literally shaking. Yeah, I'd probably give it an F. I'm really sad about it. Here, Sixers and Nets have it sorted. Both got the players they needed. Suns and Bucks have even better rosters, and it sucked for us. Yeah, true. Salute to you, man. Thank you, Gemini. Best of luck to your Raptors. I hope they have a really, really good end of the season. We'll be doing more live streams in the future, so make sure you guys come check them out. Again, thank you all so much for spending time in here today. Salute to you, man. Don't sweat the Porzingis deal too much. He's definitely over it. He is a little, but it's tough getting rid of him. Great stream. First time viewer. I'll be back for more. Thank you so much. We have an NBA mock draft coming out tomorrow, so I want all 450 of you guys to check it out tomorrow for sure. W Stream says Hostway. Thank you so much. Lamont says Bulls should have done something. The East got better. Yeah, they should have. Worried about the Sixers rebounding, and Harden needs to care about team defense at least. True, DM. Good point. Being optimistic, it's easier to move a 15 mil contract than a 30 mil contract. That's true. That's at least a good point. Yeah, I guess that's a good point. So I don't know. Maybe I'm being too critical. Who knows? Maybe I am. It just is kind of rough because I just would hope that it works out better. Crazy. I love this cup. Oh man. What a tough day to be a Mavs fan. Mavs man says, gonna watch that mock since the Mavs will be there. Yeah, true. We actually have our pick this year too. So we only owe one first rounder for Kristaps yet, even though he's no longer on our roster. Really wanted to see Marcus Smart to the Timberwolves for Beasley and something else. I think that would have been really good. Since you're not being too critical. Yeah, I figured I wasn't, but I was trying to be positive for a second. But I'm glad you brought me back to reality. I needed it. I feel the opposite of how I felt when we first traded for him. Yeah, I was so overjoyed when we got him, and now I'm literally feel like the earth fell on top of me. So, oh man, this is just tough. This is tough. No more freedom in Houston. Freedom got traded and waived. I'm crying. Oh, these are great. Awesome, guys. Thank you guys so much all for being in here. I'm going to end the stream here in about 5 minutes or so. Okay, so we got about 5 minutes yet for the stream. Thank you, Mary. Thank you for hanging out in the stream. Do really appreciate that. All the love and support is greatly appreciated. Very tough day. Taylor says, great stream. Keep it up. Go Hornets. Go Hornets. I'll be streaming more often in the future. So make sure you guys stop in. Maybe they'll start all three. Luka at small forward. Move DFS down to the 4 and play small. I guess. It could be an option. We just won't have any rim protection, which I think, like, now I don't know how we would ever beat the Nuggets. I think the Nuggets would give us a ton of problems with Powell. Lucas Def said trade him. If Luka do not trade him, they wouldn't have. Yeah, probably, I guess. Yeah, we gave up a second rounder as well. We literally incentivized them for that, which is bad. Jack says, thanks for the stream. You're welcome. Thanks for being in here. Chuck says, go Wizards. Yes, Mavs fans turned Wizards fans after today. Chuck, that's hilarious. Thank you for hanging out in the stream all day today. Your comments always at least breathe a little bit of life into me, even when I'm feeling my worst. Matthew Gonzalez, please make sure it's stream first Nets and Sixers game. I'm going to try. We'll see. Depends on my schedule because I do coach basketball, so sometimes my evening schedules are a little conflicting, so I have to push back the game streams and stuff. I'll try my best though. Okay, let's go ahead. I need to make sure that this has this in it. Okay, it does. Interesting. Dan says, I feel you think about Sixers fans and Nets fans. I hope you cheer up and enjoyed me staying in your stream. I also enjoyed your stream so much. So yeah, first stream was great. Thank you, Dan. I really did enjoy having you. You had a lot of great comments, brought really good energy. And overall, I just think it was a really pleasant experience. Did the trade deadline end? Yes, it did. It is now officially over. John says, oh, I paused the stream and started way far back. Oh, gotcha. Sorry, John. Sorry. That's unfortunate. And then looking here, 7K. Let's go. Yes, we got there. You guys are all so awesome. Thank you so much for all watching and hanging out. Never liked Schroeder. Now he's on my Rockets. I hate Raphael Stone. Sorry, Gary. Sorry about that. Don't worry. We do have an NBA mock draft coming out tomorrow. I have to put it together yet with all the moving pieces and everything. But I'll get it out tomorrow, and then you'll have something to look forward to because the Rockets at least have draft picks, right? Looking here, great stream. Thanks for hosting. Yeah, thank you so much. As a longtime Rockets fan, I'm excited to watch Harden play with Joel. Yeah, I am too. I'm excited to watch that play. I'm really excited for NBA basketball. Watching Sabonis with the Kings last night was really fun. And honestly, it's always refreshing this time of year when there's moves. Watching Harden in Philly is going to be fun. Watching Simmons play again, I'm so excited for that. You have no idea. It's going to be fun watching Kristaps play in Washington. I'm probably going to need some comfort food while I'm doing that. I'm going to be wrapped up in bed, 5 blankets on top of me, all that kind of stuff. But man, Alex, how do we get rid of Bertans now? I don't know. I hope he doesn't report. He just would make us worse, honestly. I feel like, sure, he's a good shooter, but defensively, he's terrible. And that's what the Mavs have been good at this year. Jazz, this is my first time on the channel. This was wild. Like your basketball knowledge. Great vid. Thank you, Jazz. Glad to have you in here. Is awesome. You had a lot of great comments all day long. Matthew, good stream. You know your info. Keep up good work. Respect, brother. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate, Matt. You had a lot of great comments as well. Mavs, man, that did not pass the vibe check. No. Number 1 pick, Jabari Smith to Orlando. Gotcha. I got you, DM. That's probably what I was going to do anyway, but I got you. Oh, wait. NBA standings. Let's see. I'm going off standings. The Pistons technically have a worse record now. Pistons have a lower win percentage, so the Pistons are going to be picking first. So I don't know, DM, if I can actually promise Jabari Smith to you. But we'll see if I can make something work. Official trade. Okay, a lot of these trades are becoming official. Ryan Rasmussen. I knew you'd be happy about Daniel Tice going back. Congratulations. James Harden deserves this year chip. He needs it in his resume. Yes, he does. Sure is. Very much appreciate the stream. This was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. Thank you guys all so much. Chet Holmgren to Orlando then. Yeah, okay. Got you. Wizards trading all their players for 2 players. Boncaro is definitely great. Andrew Ford, did you see that the Mavs traded Porzingis? I did. I have a live reaction up on the channel literally right now if you want to go check it out. It's a good one for you. So make sure to go do so because I'm sure it's pretty comical to watch. Oh, man. I need to get a thumbnail on that. It's literally just like a black screen, which I don't understand. But make sure to leave a like if you guys did enjoy. Ian Farr, it's great to watch someone break down trades who loves the game, does their homework, and covers all the teams. Thanks for the hard work. Of course, Ian, my pleasure. Matthew, J.R. Smith getting signed to the Lakers. This is another one. This is one that like lifts my spirits. Like I feel like I'm alive again. Woo, God, I was having so much fun today. And then the Mavericks just decided to blow it all up. I wonder if Mark Cuban was watching the stream and said, "You want to see something funny?" And then said, "Yeah, sure, we'll take that deal, Washington." Oh, man. Bye. Thanks for stopping in, guys. All 360 of you still left in here. I appreciate it so much. You guys have no idea. I am going to be wrapping up the stream here now. Again, thank you all so much. Say bye on your way out. I do really appreciate it. And that'll be doing it for this live stream here. 6.5 hours strong. Hopefully you guys did enjoy. And if you did, again, leave a like. Catch our other videos here at Utility Sports. Go check them out. NBA mock draft coming out tomorrow. And we'll catch you guys in the very next Utility Sports video.